Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States.
Thank you very much, everybody. It's a great honor to be here. This was some beautiful morning, and what a job they've done, like few others have been able to do. I am very, very proud of Lonnie Bunch, the work and the love that he has in his heart for what he's done is, I always talk about you need enthusiasm, you need really love for anything you do it successfully. And Lonnie, you are where? Come on. Where's Lonnie? You should be up here, Lonnie. Come on. And David, we have to get David up here too. David Scorton is tremendous, and he was singing Lonnie's praises all morning long. So you two should at least be here, so we appreciate it very much. And David Rubenstein, who's here someplace, he is, come on, David, you have to get up here, David. You certainly deserve it. He's a very, very successful guy who spends money doing great things, and he's been a great help to so many different groups, and this one in particular. Thank you. It's a privilege to be here today. This museum is a beautiful tribute to so many American heroes. Heroes like Sojourner Truth, Harriet Tubman, Frederick Douglass, Booker T. Washington, Rosa Parks, the Greensboro students, and the African American Medal of Honor recipients, among so many other really incredible heroes. It's amazing to see. We did a pretty comprehensive tour, but not comprehensive enough. So, Lonnie, I'll be back. I told you that. Because I could stay here for a lot longer, believe me. It's really incredible. I'm deeply proud that we now have a museum that honors the millions of African-American men and women who built our national heritage, especially when it comes to faith, culture, and the unbreakable American spirit. My wife was here last week and took a tour, and it was something that she's still talking about. Ivanka is here right now. Hi, Ivanka. And it really is very, very special. It's something that, frankly, if you want to know the truth, it's doing so well that everybody's talking about it. I know President Obama was here for the museum's opening last fall, and I'm honored to be the second sitting president to visit this great museum. Etched in the hall that we passed today is a quote from Spotswood Rice, a runaway slave who joined the Union Army. He believed that his fellow African Americans always looked to the United States as the promised land of universal freedom. Today and every day of my presidency, I pledge to do everything I can to continue that promise of freedom for African Americans and for every American. So important, nothing more important. This tour was a meaningful reminder of why we have to fight bigotry, intolerance, and hatred in all of its very ugly forms. The anti-Semitic threats targeting our Jewish community and community centers are horrible and are painful, and a very sad reminder of the work that still must be done to root out hate and prejudice and evil. I want to thank a great friend of mine, Dr. Ben Carson, and his beautiful family, Candy and the whole family, for joining us today. It was very special to accompany him and his family for the first time seeing the Carson exhibit. First time. Oh, I'm so proud. I love this guy. He's a great guy, really a great guy. And he can tell you better than me, but I'll tell you what, we really started something with Ben. We're very, very proud of him. Hopefully next week he'll get his approval, about 3 or 4 weeks late. And you're doing better than most, right? But the Democrats, they'll come along. I have no doubt they'll come along. But Ben is going to do a fantastic job at HUD. I have absolutely no doubt he will be one of the great ever in that position. He grew up in Detroit and had very little. He defied every statistic. He graduated from Yale, and he went on to the University of Michigan's medical school. He became a brilliant, totally brilliant neurosurgeon, saved many lives and helped many, many people. We're going to do great things in our African-American communities together. Ben's going to work with me very, very closely. And HUD has a meaning far beyond housing. If properly done, it's a meaning that's as big as anything there is. And Ben will be able to find that true meaning and the true meaning of HUD as its secretary. So I just look forward to that. I look forward to watching that. He'll do things that nobody ever thought of. I also want to thank Senator Tim Scott for joining us today. A friend of mine, a great, great senator from South Carolina. I like the state of South Carolina. I like all those states where I won by double digits, you know, those states. But South Carolina was one, and Tim has been fantastic how he represents the people. And they love him. I also want to profoundly thank Alveda King for being here. And as we saw her uncle's wonderful exhibit, and he certainly deserves that. Mrs. King, and by the way, Miss King, I can tell you this personally because I watch her all the time, and she is a tremendous fighter for justice. And so, Alveda, thank you very much. Come up here. I have been watching you for so long, and you are so incredible. And I want to thank you for all the nice things you say about me. Not everybody says nice things, but she's special.
Your family, you're the best. You're great.
Thank you. Come here.
Thank you.
Thank you, darling. Appreciate it. So with that, we're going to just end this incredible beginning of a morning. But engraved in the wall very nearby, a quote by the Reverend Martin Luther King Jr. In 1955, he told the world, "We are determined to work and fight until justice runs down like water and righteousness like a mighty stream." And that's what it's going to be. We're going to bring this country together, maybe bring some of the world together, but we're going to bring this country together. We have a divided country. It's been divided for many, many years, but we're going to bring it together. I hope every day of my presidency, we will be honoring the determination and work towards a very worthy goal. And for Lonnie and David and Ben and Alveda and everybody, I just have to say that what they've done here is something that can probably not be duplicated. It was done with love and lots of money, right, Lonnie? Lots of money. We can't avoid that. But it was done with tremendous love and passion, and that's why it's so great. So thank you all very much for being here. I appreciate it, and congratulations. This is a truly great museum. Thank you.
And for those of you just joining us who missed part of President Trump's speech, we will be replaying it for you in just a minute. Stay right here.
Thank you, everybody.
Talk about the immigration was released today. Is there any update on it?
Happening in a little while.
What do you plan to do against the attacks on the Jewish community centers? Do you have any plans?
All right, let's go, guys. Let's load up.
Thank you very much. All right. Thank you.
All right, and it looks like they've quickly cut away to the White House. So what we're going to do is show you that replay as promised, a replay of Trump's speech at the National African American Museum.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States.
Thank you very much, everybody. It's a great honor to be here. This was some beautiful morning, and what a job they've done, like few others have been able to do. I am very, very proud of Lonnie Bunch, the work and the love that he has in his heart for what he's done. Is I always talk about, you need enthusiasm, you need really love for anything you do it successfully. And Lonnie, you are where? Come on. Where's Lonnie? You should be up here, Lonnie. Come on. And David, we have to get David up here, too. David Scorton is tremendous, and he was singing Lonnie's praises all morning long. So you two should at least be here. So we appreciate it very much. And David Rubenstein, who's here someplace. He is, come on, David. You have to get up here, David. You certainly deserve it. He's a very, very successful guy who spends money doing great things, and he's been a great help to so many different groups, and this one in particular. Thank you. It's a privilege to be here today. This museum is a beautiful tribute to so many American heroes. Heroes like Sojourner Truth, Harriet Tubman, Frederick Douglass, Booker T. Washington, Rosa Parks, the Greensboro students, and the African American Medal of Honor recipients, among so many other really incredible heroes. It's amazing to see. I went, we did a pretty comprehensive tour, but not comprehensive enough. So Lonnie, I'll be back. I told you that, because I could stay here for a lot longer, believe me. It's really incredible. I'm deeply proud that we now have a museum that honors the millions of African American men and women who built our national heritage, especially when it comes to faith, culture, and the unbreakable American spirit. My wife was here last week and took a tour, and it was something that she's still talking about. Ivanka is here right now. Hi, Ivanka. And it really is very, very special. It's something that, frankly, if you want to know the truth, it's doing so well that everybody's talking about it. I know President Obama was here for the museum's opening last fall, and I'm honored to be the second sitting president to visit this great museum. Etched in the hall that we passed today is a quote from Spotswood Rice, a runaway slave who joined the Union Army. He believed that his fellow African Americans always looked to the United States as the promised land of universal freedom. Today and every day of my presidency, I pledge to do everything I can to continue that promise of freedom for African Americans and for every American. So important. Nothing more important. This tour was a meaningful reminder of why we have to fight bigotry, intolerance, and hatred in all of its very ugly forms. The anti-Semitic threats targeting our Jewish community and community centers are horrible and are painful, and a very sad reminder of the work that still must be done to root out hate and prejudice and evil. I want to thank a great friend of mine, Dr. Ben Carson, and his beautiful family, Candy and the whole family, for joining us today. It was very special to accompany him and his family for the first time seeing the Carson exhibit. First time. Oh, I'm so proud. I love this guy. He's a great guy, really a great guy. And he can tell you better than me, but I'll tell you what, we really started something with Ben. We're very, very proud of him. Hopefully next week he'll get his approval, about 3 or 4 weeks late. And you're doing better than most, right? But the Democrats, they'll come along. I have no doubt they'll come along. But Ben is going to do a fantastic job at HUD. I have absolutely no doubt he will be one of the great ever in that position. He grew up in Detroit and had very little. He defied every statistic. He graduated from Yale, and he went on to the University of Michigan's medical school. He became a brilliant, totally brilliant neurosurgeon. Saved many lives and helped many, many people. We're going to do great things in our African-American communities together. Ben's going to work with me very, very closely. And HUD has a meaning far beyond housing. If properly done, it's a meaning that's as big as anything there is. And Ben will be able to find that true meaning and the true meaning of HUD as its secretary. So I just look forward to that. I look forward to watching that. He'll do things that nobody ever thought of. I also want to thank Senator Tim Scott for joining us today. A friend of mine, a great, great senator from South Carolina. I like the state of South Carolina. I like all those states where I won by double digits, you know, those states. But South Carolina was one, and Tim has been fantastic how he represents the people. And they love him. I also want to profoundly thank Alveda King for being here. And as we saw her uncle's wonderful exhibit, and he certainly deserves that. Mrs. King, and by the way, Miss King, I can tell you this personally because I watch her all the time, and she is a tremendous fighter for justice. And so, Alveda, thank you very much. Come up. I have been watching you for so long, and you are so incredible. And I want to thank you for all the nice things you say about me. Not everybody says nice things, but she's special.
Your family, you're the best. You're great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, darling. Appreciate it. So with that, we're going to just end this incredible beginning of a morning. But engraved in the wall very nearby, a quote by the Reverend Martin Luther King Jr. In 1955, he told the world, "We are determined to work and fight until justice runs down like water and righteousness like a mighty stream." And that's what it's going to be. We're going to bring this country together, maybe bring some of the world together, but we're going to bring this country together. We have a divided country. It's been divided for many, many years, but we're going to bring it together. I hope every day of my presidency, we will be honoring the determination and work towards a very worthy goal. And for Lonnie and David and Ben and Alveda and everybody, I just want to, I just have to say that what they've done here is something that can probably not be duplicated. It was done with love and lots of money, right, Lonnie? Lots of money. We can't avoid that. But it was done with tremendous love and passion, and that's why it's so great. So thank you all very much for being here. I appreciate it, and congratulations. This is a truly great museum. Thank you.
All right, so that wraps up our replay of President Trump speaking after his visit to the African American Museum. If you guys want to watch the clip in full or share it with your friends, you can find it on our YouTube page. That's youtube.com/Fox10Phoenix. I'm going to go ahead and give you guys a quick look at the White House. A live look at the White House right now. We're going to keep you in Washington, D.C. As you know, we've been monitoring the farewell of Bao Bao the panda. The panda at the National Zoo in D.C. will be off to China permanently. Today is the day that Bao Bao makes his departure. There is a Facebook live stream set up, courtesy of the Smithsonian National Zoo. We are going to bring that to you here as well.
Should have stayed there. He should be better off. That's a really
All right, everyone. It looks like we are having some technical difficulties. Stand by. I want to go ahead and give you guys a live look at the White House. It's working once again. We are watching the departure of Bao Bao. So we just watched Bao Bao's departure in that FedEx box. If you want to see a picture of Bao Bao, there he is. She is, excuse me. Bao Bao is a female panda. A 3-year-old panda cub leaving the zoo this morning, flying from Dulles International Airport in D.C. to Chengdu, China on a nonstop flight. Yesterday, the zoo prepared for the trip and celebrated Bao Bao with a frozen ice cake. Now, this American-born panda will eventually join a panda breeding program in China. Bao Bao will travel with a keeper and a vet during the 16-hour nonstop flight to China today. The keepers have packed Bao Bao's favorite foods, including bamboo, apples, and sweet potatoes. Now, Bao Bao is the first surviving cub born at the National Zoo since 2005. Her older brother, Taishan, left the National Zoo for China back in 2010. Their youngest sibling, Bei, was born last year in August. There is a picture of Bao Bao. I want to go ahead and pull up our sister station in DC's website. They have Bao Bao Watch as well there. You can see the FedEx truck right there. That is what Bao Bao is in. You can see lots of media at the zoo. The zoo closed to the public this morning for Bao Bao's departure. Here is one more look at Bao Bao the panda. All right, everyone, we will be back with more news now. Here's a look at the White House. More news now in just a few minutes. All right, guys, it looks like our sister station in DC, Fox, is following the FedEx truck that contains Bao Bao, the panda. So we're going to go ahead and show you guys that now. Bao Bao the panda. Again, this is Bao Bao the panda in this FedEx truck on its way to the airport. Again, for those of you just joining us, Bao Bao is in the FedEx truck on its way to the airport. All right, for those of you just joining us, you are looking at a live feed from our Fox station in DC. We are following the route that Bao Bao is on. That's right, Bao Bao the panda in a FedEx truck on her way to the airport, on her way to the Dulles International Airport in Virginia to board a nonstop flight from the east coast of America all the way to Chengdu, China. That's right. Bao Bao is going to live in China permanently. It's part of an agreement between the U.S. and China, a panda loaner program that required any cubs born in the U.S. must be sent back to China. They're allowed to stay in the U.S. up until the age of 4. Bao Bao is 3.5, which makes now the perfect time to travel back to China. Well, rather, to China the first time. This will be Bao Bao's first time in China. She'll be living there permanently and joining a breeding program by the age of 5 or 6. As of right now, it seems like we have lost the FedEx truck. It looks like the crew in DC is speeding up, hoping to catch up with the FedEx truck that we were following along. The FedEx truck that has Bao Bao inside. And it looks like we have finally caught up with the FedEx truck. You can see in the distance that FedEx truck. That is the truck that has Bao Bao the panda inside. Again, Bao Bao has officially left the National Zoo. She is on her way to the airport to fly to China. Now, Bao Bao was born in August of 2013 at the zoo as part of the National Zoo's cooperative breeding program with the China Wildlife Conservation Association. As part of the agreement with China, the pandas can stay in the U.S. until their 4th birthday. Bao Bao's flight to China will be about 16 hours. Apparently, since Bao Bao loves bamboo, they're going to take 50 pounds of bamboo, along with sweet potatoes and apples on this flight. Again, the panda is the first surviving cub born at the National Zoo since 2005. Her older brother, Taishan, left the National Zoo for China back in 2010. Their youngest sibling, Bebe, was born last year in August. So, safe to assume that Bebe has a couple more years at the National Zoo before it needs to go to China as well. Yesterday, they had many celebrations in honor of Bao Bao, including an ice cake party. For those of you just joining us, you can see in the distance there on the highway a FedEx truck. Bao Bao is inside that truck. Again, for those of you just joining us, we are watching this live feed courtesy of our Fox station in Washington, D.C. It's Bao Bao the Panda's final hours in America. Now, Bao Bao the Panda was born in August 2013 and, as part of an agreement with China, allowed to stay in America until her 4th birthday. Bao Bao, now 3.5, is heading to China to live there permanently, specifically Chengdu, China. She will enter a breeding program by the age of 5 or 6. Over the last week, the Smithsonian National Zoo has been holding a number of Goodbye Bao Bao events. We watched Bao Bao as she played at the zoo, her final days there. We're going to continue bringing you this live stream courtesy of Fox in DC. Now, for those of you interested in learning more about Bao Bao's departure, Bao Bao is scheduled to depart from Dulles International Airport at 11:30 Arizona time, so in about 2 hours and 17 minutes. Now, the airport is a ways away from the city center. We are following along our sister station at Fox in DC, bringing us this live coverage from the highway. They're following Bao Bao, who's in that FedEx truck just ahead. I want to go ahead and read some viewer comments coming in on YouTube. This one comes in from I Am Alexander saying, Bao Bao will miss us, the U.S. She was spoiled here in America. In China, she will be just another panda. DJ Dialogue, meanwhile, posting, we watched, we laughed, we teared. Bye bye, Bao Bao. All right, it looks like we have temporarily lost our Bow Bow feed coming in from DC. While we work to get that back, I want to go ahead and show you something else from DC. Yes, that is the White House. A quick look at our White House in DC. Now back to Bow Bow Watch. Again, for those of you just joining us, we are looking at a live feed coming out of Washington, D.C. Bow Bow departing for China momentarily. Bao Bao the panda in that FedEx truck you can see in the distance, on its way to the airport, soon to be flying nonstop to Chengdu, China, with a vet and some keepers, plus a lot of bamboo. And last week we showed you some final moments of Bao Bao. I'm going to go ahead and play that for you in the corner of your screen if I can, except the video player is blocking our Bao Bao watch. Let's see if I can make it a little smaller. Video of Bao Bao from last week. Bao Bao's final moments in D.C.
seeing her, Chris. We're seeing her, Chris. Here she comes. Here she comes. This is a live picture, Chris. You bet. Yep, yep, yep. She's back.
All right, everyone, we have lost that Bow Bow feed, so bye-bye Bow Bow feed, and we are going to take you now to the UN.
The EU and the OSCE and others to secure Europe's future as a continent of peace and prosperity and in accordance with Chapter 8 of the Charter. Ensure an end to the Russian aggression against Ukraine, as shown by the violation of its sovereignty and territorial integrity and the illegal annexation of Crimea and Sevastopol, through the implementation of the Minsk process with deliberations in the Normandy format via decrease in violence. Act in a manner that is conducive to long-term stability in the Balkans, and uphold and strengthen the EU enlargement policy. Commit to efforts to move the promising Cyprus peace process forward. Resolve the so-called protracted conflicts in Georgia, Moldova, and Nagorno-Karabakh without delay and in accordance with international law. Recognize the importance for peace and security of the EU Eastern Partnership. Strengthen the European instruments for confidence and security building measures and conventional arms control through the OSCE. Actively engage in disarmament to rid the world of nuclear weapons. Involve women as actors in all of this.
And it looks like we are going to be losing this UN stream in just a moment because they are taking us back to the airport in Virginia, specifically the Dallas International Airport, one of the DC airports. We'll be looking at the FedEx plane that Bow Bow will be traveling in just a moment. There it is. Bye-bye, Bow Bow.
Give Bow Bow a shot.
Again, this is the FedEx plane that will be carrying Bow Bow, transporting Bow Bow to China. While we wait for some activity, I do want to show you some of Bow Bow's final moments. Bow Bow playing at the National Zoo during her final week. Her final week. At the zoo. For those of you just joining us, we are looking at a live look at the FedEx plane at Dulles International Airport. Bao Bao the panda left the National Zoo in D.C. this morning. He has arrived at the airport. We are waiting to spot the crate that he is in. He will be traveling in a crate on that FedEx plane, along with a vet and some zookeepers. The video in the corner of your screen is from Bao Bao's final days at the zoo. Again, for those of you just joining us, you're looking at a live feed of the FedEx plane that Bao Bao will be traveling on. Bao Bao departs from Dulles International Airport and will be going on a non-stop flight to Chengdu, China. Bao Bao is a 3.5-year-old panda cub, part of a program between the U.S. and China that requires any of the panda cubs born in the U.S. to return to China by their 4th birthday. Bao Bao will enter a breeding program when she is about 5 or 6 years old. Again, this is Bao Bao Watch here on News Now. Bao Bao the panda leaving for China momentarily. Bao Bao has gotten to the airport. We followed the FedEx truck as it transported Bao Bao from the National Zoo to Dulles International Airport in Virginia. In the corner of your screen is video from earlier of Bao Bao playing at the zoo in his final moments. Meanwhile, in addition to Bao Bao Watch, we also have a live feed. Scott Pruitt, the new EPA administrator, expected to speak to EPA employees in just a few moments. But for now, back to Bao Bao Watch. All right, guys, we are going to leave Bao Bao Watch. If there's any activity, obviously we will take you back to the Bao Bao Watch. But in the meantime, we are going to take you to the EPA. Scott Pruitt speaking momentarily.
Prior to his service as Attorney General, Administrator Pruitt was in the State Senate of Oklahoma for 8 years. He originally hailed from the state of Kentucky. He earned his bachelor's degree from Georgetown College in Kentucky and then moved to Oklahoma, where he graduated from the University of Oklahoma at Tulsa Law School. Before entering public service, he practiced law for a private firm in Tulsa, Oklahoma. Administrator Pruitt and his wife of 27 years, Marilyn, are the devoted parents of 2 children, McKenna and son Katie. Gotta love those names. Administrator Pruitt, in addition to his years of experience in the public sector, is also a successful entrepreneur. As a co-owner and managing general partner of Oklahoma City's AAA minor league baseball affiliate, the Oklahoma City Redhawks, He has helped the team become one of the minor league leaders in attendance. So, as you can see, our new administrator has not only a record of public service, but also business experience that will serve him well as he undertakes his new responsibilities at our agency. Of course, I will leave it to Administrator Pruitt to share his vision and principles for his leadership at EPA, but I would like to highlight just a few examples from his biography. Some examples of how he has worked with others during his service in the public sector that I think will be of particular interest to you. As Attorney General for Oklahoma, Mr. Pruitt worked with his Democratic counterpart in Arkansas to regarding water quality in the Illinois River, which crosses the border between the two states. Together, they developed a statement of joint principles for a scientific study using EPA-approved methods, and both states agreed to be bound by the outcome. In another example from his time as Oklahoma Attorney General, Mr. Pruitt led an historic water rights settlement between the state of Oklahoma, Oklahoma City, and the Choctaw and Chickasaw tribal nations, which will preserve the ecosystems of scenic lakes and rivers on native lands. Now, as we all know, water rights cases can be lengthy, costly, and divisive. But the process developed under Administrator Pruitt's leadership has been praised widely for harnessing the principles of cooperation, hard work, and perseverance to enable parties with conflicting interests to forge common solutions. We commend you, Administrator Pruitt, for your demonstrated commitment to working with a variety of stakeholders in these very challenging situations. And we look forward to your bringing this experience and commitment to the many challenging issues that face this agency as we strive to protect the public health and environment of the people of the United States. I am confident that you will find that the dedicated public servants of EPA share your commitment to working hard and in close cooperation with our dedicated state partners to carry out our shared mission. We all understand that that is the only way we can fulfill the many responsibilities that Congress has given us. Following the law and using the best science to protect the health of our families and communities now and in the years to come. Administrator Pruitt, we are eager to hear your vision for leading EPA to achieve that mission, and then to get down to work and talk with you about the many varied aspects of our important and complex work. But first, I just have a few small gifts to welcome you to the EPA.
Yeah.
All right, guys, we are going to cut out of this because there is some activity there at the airport. Here's a close look at the FedEx Panda team. They're wearing FedEx Panda team jackets. They will be accompanying Bao Bao as he heads to China. One of our viewers, Mason, asking, when will Bao Bao be back? Bao Bao is not returning to America, guys. This is Bao Bao's final day in the United States. Bao Bao is moving to China. She will eventually enroll in a breeding program, and that is it. China will be her new home. She was born here in the U.S., but because of a deal struck between the U.S. and China, Bao Bao must return to China before or by the age of 4. She's 3.5 now. This is it for Bao Bao's time in America. As I mentioned, these are Bao Bao's final moments in America. Bao Bao already in a FedEx crate, about to be loaded onto that FedEx plane. In the corner of your screen is some video from Bao Bao's final week at the National Zoo. You can see her dancing there, enjoying her time at the zoo. Bao Bao, a celebrity in DC, 3.5 years old, on her way to China forever. Again, Bao Bao about to board a one-way flight to China, Chengdu, China. She is leaving Dulles International Airport, flying on a 16-hour non-stop flight. She'll be the only panda on the plane, traveling with a keeper and a veterinarian. In preparation for the trip, keepers have packed Bao Bao's favorite foods, including bamboo, apple, and sweet potatoes. Again, after spending her entire life at the Smithsonian's National Zoo in DC, 3-year-old panda Bao Bao will be heading off to China. Bao Bao was born back in August of 2013 and is part of the National Zoo's cooperative breeding program with the China Wildlife Conservation Association. Basically, there is a loan agreement. Her parents are in DC on loan, and that loan agreement stipulates that any cub that's born is required to go to China. They can stay here until they're 4 years old. Bao Bao is 3.5. The National Zoo animal keeper Marty Deary says it's the right and perfect time for Bao Bao to head back to China. Now, the zookeeper says that it's not unusual for a wild panda to move a long distance away from the natal area where they were born. A zoo visitor, a frequent zoo visitor, Joyce Podmakin, is sad that Bao Bao has left. She spoke with our local Fox station in DC a few days ago saying, "Let Bao Bao stay here. She is only the second panda born in the zoo in 50 years that has survived. Let us keep her. Let all of the Chinese come see our Bao Bao." Again, Bao Bao is the first surviving cub born at the National Zoo since 2005. Her older brother, Taishan, left the Washington, D.C. Zoo for China back in 2010. Their youngest sibling, Bebe, was born last year in August. Again, guys, we are on Bow Bow Watch here on Fox 10 News Now. Bow Bow still has not boarded the plane quite yet. Bow Bow is in a FedEx crate. It was a sad day for panda enthusiasts in D.C. as Bow Bow officially departed the National Zoo for the final time. Bow Bow's last moments in America. You guys are watching it here on News Now. All right, joining me now for Bow Bow Watch is Ron Hoon. Ron, typically we talk politics during our 10 a.m. segment here on News Now. Bow Bow is in D.C., so
Yes,
I'm
okay, there's
assuming
the connection.
it was a political panda.
I know. Well, like I said on the air, I didn't think Scott Pruitt would speak until Bow Bow left because he was going to be totally upstage. In fact, as soon as you tried to put Scott Pruitt on our live feed, people were like, no.
We want Bow Bow.
We want Bow Bow. So it just kind of proved my point that Bow Bow's more popular
I know.
than a mid-level administration official, even a higher ranking one. Yeah, well, it's going to be an interesting day, that's for sure. Sean Spicer comes back to the microphone today,
I know. Will
right?
Sean Spicer comment on Bow Bow's departure? This is a big event in D.C., the National Zoo losing its panda. But yeah, Sean Spicer, White House press secretary, returning to the podium. We haven't seen him in a while.
It's
it
interesting.
Feels like.
I think it'll be interesting today to see the overall kind of give and take with the press because there was once a president who things were going so well for him, things really went so smoothly during his presidency that it was known as the era of good feelings. That was James Monroe. So you had Washington, Adams, Jefferson, Madison, and then Monroe. Well, you surely can't describe recent times like that in Washington. There's so much give and take back and forth the poll. However, so far over the last 18-hour news cycle, President Trump seems to be maybe moving a little bit more in that direction. I mean, I can't think of another topic that he's received both Republican and Democratic praise for than his announcement yesterday of the new NSA director. Right?
Right.
So McMaster, H.R. McMaster, longtime military leader, highly respected in both military and political circles. Sounds like he was the right man for the job, because you're seeing praise literally come from Republicans and Democrats both. The president did actually, some people had said, why are you not coming out, speaking out more forcefully on this horrible problem that we seem to be having in just recent days with people targeting Jewish centers.
Right.
And so he was forceful about it today. In fact, it was while he was at the African American History Museum, talking about how horrible, that was the word he used, these events are, and that they, quote, have to stop. So, he did, over the course of his campaign, he did say he was going to be a law and order president. So, the fact that he's speaking out forcefully against this.
Right. A lot of critics were very concerned that Trump hadn't come out and, spelled it out.
Right.
He had hinted at it, but he hadn't blatantly said, this is wrong, this needs to stop. Right. Yesterday, Ivanka Trump had tweeted about it with the hashtag JCC, which stands for Jewish Community Centers, and I saw a lot of people tweeting her back like, oh, why doesn't your dad say this, send this message, this and that. So it is good that the president has now put that message out there.
Yeah. I wonder, we know that he watches a lot of news coverage. Mm-hmm. We know that he loves social media, despite the fact a lot of people in Washington, more traditional types, have been saying get off social media.
Right.
He is big on it. But I wonder what it's like for him sometimes going through the feed, not his tweets, but the replies. Because,
if I were at that level, I would not be able to physically be on Twitter. I would have to have someone else.
Would you?
In charge of my Twitter that just reads selective replies.
Yeah.
Because that would just be overwhelming. I'm assuming Trump gets tweeted like 100 times a second.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm exaggerating,
Correct.
but I wouldn't be surprised if it's something that high.
Right. I just like the fact that you have thought it through of how it will work for you when you're at that level.
When, not if. Did you see how I phrased that? You got to put it out there in the world, guys.
There you go. Samia, building her political street cred here on News Now, and the next thing you know, big political office in the future. It sounds like McMaster was a very popular choice. Mm-hmm. What else can you do but praise him for his... really, it seemed like very heartfelt remarks after his tour at the African American History Museum.
And those remarks were delivered this morning. We have it in full on our YouTube page in case you guys missed it.
Yeah, and it is Black History Month.
It is.
And I wasn't even aware of it, but a few days ago, apparently the First Lady toured. So, and he mentioned, in that press availability afterwards that she's still talking about how powerful it was.
And what was interesting about Donald Trump's tour of the African American Museum this morning, he was joined by Ben Carson, and it was the first time that Ben Carson had seen the display in his honor at the museum.
Yeah. So, and the president mentioned that briefly. So, when a relatively new institution goes up in Washington, a city that is absolutely full of incredible places for you to go and visit. And there's nothing like a presidential visit to bring new attention to it. So I'm sure plenty of people will actually take the time to, go take a look and learn a little bit more about such a crucial part of our history. I just as a dad, taking my kids on tours around the country, I always tried to make history interesting for them.
Right.
I literally got a text yesterday from my son on a YouTube video about the Midnight Ride of Paul Revere. He's like, thank you for all those years ago taking us to the Old North Church when we were in Boston. But the history of this country, which is displayed in that museum in Washington and so many others, really truly is so fascinating. I didn't know till I watched this video today that when Henry Wadsworth Longfellow wrote the poem, The Midnight Ride of Paul Revere, listen, my children, and you shall hear, that he specifically wrote it because we were on the verge of war, the verge of
Interesting.
civil war, and he was trying to kind of rally his countrymen to have pride, you know, of sort of a sense of patriotic pride because he knew what was coming.
I told you guys, every single day on News Now, you're getting a history lesson from Ron Hoon.
Yes, I'm trying.
It's always so interesting listening to Ron and the facts that he has in that brain of his.
Yeah, it's all rolling around up
But,
here.
I mean, D.C. is an interesting place, and there is so much history there, and there's so many great museums and exhibits and things to see in D.C. I was actually just thinking about this yesterday. D.C. is one of those places when you stand in front of the White House, it's such a powerful feeling to stand outside the White House, to stand on the steps of the Lincoln Memorial. I really think every American should make their way to D.C. at least once in their life.
Totally agree. And I was there a couple of years ago. I'm going to go back later this year. And I really couldn't
You could have
agree.
seen Bao Bao.
Yes, right. I didn't time that part very well.
But Bao Bao has a sibling, Bebe, only 1 year old.
Oh, there you go.
A couple more years at the National Zoo there.
Nice.
Before Bebe has to go back to China as well.
Okay, so Bao Bao's gone, Bebe's here.
For now.
But it is, yeah, you're exactly right. You just have such a sense of, you know, we get all caught up in the day-to-day politics and the back and forth and everything else. But you leave that town with a patriotic feeling, you know, because you're surrounded not just by the current politicians of today, and, you know, they're all meeting behind closed doors. It's not like you can peer through a window in the White House and see what's going on, or up onto the 5th floor of the State Department or whatever. And you're aware that a lot of that is happening, but it's just, you are surrounded by the icons, the legends of our country, and there's still so much to learn about them. And sometimes, I think in our current, especially in our current political angst, you know, where people are so divided.
Right.
It's like, thank goodness we do have these icons that we can all agree were so crucial to the success of our, especially the early century of our republic. So, I'm right there with you. Someday, my next career line will be I'll be a tour guide in D.C. That would be cool. I will tell you.
You would do very well.
Yeah, I will tell you that the last time I was there, I made it a point to get up super early. I'm enough of a cheapskate. I wasn't going to pay for the fancy hotels downtown. I was staying out in the suburbs, and I got up real early and drove into downtown Washington and parked there at the National Mall and walked up to the Lincoln Memorial right at sunrise.
Oh, wow. You got up early. But you're on a morning show.
Right,
You're used
so it wasn't
to
that bad. But there was a girl sitting on one of the steps looking out at the sunrise as I walked past her. And then I walked into the monument itself. There's that huge, bigger-than-life statue of Abraham Lincoln.
Right.
And it was just him and me.
Wow.
For about 3 or 4 minutes, and then eventually somebody else came walking in. And by the time I left, about a half hour later, the first busloads of tourists had arrived, and that was by about 8 in the morning. So if you want to have an incredible experience, go early. Go like at sunrise, even if it's 6 in the morning, and you can kind of have the whole place to yourself. It was amazing.
D.C. is amazing. Have you been to the National Zoo?
No.
I haven't either.
Yeah. There just seems like with the Smithsonian, you know, and with all the different museums and
there's so much to see.
Just the tour, I totally dug the tour of the Library of Congress. You might not think it would be interesting.
Well, I imagine someone like you, Ron Hoon, who's not only a history lover, but a politics lover, that D.C. is the ultimate place for you.
Yes, yeah. Well, it was, in fact, but here's the thing people don't even realize. You can go on a tour of the Library of Congress, and there's a tunnel that goes straight from the Library of Congress that just average people can wander through, that eventually comes out the other end, and you're at the Capitol building.
Wow.
And then you can sign up there for your tours of the Capitol. And they have a new, almost like IMAX movie screen, and it's really fantastic. So, yeah, it's cool. Yeah, it's really good, I think, to take one step back and one step above and kind of look down on the total landscape of the city and the story of 280 years of great American history.
And come March, the White House will reopen for its tours as well.
Yeah.
Which is exciting.
Yeah, no kidding.
Perhaps we should all make our way to DC soon, guys.
Absolutely.
Field trip.
So
Fox 10 field trip.
Fox 10 field trip. I haven't seen much movement out of Bao Bao.
No, so Bao Bao is in a crate.
Okay.
And it's a FedEx crate, and it will be loaded onto this FedEx plane. The official departure time, I believe, is 11:30 Arizona time, so we're about less than an hour away. But we've been monitoring this plane. We've seen the Panda staff on board. They're wearing special FedEx Panda jackets.
Oh, are they really?
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
And
they showed up for work this morning. The boss is like, "Here's your extra large."
And
Here you go.
yeah, we have not seen the crate put onto the plane quite yet. Bao Bao will be joined by a vet and a keeper.
Okay.
And a lot of food, like 50 pounds of bamboo.
Yeah.
Apples, things like that.
I wonder
Sweet potatoes.
I wonder if Bao Bao will attract this much attention in China, for goodness
Well, that was
sakes.
the thing. One of our viewers was saying that Bao Bao was special here in America. In China, he'll be just another panda. I was like,
there you go.
funny comment, viewer.
Funny for sure. Well, I can see by the old clock on the wall. I gotta go.
All right, Ron Hoon. Well, thank you for giving us your insight into politics, DC, and of course, Bao Bao.
Bao Bao.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye, SK.
And we're going to continue with Bao Bao Watch here on News Now. I'm going to go ahead and play for you guys some video of Bao Bao's final moments. There's Bao Bao dancing
Aww.
at the zoo.
Who doesn't love that?
In the last week. So precious. I wish Bao Bao would stay, I'll be honest. I don't want Bao Bao to go. Viewer Thimad Bird asking, where are they flying to in China? Well, Bao Bao is going to Chengdu, China. It's a nonstop flight, 16 hours departing Dulles International Airport. Bao Bao left the National Zoo in D.C. this morning. We are waiting for Bao Bao to board that FedEx plane. For those of you just joining us, you are looking at a live feed from the airport. Bao Bao the panda will be leaving for China on a nonstop flight from Dulles International Airport. We are waiting for Bao Bao the panda to board the aircraft. In the corner of your screen is video of Bao Bao enjoying her final days at the National Zoo in D.C.
seeing her, Chris. We're seeing her, Chris. Here she comes. Here she comes. This is a live picture, Chris. You bet. Yep. She's back. Cool.
Again, guys, you are looking at a live feed from the airport where Bao Bao will depart from. Dulles International Airport. Bao Bao will go on a nonstop flight to Chengdu, China. Bao Bao is not returning to the U.S. We'll go back to this Bao Bao feed in a minute, but we do want to take you to New York in the meantime. There was a cow on the loose, a bull on the loose in New York City. The animal has now been captured, and it looks like they are lifting the animal now. Bull on the loose in New York City. Specifically, Queens. The borough of Queens. As you can see, the bull is tied up. It can be inferred that they tranquilized the bull, who was previously running on the loose in the borough of Queens in New York City. It's been an interesting day here on the News Now stream. Earlier this morning, we saw a coyote on the loose at the Burbank Airport in Southern California. Then throughout the morning, we've been covering a panda in its final moments in the U.S. and now a bull on the loose captured in Queens, New York. A very animal-centric News Now feed this morning. Now, just a heads up, if you haven't been on Twitter, Queens is the #1 trend on Twitter right now. Obviously, a result of this cow on the loose in Jamaica, Queens, in New York. Now, according to some local news reporters in New York, this bull escaped a nearby slaughterhouse and started fleeing. There's some interesting video posted on Twitter. If you search the Queens trend, you can see some ground video of this bull on the loose. Here's a post by someone on Twitter, Vladimir Vilsaint, who posted these images on Twitter of the cow on the loose. You can see this New York Daily News reporter, Edgar Sandoval, sharing this video on Twitter of the cow on the loose. That's right, cow on the loose. A cow escaping a nearby slaughterhouse in Queens. Quite a scene there in Queens. Here are the live aerials coming in, courtesy of Fox in New York. The bull has now been detained, tranquilized, and is being transported. All right, I want to go ahead and show you some of the tweets coming in. This one coming an hour ago. I'm watching a police standoff with a cow on the loose in Queens. You can't make this up. Again, it was a cow chase. Queens, the #1 trend on Twitter right now because of this animal on the loose. Let's go back now to the live images coming in. All right, we're going to continue to monitor this scene where a bull on the loose has been captured. Mike Pace joining you with more news now here. We have a bull on the loose and, of course, Bow Bow Watch.
Welcome, everybody, to the Fox FNN News Downstream. I'm your host, Mike Pace. Going to be here with you for the next 2 hours here. We're taking aerial coverage of that bull on the loose, now being captured. It is sedated as the crews are working to get it out of the neighborhood. This happened on Lakewood Avenue near Archer in Jamaica, Queens. The cow came running down Marson near 168th Street at around 11:30 local time. The bull followed dozens of police officers who had it cornered in one resident's backyard. We're taking a look at that. It escaped from a slaughterhouse on Jamaica Avenue. A butcher told Bauman that they were moving a large group of those cows, and he believes that one may have heard a noise and got scared and escaped through the fencing. The bull was hit with a few tranquilizer darts, but kept on going. He was eventually cornered in a backyard and captured. All right, everybody, now we are following. We do see the crate where Baba is in and getting ready to get on that FedEx plane back to China. So little Bao Bao will be going on a 16-hour non-stop flight on a personalized FedEx plane accompanied by one of her keepers and a veterinarian. Also on board, nearly 60 pounds of bamboo and other treats and a box of letters from well-wishers all across the country. Baba was leaving the U.S. for China as part of a cooperative breeding program between the National Zoo and the China Wildlife Conservation Association. All giant pandas born at the National Zoo must be sent to live in China before the age of 4, the program mandates. And there we go, our first look here at the crate.
Senior Vice President for Government Affairs at FedEx Corporation. A special welcome to Minister Zhu Kang, Minister for Commercial Affairs, and his esteemed colleagues at the Chinese Embassy, the Smithsonian National Zoo, our loyal FedEx customers and employees here today, and the members of the media. I am also happy to introduce Rush O'Keefe, who's our Senior Vice President for Legal and Regulatory Affairs at FedEx Express. Earlier today, a FedEx 777 freighter known as FedEx Panda Express departed our global headquarters in Memphis, Tennessee, en route to our nation's capital here in Washington for this very special delivery. We at FedEx are incredibly proud to donate our logistical services to transport Bao Bao on her 16-hour nonstop journey to her homeland of China. Now it is my pleasure to introduce FedEx's President and Chief Operating Officer, Mr. Dave Bronczak. Dave?
Well, welcome and thank you for being here. We have been told to make this brief because we need to be on time to make our slot, and of course, flying over the Chinese airspace, we want to be on time. We pride ourselves on being on time, but this is a great day, and I was talking to the Chinese ambassador at the zoo earlier today, and the Chinese minister just now, and these pandas are really very special. They're a treasure for China. They're a treasure for us here in the United States, and as the minister just mentioned to me, they're a treasure for the whole world. It really is true. There are only 1,800 of these giant pandas. I'm sure you've seen them up close and personal. They're so incredibly adorable, and they're just amazing. We are very proud and privileged to be able to fly the pandas from China to the United States, and of course flying Bao Bao back to China. This is not the first time we've flown pandas. We've flown pandas many times before and into Washington Dulles Airport in the past. So we are privileged. It's an honor. I'm thrilled to be here. Thank you all for being here. I did want to say on behalf of all of our 450,000 great men and women, and you have them here, I thank you all of our great teammates at FedEx, and of course our pilots that are flying the great 777 that we have. On behalf of all of us, and of course our chairman Fred Smith, thank you for being here. It's an honor for us to fly these giant pandas, and now I'm going to introduce Gina again, who will introduce the minister.
Thank you. Thank you. Welcome. Thank you, Dave. Now it's my distinct pleasure to invite Minister Zhu Hong, Minister for Commercial Affairs, to the podium to say a few words. Minister?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for coming today. On behalf of the Ambassador Cui Tiankai, I would like to extend my congratulations for the FedEx and for the Smithsonian Zoo for their excellent ceremony. I would like to thank FedEx to have such a gorgeous ceremony and such a big plane, which is only enjoyed by the President thoroughly to Chengdu, China for Bao Bao. I would also like to thank zoos care for conservation and take care for the bao bao. Now bao bao is back to China, go back to the home. But actually, she is the Chinese Americans. She was born. She has the blood of China, but she was born in America. I believe that she has many experience and friendship from so many American people, and she will miss her days in Washington, D.C. And I think she is also going back very delightfully, because she will make friends in Chengdu, in Sichuan province, to make many new friends back to China. And most importantly, she is also going to meet her boyfriend. And I was told that it is difficult to find a boyfriend. The scientists should do a lot of work to distribute the most suitable boyfriend for her. So I wish her good luck for her and for the Panda family, and hopefully she could find a good boyfriend, and in 2 years' time I was told that she may have a new baby, and fortunately she could have in her whole life will have 5 to 6 kids. Some of them may be back to USA again, and hopefully to extend her story for the friendship of our two countries. Finally, I would like to Bao Bao have a pleasant and safety trip. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Minister. Now I'd like to invite Dennis Kelly, the director of the National Zoo, up to say a few words. Dennis.
Thank you so much, Gina. What a wonderful day. What a great day. I'm Dennis Kelly, the director of Smithsonian's National Zoo and Conservation Biology Institute. On behalf of the Secretary of the Smithsonian, thank you for being here. But thank you so much to FedEx and all the people of FedEx for all they've done for conservation. They're helping us save species. So thank you so much. I also want to recognize one of the keepers who was here when Bao Bao was born. He trained in China, but Juan Rodriguez has come out from Front Royal, Virginia to be with us today. So thank you, Juan, for being here. Today marks another milestone in our race to save giant pandas from extinction. Every birth is important. As we've said, there's only 1,800 pandas in the wild, 400 in human care. Every birth is so important. And Bao Bao going back, as the minister said, is important because she will have a boyfriend, and our team has worked so hard for so many years to make sure that giant pandas stay on the earth. Our team works so closely. It's a collaboration with not just scientists, not just universities. The Chinese Wildlife and Conservation Association, our partners, are working so hard to save those species. Collaboration with folks like FedEx is so important. Bao Bao is a symbol of how zoos, universities, governments, great corporations like FedEx are working to save species from extinction. They represent something very special for our team. You know, Bao Bao is only the second surviving cub born at the National Zoo in 45 years. That's how hard it is. So it's very bittersweet for us at the National Zoo to see her go. But it's my hope, it's my dream that Bao Bao's offspring, her descendants, will be once reintroduced back into the wild of China. In closing, let me say that giant pandas only recently have been reclassified from endangered to vulnerable. It's because of the collaboration, the work of scientists, the work of partners like FedEx, work of our Chinese colleagues, that we are making a difference in saving giant pandas and so many species from extinction. Saving species is a forever business, so we're proud to partner with FedEx. We're proud that we can contribute a little bit to saving species from extinction. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dennis. All right, it's almost time. Now, without further ado, let us turn our attention to the FedEx Panda Express, which is just about ready to take off for Chengdu. As you can see, the aircraft is absolutely, positively all about pandas. The special delivery decal was applied by our very own FedEx employees in Memphis earlier this week, and we've taken a number of other steps to help pave the way for a smooth ride for Bao Bao. At this time, let's prepare to bid a fond farewell to Bao Bao, and let's wish everyone on board the FedEx Panda Express safe travels to China. We look forward to hearing all about their arrival tomorrow.
下了呗，别往那些，反正你也不用推。
有点，
还有点。现在操作机械科每把往前踏上，背后的注意它往平滑行，然后马上就
千万不要说能够啊！
是的，
平安这里，出去搞对象不好听。
在他们即将的娃娃也这样踏上了这个一座大岭，一座大岭，平安顺利。 跟后边那个帽子有点再来一遍，还必须得走关仓。
对啊，你有那意思，我这边看着关你就开始。
能看见是吧？那就是告诉我，声音没问题啊。
说话。说完你就闪一下，我往这边摇啊。
往左闪，往这边。
对对对，你不用闪一下。
身体别动。
完全关闭。 did change. I know, I just noticed everybody starting.
All right, everybody, welcome. Fox 10 News Now stream out here in Phoenix here, where there is a car into this building here, the carpet and tile store there, Central and Mojave. Looking here from Skyfox Aerials. In just a little bit, everyone, we will have Sean Spicer, White House press briefing. That's coming up probably within the next 10 minutes there. And no injuries being associated with this crash here, we're learning as well. No injuries associated with the crash. Watching live here, sometimes that shock freezes up for just a little bit. Stay right here with us. All right, looks like that shot is freezing up on us. Looks like you're now inside the White House, waiting on John Spicer to hit the podium.
Hey, good afternoon, everyone. It's been a little while. Hope you missed me. Absolutely. We've got a lot to talk about today, so let's get right to it. First off, I want to acknowledge the tragic plane crash that occurred in Australia that took the lives of 5 individuals, including 4 Americans. The President's thoughts and prayers are with the families of the victims, and the U.S. Embassy and Consulate are ready to provide necessary and appropriate assistance. Moving on, the President was honored to announce that Lieutenant General McMaster will be his national security advisor. General McMaster served his nation in the United States Army for over 3 decades, including during Operation Iraqi Freedom, Operation Enduring Freedom, and Desert Storm. The President met with many distinguished and qualified candidates for the position, and he has said that he will continue to consider many of them for other positions within the administration. He is especially pleased that Lieutenant General Kellogg will stay on as the National Security Council Chief of Staff. The President is proud to welcome General McMaster to the team. We have full authority to structure the office to his desires to best serve its ultimate mission, which is to protect the American interests at home and abroad. This morning, Secretary Kelly and the Department of Homeland Security released memos regarding the implementation of 2 of the President's executive orders that are designed to protect the homeland. These 2 memos provide explicit guidance to DHS staff on how to carry out 2 executive orders signed by the President on January 25th, one dealing with interior enforcement and one dealing with border security. Perhaps most critically, the President is empowering DHS to carry out the immigration laws currently on the books. Of course, DHS gave a full briefing on these memos this morning, but just to briefly summarize a few of the facts. The memo regarding the executive order enhancing public safety in the interior of the United States outlines several practices and policies in order to strengthen the efficient and faithful execution of this country's immigration laws. That includes hiring more ICE agents and officers, as well as additional mission support and legal staff necessary to support their activities. This memo also directs the establishment of the Victims of Immigration Crime Engagement Office within ICE, fulfilling another major campaign promise of the President. This office will facilitate the engagement with victims and their families to ensure that their questions and concerns regarding immigration enforcement efforts are addressed. The memo regarding the executive order Border Security and Immigration Enforcement Improvements outlines the steps that DHS will take to secure the nation's southern border, prevent further illegal immigration, and to repatriate illegal immigrants swiftly, consistently, and humanely. This includes immediately identifying and allocating all sources of available funding for the planning, design, construction, and maintenance of a wall along our southern border, and hiring of additional personnel, including 5,000 additional CBP border agents. Again, I would refer you to DHS for further comment on these specific memos. There are fact sheets and Q&As on the DHS website that address many of the intricacies and areas within each of these executive orders that you might have questions on. Also this weekend, the President had calls with the President of Panama and the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago. Readouts of those calls have both been provided. The President's team this weekend also had a very productive meeting on the President's plan to repeal and replace Obamacare and ensure that it is replaced with a system that works for all Americans. Back to the President's schedule today. In honor of Black History Month, the President started his day by visiting the National Museum of African American History and Culture. The museum opened last September and has quickly become one of Washington's most visited attractions. The President was joined by a group of individuals that included his daughter Ivanka, Dr. Ben Carson and his wife, Senator Tim Scott, Alveda King, the niece of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., Museum Director Lonnie Bunch, Dr. David Skorkin, who was the Secretary of the Smithsonian, and as well as others. The President commented several times during his tour about how impressed he was with the museum. Some of the exhibits that he was particularly drawn to included the section on Harriet Tubman, which featured a shawl that was given to her by Queen Victoria in the late 1800s, the section of the museum that featured the courageous contribution of African Americans that have made to the United States military, and the President was particularly pleased by the Muhammad Ali exhibit with the quote, "I shook up the world," prominently displayed. The President also enjoyed viewing for the first time with Dr. and Mrs. Carson the exhibit dedicated to his extraordinary life. Similarly, Alveda King, who had never viewed the museum's exhibit on her uncle, the President was honored that he was able to share this experience with the two of them specifically. The President further expressed his appreciation for the tour and said he looks forward to returning again. His desire is to honor the immense contributions of courageous African American leaders throughout our history by building a more unified country dedicated to liberty and justice. This afternoon, the President will have a routine classified National Security Council briefing in the Situation Room, in addition to his presidential daily briefing, which he received earlier this morning. Then, this evening, the President will have dinner with the Vice President. I'm sure that they will discuss the Vice President's recent trip to Europe. The Vice President was an incredible representative for our nation and the President during his time, where he reiterated our support for European allies in unified pursuit of the noble ideas of freedom, democracy, and justice, and the rule of law, and discussing how to do more to encourage all NATO allies to meet their financial obligations and commitments. During his speech before the Munich Security Conference on Saturday, the Vice President conveyed the administration's unwavering commitment to Europe's peace and prosperity, especially remembering the tens of thousands of Americans who gave their lives to defend those ideals during both World War I and II. These shared sacrifices are the backbone of our alliance and our mission of security through strength. During his time in Munich, the Vice President also met with 9 world leaders. The Vice President and these leaders discussed the issues most pressing to them, including the escalating violence in eastern Ukraine and the role of NATO in the fight against ISIS. The Vice President also met in Brussels with the President of Vice President Tusk of the Council of European Union and the NATO Secretary General. As a candidate for office, President Trump actually called attention repeatedly to the fact that for too long, many of our other NATO allies have not been sharing the financial burden. The President looks forward to working closely with NATO to advance our shared objectives. A strong NATO means a safer world, and the United States looks forward to working with our partners in NATO to achieve just that. Looking ahead to the President's upcoming schedule, tomorrow he'll meet with Secretary of State Tillerson, fresh off his trip to Germany for the G20 Foreign Ministers Summit. They'll discuss the President's foreign policy agenda and the Secretary's upcoming trip to Mexico. Thursday morning, he'll have a listening session regarding job creation in the manufacturing sector with CEOs and business leaders from different industries. On Friday, he'll deliver remarks to the Conservative Political Action Conference, and we are just 1 week out today from the President's joint address to Congress. The President will continue to work closely with his team to craft a speech that lays out his ambitious policy agenda that will benefit all Americans. Plans are currently in the works for pre- and post-address activities for the President and his staff, and we'll have more updates as the week goes on. Before I take your questions, I want to address the recent threats and acts of vandalism on Jewish community centers throughout the country. The President said this morning, I just want to reiterate, quote, "The anti-Semitic threats targeting our Jewish community centers are horrible and painful, and a very sad reminder of the work that we must do, the work that must be done to root out hate and prejudice and evil." With that, take some of your questions. Jim Stinson.
Sean?
Yeah.
Sean, thank you. I was curious if the President regrets or wants to clarify his characterization, by the way, I have two questions, of the media as an enemy of the American people.
I think the President has been very clear that certain outlets have gone out of their way to not represent his record accurately, and it is a concern to him. And I think some reporters, he has deep respect for the First Amendment, for the role of the press. I've addressed this multiple times in the past. He has a healthy respect for the press, but I think that it's a two-way street, as I've also said before, and I think that the President understands that certain outlets have gone out of their way to not be completely accurate and fair in their coverage of what's going on.
Speaking of the media, I've noticed 2 times in the last week that you've been directly contradicted by 2 members of the media, one of them Bill Maher of HBO, who said that in front of guests at Mar-a-Lago, the President was briefed on classified North Korean situation.
Say that again. I'm sorry.
The President and the Prime Minister of Japan were briefed in front of guests.
No, I didn't say that.
No. This is what was being said on HBO, that the President and the Prime Minister were briefed on classified information in front of guests at Mar-a-Lago. I just want to clarify, did that happen?
No.
Or did they go
No, I think I walked through this timeline before, Jim, and it's amazing. A photo gets put out, the President's got a piece of paper, and the immediate conclusion is he's got to be talking about classified information. The President was briefed on the situation in North Korea prior to the dinner in a skiff that's at Mar-a-Lago. He went and had dinner. He discussed the logistics of the press conference, which I've talked to you all about before. There was a question as to where to hold the press conference. They had a discussion about the logistics of it. And subsequent to that dinner, he was briefed again in a skiff with updates on the situation in North Korea. That's it, plain and simple. But to your first question, I think that it's amazing that the immediate jump of conclusion to several outlets was, well, there's a piece of paper. It must be classified. I don't, it's amazing to see that. And to see people jump to that conclusion that he's surrounded by his staff and members of the Japanese delegation, the conclusion is they must be doing something nefarious or wrong. In fact, he followed every procedure that's laid out. And I think in some cases it's disheartening to realize that those are the kind of immediate conclusions that somebody jumps to. When you talk about coverage, we have a free press. We have the right for our people to say and do what they believe. But at some point, it is incumbent upon people to try to get it right. And in that case, it wasn't even attempted. It was a jump to conclusion by many to say that there must be something else going on, when in fact we were able to provide a very, very clear tick-tock as to far as what had happened. And that, Jessica.
Question about the resignation of the 10 people off the Asian American Council.
Right.
That happened last week, and in the letter they said in part, we can no longer serve a president whose policies aim to create outcomes that are diametrically opposite to our principles, goals, and charge. First of all, what's the White House's reaction, and do you plan to appoint your own members to this council?
Yeah, those members of that council were political appointees of the Obama administration. Their terms were set to expire this year. So it's not surprising in the sense that they were appointees of Barack Obama. They were going to have their terms expire. But I get it. But most political appointees from other agencies or whatever would automatically resign because of the term of these individuals. They would carry through to later in the year. But I don't think it's surprising that people who were appointed by Barack Obama to fulfill his agenda suddenly understand that there is a new administration in town and didn't want to stay on board. But we will make sure that we appoint people to this task force. It's important. It's something that's provided guidance to multiple presidents in the past, and we will continue to do that. Shannon.
On the
On the statement today about the anti-Semitic acts,
Yeah.
What specifically is the president going to do to address that issue? And along those lines, there were reports earlier on that he was considering changing the mandate of this countering violent extremism program to focus just on Islamic extremist groups. Is he still considering that, or would he also leave the scope of the program to also consider?
Are you talking about the travel executive order?
No. This is the countering violent extremism program
Right.
that.
Yeah, and again, I think we're getting ahead of ourselves there. There's nothing to announce on that front. And secondly, to the first part of your question, I think the president's going to do what he's talked about since election night. It's through deed and action. Talk about how we can unify this country and speak out against, hate, anti-Semitism, racism, and he's going to continue to do that. And I think that he will show you over the course of months and years through what he does in terms of his policies and his speech that he is going to be a president that brings people together, that unites them, and that speaks very, very forcefully against those who are seeking to do hate or to tear people down because of their religion or their gender or the color of their skin. I mean, those are all things that I think the president's clear on. John.
Two questions unrelated, if I could. The next big piece in the immigration profile here at the White House is going to be the new executive order. Is the president confident that this one will pass legal muster? And if he is, what gives him that confidence?
Well, I think I want to be clear that we feel confident that we're still going to prevail on the case, the merits of the case. I think that, as was seen in the case of Massachusetts, once it is fully adjudicated, we will prevail because the authority is granted to the president to do what he has to protect the country. So I feel very, very confident about where we're going to. The second track that he's made very clear as well is that until that occurs, we're going to have a dual track system, and that we're going to make sure that we implement a second executive order that is tailored to achieve the same goals, but in accordance with what the court said. So we've been working very closely with the Department of State, Department of Homeland Security, Department of Justice, and the team here at the White House to make sure that the next step achieves the president's goal of protecting the country and does so in a way that recognizes the concerns that the court had until we prevail at a later time. So it's a dual track thing.
Second question. Will this administration send American terror suspects picked up overseas to Guantanamo Bay for interrogation?
I'm not going to. I'm not going to discuss that right now. As the president has said very clearly before, we don't telegraph what we're going to do. I think he has made very clear, though, that he believes that Guantanamo Bay does serve a very, very healthy purpose in our national security and making sure that we don't bring terrorists to our seas. But I'm not going to get into what we may or may not do in the future. Again, I'm just not going to mark it.
John, I want to give you a chance to respond to something because I think that the president's remarks and your clarification about where he stands on anti-Semitism is clear. But after that statement was made by the president, the Anne Frank Center released a pretty strongly worded one, saying that these remarks, while well received, are a Band-Aid on the cancer within the Trump administration, saying that there is, whether blessed or otherwise, a sense of xenophobia within this administration.
Yeah, I think look, the president has made clear since the day he was elected, and frankly going back through the campaign, that he is someone that seeks to unite this country. He has brought a diverse group of folks into his administration, both in terms of actual positions and people that he has sought the advice of. And I think he has been very forceful with his denunciation of people who seek to attack people because of their hate, because of their religion, because of their gender, because of the color of their skin. And it's something that he's going to continue to fight and make very, very clear that he has no place in this administration. But I think that it's ironic that no matter how many times he talks about this, that it's never good enough. Today, I think, was an unbelievably forceful comment by the president as far as his denunciation of the actions that are currently targeted towards Jewish community centers. But I think that he's been very clear previous to this that he wants to be someone that brings his country together and not divide people, especially in those areas. So I saw that statement. I wish that they had praised the president for his leadership in this area, and I think that hopefully as time continues to go by, they recognize his commitment to civil rights, to voting rights to equality for all Americans.
And can
Yeah.
you just add, Sean,
Yeah.
on that, the Southern
We're starting
poverty-
early with the 2 questions.
Sorry, Sean, the Southern Poverty, I think you'll want to respond to this.
Okay.
Southern Poverty Law Center said that the number of anti-Muslim groups in the U.S. has tripled between 2015 and 2016 during the time of the campaign. Is this message within the administration, anti-Semitism is not allowed, xenophobia is not allowed, anti-Muslim sentiment within the administration, has the president been forceful about that particular issue?
Well, I think that the president, in terms of his desire to combat radical Islamic terrorism, he understands that people who want to express a peaceful position have every right in our Constitution. But if you come here or want to express views that seek to do our country or our people harm, he's going to fight it aggressively, whether it's domestic acts that are going on here or attempts through people abroad to come into this country. So there's a big difference between preventing attacks and making sure that we keep this country safe so that there is no loss of life and allowing people to express themselves in accordance with our First Amendment. Those are 2 very, very different things. Like, yeah.
Sean, you talked about how the manufacturing. I didn't know where you were going.
No, it's, as long as we're in the back.
That's all right. Talk next.
We'll go next. You can get next.
You said the manufacturing CEOs are coming on Thursday, so let me ask you something that's important to them, which is the border adjustment tax. The president earlier this year called it, quote, too complicated. Does he still feel that way? And whether he feels this is complicated or not, is there something within the administration one way or another about whether the president, the administration wants to see this in or out of the tax package?
So there's several pieces to that I'll try to unpack. That counts as like 8 questions, Blake.
Does he feel it's complicated?
No.
And what's your preference?
So first of all, on the meeting on Thursday, this is going to be a really historic opportunity for CEOs to come in and talk to members of the White House staff and others through various agencies about how we can create jobs, how regulations are stifling economic growth. And I think we'll have further details on that. But this is going to be a real interesting opportunity to really create a dialogue, I think in a manner that hasn't been done before, but I'm not going to get ahead of myself on this, where we can really discuss some of the inhibitors to job creation, job retraining. What do we need for American workers to get them ahead of the curve? With respect to specific policy positions, I think the president's been very clear that in the next couple of weeks we expect to have a tax plan that gets out there that is being worked on continuously. And so I'm not going to get in front of that. While the CEOs are here, I'm sure beyond some of these things, that's an opportunity for them to express what some of those policies are that are both helping them create jobs and grow the economy and also inhibiting them. So let's let that conversation play out. Yes.
Okay, thank you, Sean. My name is Raquel from TV Globo News Brazil, and I have a question. There are doubts in Brazil right now about what's going to happen to the relationship between the 2 countries with the new administration, especially related to immigration and also to trade deals. Does President Trump also plan to review policies, bilateral policies with Brazil and trade deals? And also my second question, how does the administration see the current turmoil, economical and political turmoil in Brazil? And one more question, if I might. President Trump spoke with some foreign leaders from South America, like Argentina, Colombia, and Peru, but not was the vice president that spoke with President Temer from Brazil. Why is that?
Well, obviously we cherish our relationship with Brazil. I think there's a timing factor here, and I think we'll look forward to speaking with the president soon. So I wouldn't read too much into that right now. It's just a matter of getting things on the schedule. We're going to review all the trade deals that are out there. The president's made very clear. Some of them have occurred, well into a decade, 2 decades ago. I think the idea is to make sure that we are looking at all of the trade deals we have throughout the globe to make sure that they continue to benefit American workers. And in many cases, we can update these deals. So it's not any one particular country. I think that we're going to look throughout the whole host of trade agreements and then other trade-related agreements that we have with countries to make sure that they are the most up-to-date and they address the technological advances that have occurred, and look at the various services, whether it's financial services or manufacturing, and that they reflect the current state of play. So this isn't any one country. I think the president made clear throughout the campaign and subsequent that he wants to review every trade deal to make sure that America and American workers are maintaining the best deal they possible. Corbett. Oh, I'm sorry.
The turmoil.
Yeah.
How does the administration see the turmoil in Brazil now?
I'm going to ask you, I think that's a question for the Department of State right now. Corbett, yeah. Zeke.
Thanks, Sean. Two questions for you. One on the NSC meeting later this afternoon. Is that the first meeting of the National Security Council of the President with all the principals there?
No, that is just a routine briefing, but because of the nature of it, it's happening in the Situation Room.
But is that with staff or is that with
staff?
Okay, so it's not with like the principals.
It's like now we're at 3.
When do you anticipate the first formal meeting of the National Security Council?
I think General McMaster's got here at noon today, so we move fast. But I think that we need to give him a few days probably to get his team together. So the president was obviously very pleased with the selection. I think when you saw the bipartisan support that General McMaster received from the variety of the political spectrum, people who have served in Republicans and Democrats, academics, pundits, columnists, that he made an outstanding choice. We want to get him in, show him around the office a little bit, and then get him going. But when we have a date to announce the next meeting, we'll let you know.
On the joint address for next week,
Yeah.
What's the president's goal for that address?
I think that I'll have a further update as the week goes on. We'll have briefings. The president's going to lay out, I think, two main things, where we've come and where we're going. I think that he is very pleased with the progress that he has made so far in the first month in office. And I think it's an opportunity to remind members of Congress and the American people what he promised them on the campaign trail, what he's done already in a very significant way to achieve and fulfill those promises that he made, but also talk about the challenges that we have as a nation and where we're going. And that's everything from our relationship with other countries in this world to some of the various domestic problems that we face, the challenges that we face in cities, healthcare, education. But the president wants to make sure that the American people have a very clear indication as to where he's taking this country and why he's going to enact the policies he's going to enact. Yeah. George, I'm sorry.
Thanks a lot, Sean. Let me ask you a question about the Vice President's European trip.
Yeah.
I'm curious whether he received any commitments from our European allies to commit more in terms of their financial contribution to NATO.
I think several of them. I saw Chancellor Merkel's comments previous to that, noting that they understand that the U.S. is asking for that commitment. Look, we're one of the only countries, there's a handful, that are doing what NATO requires, which is 2% of GDP. Some of them are at 1.2, 1.3, 1.5, and some of them are below that. But we've got to ask them to do what they agreed to do. And I think we've had a very positive reaction from most of these NATO countries that understand that the financial commitment that they agreed to is something that they need to live up to. And I think the Vice President continued to receive assurances, much like the President has through his foreign leader calls, where people not only understand it but are willing to follow through on it.
Is it an ongoing process?
Of course it's an ongoing. I mean, I think we need to follow up to make sure that that the commitments that they're making on the phone or in person, in the case of the Vice President, are followed up. Dave.
Sean, thanks. The DHS memos today, obviously these immigration enforcement efforts cost money, hiring more agents.
Right.
Do you envision that the current budget is sufficient, or are you going to need to go to Congress?
Yeah, I think right now ICE and DHS in particular, as well as CBP, are looking at what this is going to cost and how much in putting a request together and then figuring out how much can be handled through reallocation of resources and how much we can save maybe in another area, but then also work with Congress.
Another subject, different matter.
Okay.
There was an election record report out today that the president raised more small campaign donations in 2016 than either Hillary Clinton and Bernie Sanders combined.
Right.
Did he have a reaction to that? Has he seen that?
I don't know, and I would ask you to probably go through the RNC for that. That's a political matter that we generally don't discuss. Yeah.
John.
Yeah.
The National Center for Transgender Equality, citing reliable sources, says the Trump administration today will rescind Obama-era guidance requiring schools to allow transgender kids to use the restroom consistent with their gender identity. Will the Trump administration rescind that guidance?
Right now, that's an issue that the Department of Justice and the Department of Education are addressing. I would tell you that, and I think that there'll be further guidance coming from DOJ in particular with respect to not just the executive order, but also the case that's in front of the Supreme Court. The president has maintained for a long time that this is a states' rights issue and not one for the federal government. So while there will be further guidance coming out on this, I think that all you have to do is look at what the president's view has been for a long time. that this is not something that the federal government should be involved in. This is a states' rights issue. Matt?
Yeah. In the wake of the Vice President's trip to Europe, there's questions as to the administration's position on the future of the European Union with regard to a number of political movements across the continent advocating for the disbandment eventually of the European Union. Wanted to see if you could clarify the administration's position on the future of the European Union.
I think that the Vice President had great meetings with several European Union leaders and made it very clear to them that we'll continue to work with them and reaffirmed our commitment to working with these nations. I mean, there's no update on that. Cecilia.
Thank you. On immigration, on the DHS memo, two parts, if I may. Is one of the goals here mass deportation?
No.
Not at all.
This isn't, look, I think what we have to get back to is understanding a couple things. There's a law in place that says, if you're in this country illegally, that we have an obligation to make sure that the people who are in our country are here legally. What the order sets out today ensures that the million or so people that have been adjudicated already, that ICE creates a system of prioritization, and make sure that we walk through that system in a way that protects this country. This is consistent with everything the President has talked about, which is prioritizing the people who are here who represent a threat to public safety or have a criminal record. And all this does is lay out the exact procedures to make sure that that subgroup of people who pose a threat to our nation because of a conviction or a violation of public safety or have a criminal record are adjudicated first and foremost. That's it, plain and simple.
So is then a follow-up to that, is the White House's message today to undocumented people in this country whose only crime is being in this country illegally, don't worry, or you're on
No, the message from this White House and from the DHS is that those people who are in this country and pose a threat to our public safety or have committed a crime will be the first to go, and we will be aggressively making sure that occurs. That is what the priority is. If you're, then I think as
right now.
Cecilia, the President has said multiple times that we've got to look at this issue on a very, very holistic way. And the number one priority, when you look at the scope of how many people are in the country illegally, the number one priority is making sure that people who pose a threat to this country are immediately dealt with. And this is not a small group of people. We're talking close to 1 million people who have already been adjudicated and had their status processed through a formal due process system. And so what we need to do now is to make sure that we focus the resources and the efforts on those people going first and foremost. And the fact sheet and the information that we put out lays that out very, very clearly, what is being done. But for so long, the people at ICE and CBP had their hands cuffed behind them, and when they were going to deal with the mission of their job. The last administration had so many carve-outs for who could be and who couldn't be adjudicated that it made it very difficult for the customs and enforcement people to do their job and enforce the laws of this country. But right now what we've done is to make sure that they have the ability and the guidance and the resources to do what their mission is. And that's it, plain and simple. And the President is consistent with his priority of making sure that those people who pose a threat to this country are the first ones to go. Alexis.
On immigration, just to follow up, the President has a carve-out himself for DACA.
Yeah.
Can you explain the process, expand on what you were saying on Thursday about the process that the administration is taking?
Yeah, I think this is and this is what I was basically talking to Cecilia about, which is the President's made clear when you have 12, 14, 15 million people in the country illegally, that there has to be a system of priority. And right now, ICE's priority is going to make sure that we focus first and foremost on that. He's specifically in the guidance that talks about that DACA and DAPA, unless someone who fits under that program fits into the subcategory, is not subject to what is being dealt with now. Remember, everybody who is here illegally is subject to removal at any time. That is consistent with every country, not just ours. If you're in this country in an illegal manner, that obviously there's a provision that could ensure that you be removed. But the priority that the President has laid forward and the priority that ICE is putting forward through DHS's guidance is to make sure that the people who have committed a crime or pose a threat to our public safety are the priority of their efforts, first and foremost. Caitlin.
Okay. Can I follow? Let me follow.
Yeah.
The president has also, and his team has also had reservations about undocumented people in the United States who are beneficiaries of public assistance or access to benefits either at the state or the federal level. What is the president going to be doing to either issue guidance or executive action of some sort to indicate that he would like to preclude that from continuing?
I think we have talked in the past about the respect that the president has for taxpayer monies with respect to sanctuary cities and the enforcement measures that he's putting forward on immigration. Right now, obviously, the actions today are focused on people who are in this country and what we need to do on our southern border to facilitate the building of the wall that he's talked about. So we're doing this one step at a time in a very methodical way, and right now the focus is to make sure that ICE and CBP and DHS have the authority and the resources to carry out that first mission. We will have more, and it continues to see that immigration is one of those issues that he was very, very clear and consistent on in the campaign, and we're going to continue to implement the policies that he talked about to keep the country safe. Caitlin.
Thank you. John Kasich has been a very vocal critic of President Trump, even in the campaign, saying that his immigration plan was crazy, his statement that the elections were rigged was silly, and he did not endorse him and did not vote for him. What is the president hoping to accomplish with their meeting at the White House on Friday?
So Governor Kasich has reached out on multiple occasions to meet with the president to follow on, and the president, has shown through the transition and since time in office that he wants to meet with anybody that can help move this country forward and share in his vision. I think that includes people who are with him, who are not with him, who are on the other side of the aisle, who are independents, union workers, business leaders. Now that he is president, and frankly I would again date it back to the transition, he understands that he's the president for every American. And he's talked consistently about having a united country. And you do that by bringing people together, whether or not they agree with you on every issue or one or two issues. But if there's common ground that can be found to move the country forward, then great. And I think so many of the president's priority issues are issues that Ohio is dealing with, and that he wants to make sure that he can continue to work with Governor Kasich so that every American benefits from his thing. April.
Did Kasich ask for the meeting?
Yes.
Okay. Thank
John,
April.
okay, what did the president gain from his tour today? You talked about where he visited, the exhibits that he visited. Did he also visit slavery? And the reason why I'm asking this is because when he was candidate Trump, he said things like, we made this country, meaning white America, not necessarily black. Did he gain?
I don't know why you would say that. What do you mean?
No. He said that. I heard him say that.
Well, no. But look, the answer to your question is right. One of the first exhibits that he visited was one of the slavery exhibits, and the director walked him through some very amazing stories and statistics about where slavery was prevalent, not just in traditional Southern colonies, but throughout the country. And so they did have a very robust discussion about slavery early on in the tour. And I think that it was a very eye-opening and powerful tour for him, and frankly for every American. And I would encourage any American that can find the time and get in, because it's so popular. But it really is enlightening as far as parts of our history that people may not fully appreciate or know, and the contributions and the sacrifices that so many Americans have made that are a critical piece to our history that sometimes don't get the attention they deserve. So I think the president walked away from there, and I mentioned in the remarks that he mentioned, Alani, that he wanted to come back because you can't do it justice. And it's much like the Holocaust Museum, where you go through once and then you sit there and start thinking of all the things that you saw and think, I'd like to go back and more fully explore what I just saw because it piqued in some degree of interest or intellectual curiosity. But he was very taken back. It's a very, very powerful institution and tour, and it covers a lot of ground. I think he was really proud to share it with Dr. Carson. I mean, when you walk through that museum and you see all of the elements of our history, and you walk up to this one glass exhibit that is Dr. Carson's scrubs and pictures of him, and to experience that with him and his wife for the first time, and you realize how amazing that is for any American to be part of a Smithsonian. And you're standing with Dr. Carson and his wife, where he is experiencing it with you for the first time, and how powerful that must have been. Was I think a real interesting opportunity for him to sit there hand to hand with another American and watch them be part of American history. And you also appreciate some of the real contributions that Dr. Carson has made to medicine and what he and the depth and breadth of his accomplishments.
And lastly,
Yeah.
kind of putting this with the next question, is there any advancement on the CBC meeting with the president? And also the head of the CBC
God bless
said
you.
he was wondering if the president saw anything from current and past members of the CBC while he was in the museum, to get a little bit of information on them before this meeting happened.
I'll have further updates on that. I know the president looks forward to that meeting, and I think that we're in the process of trying to begin setting that up. And so I'll have further updates on that once we get closer. And I know that we've got some additional work before the month concludes on historically black colleges and universities, and some meetings that we're working out with them, but I want to get them locked in before I get further.
What did he think about the members that he saw in the museum?
Well, when you walk through one of them, there's a big jumbotron, and we paused for a while, and John Lewis was there giving a very powerful speech, and we just paused and watched that for a little while. So again, I think that respectfully, when you walk through a museum like this, there's a lot of moments where you're just stopping and taking it in. And there's, if you haven't been there, you walk up this one ramp and they stop and there's two big screens, and one of them is a video screen, and it's a massive jumbotron. Right, and we watched the video of John Lewis and talking there and describing his efforts in championing of voting and civil rights. And so I know the president paused and watched it and listened to it. And again, I would just go back to how he described his overall. We didn't dissect the different things, but I watched him, and it was a very powerful experience for him, and I know he looks forward to going back. Hallie.
Sean, two questions for you. First one on undocumented. You just made very clear that the president's priority is to deport those who pose a threat to public safety.
Right.
I know you're familiar with the case in Arizona, the mother of Guadalupe Garcia de Rios. Is she a threat to this country?
I'm going to leave that up to ICE. We don't get involved from the White House to particular cases. That's not, but right, and I understand it. But
is she a threat to public safety?
But Hallie, I think the answer is that ICE determined that she had violated the law in a way that was in accordance with this. Again, we've got to get back to this idea that our job, especially here at the White House, isn't to call balls and strikes and say, well, this person only violated part of the law, or let them go on this. If this was any other subject, if this was tax evasion, we said, well, they really only violated a little bit of, they only cheated on their taxes a little. You wouldn't be saying, hey, should they really be going to prison or should they be getting a fine? At some point, laws are laws. And if people have a problem with a law, whether it's at the local, state, or federal issue, then we should petition our lawmakers and the executive and at that particular branch of government and change it. But our job shouldn't be to figure out, should this individual not have to abide by the law? Should this individual get a pass? If we want to change the law, we've got a very amazing process here in this country to both create and change laws. And so I don't want to comment on the specifics of any one case, because I think that then puts the White House in a position of deciding, who is following the law and who isn't, and who should get a pass. The bottom.
What you just said, right? A prioritization of cases.
No, there's a difference. When you have 13 or 14 million people that are in the country, I think it's one thing to say prioritize people who pose a threat to public safety, and go after this individual or that individual or whatever. There's no question that you have to have priorities in anything. What do you do first? What do you do second? What do you do third? And when you're talking about 13, 14, 15, potentially more millions of people in this country, the president needed to give guidance, especially after what they went through in the last administration, where there were so many carve-outs that ICE agents and CBP members had to figure out each individual whether or not they fit in a particular category, and they could adjudicate that case. The president wanted to take the shackles off individuals in these agencies and say, you have a mission, there are laws that need to be followed, you should do your mission and follow the law. And for specific cases, I would refer you to ICE in particular and do that. Hold on. Hallie's on number 2.
Follow-up, 13, 14 million number. Where did you get that number?
Glenn, It's Hallie's turn. You please not interrupt her. I'm sure it's.
Do you want to take that now?
No. I think I'm not going to allow you to be interrupted.
So the second question is on the anti-Semitism
Yeah.
comments that you referenced from the podium. The president made very clear. You said, though, that he has taken opportunities in the past. Just last week, though, right, he had the opportunities to deliver a message to the American people about anti-Semitism. He made very clear he was not anti-Semitic, and he was, in fact, insulted by that. But as far as a broader message to the American people, he declined to offer one. Is the president comfortable with his obligation as the leader of this country to deliver that kind of broad and forceful message to Americans? And if so, why didn't he do it sooner in the case of these attacks?
Well, I think the idea, Hallie, that he has, and I think there's a point at which he talked literally on election night about uniting this country and making sure that all Americans lift it up. And every time there's an instance, it's interesting. I mean, I get a question, is he going to denounce this one? Is he going to denounce this one? At some point, the question's asked and answered. He has stood very forcefully against...
That's what I'm asking, right?
What are you? I mean,
I'm asking, is he's comfortable with his role as the person who needs to be delivering a broader message
well,
to Americans, not
I think,
denouncing it, which he did
right,
clearly
and I
say.
think that he is very comfortable and understands that as the leader of the free world, the president of this country, the commander-in-chief, that he has an awesome responsibility to make it very clear where we're going as a country and what our values are, and that he has spoken very forcefully that we don't stand for this kind of behavior and words and tolerance, that we are a country that should bring people together, and that we shouldn't tolerate people who are hating on individuals because of their gender or because of their religion or the color of their skin or a variety of other things, but that there's a point at which it's asked and answered. And I think the president has been very clear over and over again, you know, going back through the campaign, the transition now, that that's the kind of president that he wants to be. That's the kind of country that he wants to lead. Trey.
Thanks, Sean. Following the DHS memos this morning, the ACLU said the courts won't allow these orders to become a reality. How is the administration preparing for another potential legal battle, and do you have any response to the ACLU?
Well, I think we have done a phenomenal job of working with the various departments, particularly DHS, DOJ, State, and through the White House staff, to make sure that we are well within any concerns that the court might have. And as I mentioned, I think it's important to continue to emphasize, we feel as though the first one did that as well. And we were vindicated several times in the court. We have an issue with the Ninth Circuit, and I think we'll overcome that ultimately on the merits. But in the meantime, a dual track is something that we wanted to pursue to make sure that we do everything we can, as I mentioned before, to keep the country safe. Yeah.
Thank you. Sean.
Yep. Sure.
Yeah, thank the Australian foreign ministers here today meeting the Vice President.
I'm sorry, say that.
The Australian
Yeah.
foreign ministers meeting the Vice President today and also the Secretary of State tomorrow. I guess we can assume that the US-Australia refugee deal will come up. Now, last time we spoke, the President was still considering and reviewing the deal. Can you just update us on
Yeah,
what
I'm
the
going to
current
wait. We'll have a
position is?
readout of that. Yep. Okay.
Just
Of course,
finish the
everyone gets
question.
to.
Yeah. If you could just update us on the current position on the deal, and also given that recent exposure on the President's distaste for it, will Australia be expected to return the favour?
Look, I would wait. We'll have a readout after that call as far as what they discuss, but I've got nothing. I don't want to get ahead of the Vice President's meeting with either Secretary of State or the Vice President. Kristen.
Thank you. I have two questions. One on the immigration and refugee executive order that we're expecting in the coming days. So that it withstands legal challenges, can you tell us what the language might look like as it relates to Syrian refugees?
I appreciate the effort, but when we have it ready, we'll get it out. And I think part of this is, excuse me, I appreciate the second try, but we're not ready to announce it. And part of it is that we're making sure that it is completely ready to go. And so when we have that, we will get it out to you. And the reason that we haven't announced it is it's not ready to be announced.
I want to try one more on the comments that the President made today about anti-Semitism. In terms of the timing, obviously he was asked about it.
Right.
But they also came after his daughter, Ivanka, sent out that tweet. Has she counseled him? Was she one of the people saying it's important for you to forcefully announce this? Why
I
today?
think because the President was visiting the African American Museum, he wanted to make it very clear. I think it was very powerful that while there and while understanding the struggles of so many, and we talk about how, one of the beauties of history is that we don't repeat itself. And I think that when you're at a museum like that and seeing the struggles that so many Americans faced and overcame, that you want to remind people that there is still issues that our country is grappling with, and that there is no place for that hate and for that language. And I think, as I mentioned, it was a very powerful opportunity for him to say that and to make clear again what his opinions were. Sarah,
Regret not doing it last week, Sean?
I'm sorry?
Regret not.
No, I think
this
the
comment
president was
last
very clear. That was a very, I think, as I mentioned to Hallie, he has discussed this over and over again. I think there's a point to which his position is abundantly clear. His attempts and his desire and his rhetoric to unite the country has been expressed over and over again. Sarah.
Thanks, John. The New York Times is reporting that Trump's budget director is preparing a budget that eliminates the Export-Import Bank. But several lawmakers, including Senator Heitkamp, have come out of private meetings with President Trump and said that in those private meetings he expressed support for the export bank. So which is it? Does he support EXIM or does he support eliminating it?
I can confirm that the OMB director, the budget director, is working on a budget. Beyond that, I'm not going to get ahead of the OMB director right now. They are drafting a budget. They are talking to members of Congress and other interested parties about funding levels and such. But we're not at a position to go yet. Yes.
Sean, to square the circle on Alexis's question, since the DHS guidance did not eliminate DACA, does that mean that the program is remaining in place, that it's a settled matter, and it's not going away?
No, Jordan. What it means is that this particular enforcement is tailored to what I've been referencing over and over again. That what we're talking about today is the implementation of those two executive orders. One specifically that's tasking the agencies under DHS to address a very specific problem of the million or so, plus or minus people, that they have identified, that they have been adjudicated with already gone through the process to be adjudicated and taken out of the country.
That means a decision on DACA could come.
That's right, exactly. It just means what it means more than anything is that this order does not address that, and it's very clear in the Q&A. And again, I would refer you back to DHS's website that has all of that. Goyle.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Two questions, please. One, it's been 1 month on the job for you and for the president, and you are already talk of the town around the globe. My two questions are, one,
my wife would disagree with you. It's not always positive, too.
It looks like, Sean, that President's order is working at least around the globe because more than 60,000 Pakistanis have been deported by Saudi Arabia. What they said that they were illegals and also they were threat to the country. And also at the same time, Pakistani government is arresting hundreds of terrorists inside the country. Any presidential message?
No, look, I'm not going to. There's nothing that I have in terms of an update of what's going on in Pakistan. I would refer you to the Department of State with respect to specific policies. But the broader point that you're making is I think each country needs to look at what they need to do to control the people that are entering their country and keep their people safe. When you look at our laws in particular and compare them to so many other countries around the globe, we actually tend to probably fall on the lower end of how tough our immigration policies are vis-a-vis someone else. Yeah.
My second question, Sean.
I'm sorry, Bob.
As far as illegal immigration is concerned in the U.S., millions of illegal immigrants were waiting for the last 8 or 10 years that they might see a light in the dark tunnel. And now they are hoping that President Trump will have a light for them. So what is the presidential message for them who are in this country for 5, 10, 15 or 20 years, but they don't have any criminal records?
Right. Well, look, the president has said before he's got a big heart. And I think that as we continue to develop policy on immigration, it's going to be, as we've talked about in the past, prioritized what we go after first, second, third. The president's made very clear he understands the plight of some of those individuals. He's got a big heart. He understands the impact it has on many families and many communities. But we will continue to develop policies that will address that. And again, today's focus is specifically on those two executive orders, and I'm going to limit it to that.
Sean, yeah. At the beginning of the month,
Senator John McCain sent a letter to the president requesting that the administration provide arms to Ukrainians fighting Russian separatists within their country. When will the president respond to Senator McCain's letter, and what is the administration's position on lethal aid to Ukrainians fighting Russian separatists?
I don't have anything for you on that. I'll try to get back to you on that. I know that we were very pleased to watch Senator McCain praise the pick of General McMaster. That's obviously something that we will consult with, but we were pleased to see so much support for him. Scott Thuman.
Yeah, on Russia, critics of the president have said that at times he doesn't talk tough enough on the subject. General McMaster, though, has been labeled by a lot of people as being pretty hawkish. I'm curious what, if any, difference in tone or tenor or strategy we should expect now that they're working together.
Well, I think, as I mentioned a couple times, I think there is widespread praise for General McMaster and his understanding and command of national security matters, foreign policy matters. He's going to be a great asset to the president's national security team. But ultimately, the president's always been the decider, whether it's Russia or any other issue. And I think you're right. He has made it very clear that if he can get a deal with Russia, something that the last several administrations have tried to do, then he's going to do it. And if he can't, he won't. But he is going to try. And I think his success as a businessman and negotiator should be seen as a positive sign for him to be able to do that. But he understands that if he can find common ground on defeating ISIS and combating terrorism, growing the economy where we can find areas of economic interest, then we're going to do it. But that's where we're going to continue to work with Russia. If we can, he'll get a deal. If he can, he won't. If he won't, but he's going to try. And I think where others have failed, he's going to make sure that he does everything possible to make sure that if it's in the interest of the United States, he will get a deal. Vivian.
Another question on General McMaster. So how much leeway is he going to get to restructure, to bring on his own people? There were some reports that Admiral Howard was not allowed to, or others as well. So can you address that?
Yeah, thank you. I can. He will have 100%. The president has been very, very clear with that. He is the national security advisor, and he will have whatever he needs to implement a successful team. But with respect to Admiral Harwood that you brought up, Admiral Harwood made it very, very clear that he wanted this job. He would love to take it. He was impressed with the team. But during the course of discussions, it came up and he said, before I continue with this discussion, I need to address some financial and family concerns. He went back, he came back to us and said, I am unable to continue the discussions because of there's some financial concerns and some family issues that we have. I spent 40 years serving this country in the United States Navy. I talked to him again Saturday night. He said if there's another opening in a year or two, I would be honored. I am so impressed with the team that's there. And I would urge people to actually talk to him. He was so excited about being part of the team. He was available to as many reporters as he could take. We gave out his information, his contact information. And he's been very clear. He wrote a letter to the president prior to, first thing Tuesday morning, he was in the UAE. He sent the letter over, and we had it first thing in the morning, where he said, because of family concerns, because of some financial constraints, having served this nation for 40 years, I can't take this job. But I'm unbelievably impressed. All of the rumors about, the discretion that he would have over staff or any other thing were 100% false. He's made it clear that he would love to serve in the future, that he was impressed with the team, that he wanted to do this. There were just some constraints financially and family-wise that come with or after having served 40 years in the military, and some sacrifices, both financially and family-wise, that he had to make. But, I've talked to him several times. I know the team has talked to him. But ultimately, the president was very, very impressed with General McMaster. He had always been one of the individuals that he thought stood above so many other folks. He was impressed with the entire list, John Bolton and others. But so many people had spoken to him, General Mattis, Tom Cotton, other senators, really praised General McMaster's command of the issues, his management, his style, his understanding of the geopolitical landscape. And I think that's why you saw such amazing, widespread, bipartisan praise for him, and why he will be such an asset to the national security team. So ultimately, we ended up with the best choice. And And I think that's going to benefit not just this administration, but our entire nation.
Can we expect him to target anyone else to the top level, any senior people at
sorry?
the NSC? Can we expect that he may replace?
Look, I can't be any clearer. I think that we've got an amazing team. He's been impressed with them. But the president has, as he did with other candidates, told them that they would lead the team and that he would have the discretion. Jeff?
Just wanted to follow on that. You said that he has the full authority to structure his office as he sees fit. Does that extend to the principals committee as well? After he comes in and takes a look at the whole apparatus, if he advises the president that he would prefer not to have the chief strategist as a member of the principals committee, would the president...
I think the president has made clear to him, as I said to him, he's got full authority to structure the national security team the way he wants. Obviously, it's something like that. He would come to the president and make that recommendation. But the president would take that under serious consideration. I don't want to go ahead with this person or that person or structure, but the president made it very clear with him and the other candidates that they had 100% control and authority over the National Security Committee. Thank you, guys. I'll see you tomorrow. No, he will stay on active duty. No, he will stay on active duty. That was the case with Powell and I think some other folks. So
one more clarification just before you go. So when the new EO comes out, you won't rescind the original one?
That's
You'll
correct.
leave it in place?
Yes. Thank you, guys.
Are you referring those attacks to the Justice Department, the anti-Semitic attacks?
All right, that was Sean Spicer with his White House press briefing. It's been almost over a week since we last heard from him, so he was up there for about an hour and 5 minutes today at the White House. We will now show you from earlier today, EPA Administrator Scott Pruitt talking to members of the agency.
Give him another round. As you know, Administrator Pruitt comes to us from the state of Oklahoma, where most recently he has been the Attorney General. Prior to his service as Attorney General, Administrator Pruitt was in the State Senate of Oklahoma for 8 years. He originally hailed from the state of Kentucky. He earned his bachelor's degree from Georgetown College in Kentucky and then moved to Oklahoma, where he graduated from the University of Oklahoma at Tulsa Law School. Before entering public service, he practiced law for a private firm in Tulsa, Oklahoma. Administrator Pruitt and his wife of 27 years, Marilyn, are the devoted parents of 2 children, McKenna and son Katie. Gotta love those names. Administrator Pruitt, in addition to his years of experience in the public sector, is also a successful entrepreneur. As a co-owner and managing general partner of Oklahoma City's AAA minor league baseball affiliate, the Oklahoma City Redhawks, he has helped the team become one of the minor league leaders in attendance. So, as you can see, our new administrator has not only a record of public service, but also business experience that will serve him well as he undertakes his new responsibilities at our agency. Of course, I will leave it to Administrator Pruitt to share his vision and principles for his leadership at EPA, but I would like to highlight just a few examples from his biography. Some examples of how he has worked with others during his service in the public sector that I think will be of particular interest to you. As Attorney General for Oklahoma, Mr. Pruitt worked with his Democratic counterpart in Arkansas to regarding water quality in the Illinois River, which crosses the border between the 2 states. Together, they developed a statement of joint principles for a scientific study using EPA-approved methods, and both states agreed to be bound by the outcome. In another example from his time as Oklahoma Attorney General, Mr. Pruitt led an historic water rights settlement between the state of Oklahoma, Oklahoma City, and the Choctaw and Chickasaw tribal nations, which will preserve the ecosystems of scenic lakes and rivers on native lands. Now, as we all know, water rights cases can be lengthy, costly, and divisive. But the process developed under Administrator Pruitt's leadership has been praised widely for harnessing the principles of cooperation, hard work, and perseverance to enable parties with conflicting interests to forge common solutions. We commend you, Administrator Pruitt, for your demonstrated commitment to working with a variety of stakeholders in these very challenging situations. And we look forward to your bringing this experience and commitment to the many challenging issues that face this agency as we strive to protect the public health and environment of the people of the United States. I am confident that you will find that the dedicated public servants of EPA share your commitment to working hard and in close cooperation with our dedicated state partners to carry out our shared mission. We all understand that that is the only way we can fulfill the many responsibilities that Congress has given us. Following the law and using the best science to protect the health of our families and communities now and in the years to come. Administrator Pruitt, we are eager to hear your vision for leading EPA to achieve that mission, and then to get down to work and talk with you about the many varied aspects of our important and complex work. But first, I just have a few small gifts to welcome you to the EPA.
Yeah.
First, I would like to present you. You won't need to look too closely to see it. But
Unfortunately, my eyes are not the best, so.
This is a lapel pin for EPA, which you can proudly wear
Well, thank you.
on your lapel as you represent the agency.
Thank you very much.
And then secondly, when you
All
go out
righty.
into
Yeah,
the field, you'll need this hat. It'll not only mark you as the representative and administrator of EPA, but it's really good at protecting you from the sun as well.
Thank you, thank you.
I suspect you know that from your baseball years.
Thank you very much.
So thank you very much for joining us. We are so pleased to have you.
Thanks, Catherine. Thank you so much. That's okay. I'll keep that there. Well, thank you, Catherine. It's been a joy to meet Catherine today and spend some time with her, and I do thank you for the hat. I'm excited about being in a city that actually has a Major League Baseball team. Because that's going to be exciting to be able to exit, in the evening and enjoy some good baseball. And I'll make sure that I wear this hat as we attend those games. And the parent club of my AAA team was the Texas Rangers, and so they're in the American League. We're going to be okay to cheer for the Nationals here in the National League. So excited about that. It's been an honor and a joy to be with you this morning. I've got a chance to meet some of you, and it's an honor. And as I spent time with you this morning, it was something that was abundantly clear to me that you love what you do. There's an old saying that if you love what you do, you never work a day in your life. And I want to say thank you to Catherine. I want to say thank you to her for her leadership in the last month or so. It took us a little while to get here, so I was thankful for her leadership during that time frame. But I want to say thank you to each of the career individuals that have been serving this agency for quite some time. Most of the people I met this morning, I think the least amount of years that I heard was 19 years. That's quite something. That says a lot about the mission of the agency and the people that are here. And I want to commend you for your service to this country and service to this agency, and thank you for that. I know it's very difficult to capture in one speech the vision and direction of an agency. And I also recognize that you don't know me very well. In fact, you don't know me hardly at all, other than maybe what you've read in the newspaper and seen on the news. And I might suggest to you that, just like Paul Harvey used to say, I look forward to sharing the rest of the story with you as we spend time together. But this is a beginning. It's a beginning for us to spend time and discuss certain principles by which I think this agency should conduct itself. And I look forward to leading this agency with these following principles in mind. There was a book several years ago that I read called Founding Brothers. I don't know if you've had the pleasure of reading that book. It's actually a book by Joseph Ellis, an historian from the University of Vermont. And it's a book about a series of historical encounters with the founding generation. And there's one particular chapter called The Dinner, an historical vignette that took place between Thomas Jefferson and James Madison and Alexander Hamilton. And the dinner took place as a result of something that was going on in Congress in 1790.
It was a very difficult and challenging issue called the Assumption Bill. As you know, as the colonies came out of the Revolutionary War, the eventual states, there was tremendous debt that the states had incurred, and they could not pay the debt. And Alexander Hamilton had a wonderful idea, he thought. He thought this newfound federal government should assume that debt, consolidate all the debt, and seek to pay it off in behalf of the states. Well, that caused certain individuals like Thomas Jefferson and James Madison to be concerned about the role of this federal government and the newfound responsibilities that it might have. And so there was intractability around some very important issues. Debt, the role between the federal government and the states. It sounds a little bit like today. And they did something, though, that doesn't happen very much today. They actually got together. They actually spent time together. You know, in this environment that we live in this country today, it is a very, forgive the reference, but it's a very toxic environment. We have jerseys that we put on, both politically and otherwise. And that's something that I think is damaging to the overall objective of finding results and answers to some very challenging issues that we face as a country. But as they got together for dinner and they dealt with this very difficult challenge of assuming debt and this idea that Alexander Hamilton had, they were able to work out a solution. And if you don't know, James Madison and Thomas Jefferson said, we'll let the bill go forward in Congress, but in exchange, we want something. We want the capital of the United States government to be moved from New York City to the shores of the Potomac, near the homeland of Virginia. And we have the U.S. Capitol in Washington, D.C. today, largely because of a dinner that took place between those three gentlemen. Now, I share that with you for these reasons, as far as principles that are important as we do our work together and as we journey together. One, they led. They actually found solutions. They worked to be problem solvers. They didn't shirk their responsibility. They took that very difficult challenge that they faced in 1790 and said, we will do our job and find an answer to this challenge. And as we do our work here, we deal with very important, monumental issues with respect to our future environment and our natural resources. And we must have the same kind of attitude of finding answers, being problem solvers, and making decisions and leading to make those decisions. Secondly, and I think this is in short supply in this country today, they acted with civility. And civility is something that I believe in very much. You know, we ought to be able to get together and wrestle through some very difficult issues and do so in a civil manner. We ought to be able to be thoughtful and exchange ideas and engage in debate and make sure that we do find answers to these problems, but do so with civility. And I think that was exemplified in the story that I shared with you from Founding Brothers. But thirdly, and this is something that I mentioned to Catherine this morning, and as I met with some of you that have been here for some time, I mentioned to you as well, I seek to be a good listener. Those of you that have been here for quite some time, whether it's in the air area or water or whatever area that you may be in, I look forward to spending time with you. Not just to, get to address certain issues, but really spend time and dig down deep with respect to how we're going to do business in the future and get to know you personally and how I can be a resource to you as you do your work. And I think that the story of listening, you can't lead unless you listen. I seek to listen, learn, and lead with you to address these issues that we face as a nation. Now, there's a second book that I've read, and I've read more than two, but these two books are two of my favorites. The second book that I would highlight for you that kind of bookends our discussion this morning is a book that came out a couple of years ago called Inventing Freedom. It's a wonderful book about the uniqueness of the American experiment, about the uniqueness of how we do business as a country. And so these general principles of civility, finding answers, making sure that we listen to one another as we solve problems, I think those are general principles that we should keep in mind, but I'd like to share two or three others with you that I think are equally important, that kind of flow from this book, Inventing Freedom, about the importance and the uniqueness of the American experiment. One is that process matters. This is not going to sound earth-shattering to you, but I think it's very important to say. Regulations ought to make things regular. Regulators exist to give certainty to those that they regulate. Those that we regulate ought to know what's expected of them so that they can plan and allocate resources to comply. That's really the job of a regulator. And the process that we engage in adopting regulations is very, very important because it sends a message. It sends a message that we take seriously our role of taking comment and offering response and then making informed decisions on how it's going to impact those in the marketplace to achieve the ends that we have in statute. So process matters, and we should respect that and focus upon that and try to avoid, not try to avoid, but do avoid abuses that occur sometimes. Guidance through rulemaking, or using the guidance process to do rulemaking, or engaging in litigation, regulation through litigation, consent decrees that actually bypass the Administrative Procedures Act. We need to be open and transparent and objective in how we do rulemaking and make sure that we follow the letter of the law as we do so, because that will send, I think, a great message to those that are regulated, but more importantly, they will know what's expected of them and they can act accordingly. Which leads me to the second point, rule of law. As we do rulemaking, as we engage in process, it needs to be tethered to the statute. The only authority that any agency has in the executive branch is the authority given to it by Congress. Sometimes those authorities are broadly stated, giving much discretion to an agency to engage in the authority given to it, granted. But other times Congress has been very prescriptive. It's been very specific on what we can and cannot do as an agency. We need to respect that. We need to follow that, because when we do that, guess what happens? We avoid litigation, we avoid the uncertainty of litigation, and we reach better ends and outcomes at the end of the day. And the third thing with respect to this process and rule of law is that federalism matters. Federalism matters. And as you know, because you've dealt with these issues for a number of years, Congress has been very prescriptive in providing, in many instances, a very robust role, an important role of the states. In fact, as I met with many this morning, as I met with Catherine, we talked about each of our regional offices and how important they are at partnering with the respective departments of environmental quality at the state level with respect to enforcement and other related issues. And I seek to ensure that we engender the trust of those at the state level, that those at the state level see us as partners in this very important mission we have as an agency and not adversaries. So federalism is something that's important, process is something that's important, and obviously rule of law is important as well as we do our business. John Muir one time said, everyone needs beauty as well as bread, places to pray in and play in. I really believe that we can be better as a country. I believe that we as an agency and we as a nation can be both pro-energy and jobs and pro-environment, that we don't have to choose between the two. I think our nation has done better than any nation in the world at making sure that we do the job of protecting our natural resources and protecting our environment while also respecting the economic growth and jobs our nation seeks to have. And I hope that as we journey together, that we will establish places to pray in and places to play in for our citizens and do the very important work as an agency. Thank you very much for coming today. I look forward to serving you in the future. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
That concludes our event this morning. Thank you very much for attending.
Thank you, Mel. Thank you so much. And a scarf. Okay. Would you mind putting this on me?
All right, folks, coming up next, Samia will be with you for the next 2 hours, just taking a live look at our beautiful capital. Part of the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com.
Hello everyone, Samia here. I will be right with you in just a few minutes. All right, guys, it is a highly anticipated press conference. Milo Yiannopoulos holding a press conference following all of the drama. You may know Milo as the Breitbart editor, whose book was recently canceled by Simon & Schuster after a video was found from last year where Milo allegedly defended pedophilia. Now, Milo will be holding a press conference to clear up those accusations in just a few minutes.
Thanks. Thanks for coming, everybody. I'm going to be reading from a prepared statement, and then I'll be happy to take some of your questions. I'm a gay man and a child abuse victim. Between the ages of 13 and 16, 2 men touched me in ways they should not have. One of those men was a priest. My relationship with my abusers is complicated by the fact that at the time I didn't perceive what was happening as abusive. But I can look back now and see that it was. I still don't view myself as a victim, but clearly I am one. Looking back, I see the effects that this had on me. In the years after what happened, I fell into alcohol and nihilistic partying. It lasted well into my 20s. A few years ago, I realized it was time to do something good with my life. I started focusing on work, but the black comedy, the gallows humor, and the love of shock value I developed in my 20s never really went away. I've reviewed the tapes that appeared a few days ago in the proper context, and I don't believe that they say what is being reported. Nonetheless, I do say some things on the tapes that I do not mean, and which do not reflect my views. My experiences as a victim led me to believe that I could say almost anything on this subject, no matter how outrageous. But I understand that my usual blend of sassy, gay British sarcasm, provocation, and gallows humor might have come across as flippancy. A lack of care for other victims, or even worse, as seems to have been the case in reports, advocacy. I'm horrified by that impression. I would like to restate my disgust at adults who sexually abuse minors. I'm horrified by pedophilia, and I have devoted large portions of my career to exposing child abusers. I've exposed 3 of them in my reporting, which is 3 more than most of my critics. I've repeatedly expressed disgust at pedophilia in my feature and opinion writing, and I was also the first journalist in the UK to ask, after Jimmy Savile's death, whether the real story of his rampant child abuse would ever be told. My professional record is very, very clear. But I do understand that the videos that you have seen, even though some of them were deceptively edited, paint a different picture, and I am partly to blame for that. I do not advocate for illegal behavior. I explicitly say in the tapes, in a section that was cut from the footage that you've seen, but I think the age of consent currently is about right. I do not believe that any change in the legal age of consent is justifiable or desirable. I don't believe that sex with 13-year-olds is okay. When I mentioned the number 13, I was talking about myself and the age that I lost my virginity. It can strike some Americans as unusual or strange, but my mother's native Germany, the age of consent is 14. We have a different approach to these things sometimes in Europe. I shouldn't have used the word boy. Gay men often use boy or girl to mean men of consenting age. But I understand how heterosexual people may not have realized that, and that was an error. I was in fact talking about my own relationship when I was 17 with a man who was 29. The age of consent in the UK is 16. I did say that there are relationships between older gay men and younger gay men that can help the younger gay man escape from a lack of support or understanding at home. That's perfectly true, and every gay man knows it. I'm certainly guilty of imprecise language, which I regret. And anyone who suggests, however, that I turn a blind eye to illegal activity or to the abuse of minors is unequivocally wrong. I'm implacably opposed to the normalization of pedophilia, and I will continue to report and speak accordingly. To repeat, I do not support child abuse. It's a disgusting crime of which I have personally been a victim. The remarks I made on podcasts and interviews more than a year ago were about my personal life experiences, but I didn't make that clear. I will not apologize for dealing with my life experiences in the way that I choose to, which is through humor and provocation. No one can tell me or anyone else who has lived through these experiences how they should best deal with those emotions. But I am sorry to other abuse victims who may have interpreted what I said as flippant or uncaring if my own personal way of dealing with what happened to me has hurt you. I will never stop making jokes about taboo subjects. Go into any drag bar or gay club and you will hear joke after joke after joke about clerical sexual abuse. I'm not afforded the same freedom to make those kinds of jokes because the media chooses to selectively define me as a political figure in some circumstances and a comedian in others, and also, of course, because I'm a conservative. But I said some things on those internet live streams that were simply wrong. My employer, Breitbart News, has stood by me while others caved. They've allowed me to carry conservative and libertarian ideas to communities that would otherwise never have had them. They have been a significant factor in my success, and I'm grateful for the freedom and for the friendships that I forged there. But I would be wrong to allow my poor choice of words to detract from my colleagues' important job. which is why today I'm resigning from Breitbart effective immediately. This decision is mine alone. When your friends have done right by you, it's only right to do right by them. And for me, that means stepping aside so my colleagues at Breitbart can get back to the great work they do. My book, Dangerous, has received interest from other publishers after my previous publisher, Simon & Schuster, informed me they no longer wish to release it. The book will come out this year as planned, with perhaps an additional chapter. I'll be donating 10% of my royalties to child sex abuse charities. I haven't ever apologized before, and I don't anticipate ever doing it again. Name-calling doesn't bother me, and misreporting doesn't bother me. But to be a victim of child abuse and at the same time be accused of being an apologist for child abuse is absurd. I regret the things that I said. I don't think I've been as sorry about anything my whole life, and this isn't how I wanted my parents to find out about this either. But let's be clear about what's happening here. This is a cynical media witch hunt from people who do not care about children. They care about destroying me and my career, and by extension, my allies. They know that although I made some outrageous statements, I've never actually done anything wrong. They held this story back. They held the footage back, footage that's been out there in the wild for over a year, because they don't care about victims. They don't care about children. They only care about bringing me down. They will fail. I will, in the next couple of weeks, be announcing a new independently funded media venture of my own, and a live tour in the coming weeks, and new campus tour dates, part of my new Troll Academy tour. I started my career as a technology reporter who wrote about politics, but I have since mutated and grown into something quite different and much bigger. I'm now a performer with millions of fans in America and beyond. I'm grateful for the tens of thousands of messages that I have received. And I look forward to making you all laugh, cry, and think for many, many decades to come. My full focus is now going to be on entertaining and educating everyone, left, right, and otherwise. If you want to brand or stereotype me, good luck with that. Don't think for a moment that anything that has happened in the last 48 hours will ever stop me being as offensive, provocative, and outrageously funny as I choose on any subject I please. America has a colossal free speech problem. The land of the First Amendment has some of the most oppressive social restrictions on free expression anywhere in the Western world. I'm proud to be a warrior for free speech and creative expression, and I want everyone in America to have the right to do, be, say, read anything. I want people to be able to dress however they want. I want people to be able to play whatever video games they want. I want people to realize their potential and have the full limits of creative expression available to them. That isn't currently the case in America. America is the country I love. America is a country that has taken me in. Its people have taken me in, and I'm very grateful for that. I am proud to be a free speech warrior in America, and I will continue to do that. I'm not going anywhere. Thank you very much. I will take perhaps 5 questions.
Milo.
Yeah.
So, in an interview you did with Nightline with us at ABC, you said you never say anything you don't believe.
Yes.
So what you said in that podcast, do you believe that? And what exactly is this about? Is this an apology? Is this about you? Or is it about that you no longer have a book deal and you no longer are speaking at CPAC?
This is about me apologizing for saying things I did not mean. This is me apologizing to other victims of abuse for comments that may be perceived by them as insensitive or flippant, which was unintended. You know, you sort of freewheel and spitball in these, you know, boozy, long, late-night internet live streams. You know, some of them go on for 3-4 hours. And you play with ideas, and sometimes these things come out half-baked, or they're expressed in ways you didn't intend. For the most part, I do not believe that these videos show what reporting claims that they show. But for those statements I did make where I misspoke, I'm here today to apologize.
We spoke with some of the organizers of the Berkeley protests, and they say what is happening right now, which you just said, and what's happening to you in the mainstream media, that this is a victory for them. Because without those protests, without shutting you down, the mainstream media would have never looked at you with a microscope. What do you say to that?
Well, this isn't really about me crowing, but I don't think this has done any harm for my profile, and I think more people are going to read what I have to say on the subject of free speech as a result of this. It may not be from the same publisher, and it may not be from under the same masthead, but I have an opportunity now through what has happened, and this has not been a pleasant 48 hours for me. I have an opportunity now through what has happened to reach an even larger audience, and I intend to do so.
Milo, do you stand by your comment of calling Joe Bernstein?
Could you be respectful of other people, please?
Did you speak to Steve Bannon about your resignation from Breitbart?
No.
And this is a follow-up. What's your immigration status? Are you on a work visa?
I'm on an O1B, alien of extraordinary ability.
Do you stand by your comment of calling Joe Bernstein a big shit?
I'm looking at the scene here. I'm not sure that we could have a news conference with researchers talking about curing cancer and we would have as much turnout here.
Yes.
What does this tell us about our culture? That there is so much interest about you,
yes,
about this controversy,
yes,
and about what's happened over the last month from Berkeley to this point.
Well, I think it says something very obvious and very clear, which is that America has a gigantic free speech problem. Both the left and the right are guilty of that. In the 90s, it was the religious right saying that video games could make you violent. Now it is feminists and social justice warriors saying video games can make you sexist. And all of the associated forms of schoolmarmishness and nannying and pearl clutching, language policing, the safe space culture, trigger warnings culture, all of this stuff is designed to restrict the free expression of the rest of America. And it is perpetrated by elites on the people. It is perpetrated by well-funded, well-educated people in coastal cities on the rest of us, on perfectly innocent pursuits and perfectly innocent expressions and perfectly innocent language. My rapid rise in the last year, I think, is testament to the huge hunger from both sides. Because I got to tell you, most of the people at my talks are not your typical college Republicans. My rise and the interest in this story is testament to the fact that America is crying out for somebody who will say the unsayable, who will break taboos, and who fearlessly resists those who want to clamp down on free speech and free expression. That's what I think it says, and I think it's very clear.
Just a quick follow-up.
Okay.
Are you at all concerned that while you've been sort of straddling the line, walking up to the line, you've now crossed over the line into a place of irrelevancy?
No. If I thought that was the case, I wouldn't be making an appeal now.
That's why you would be making an appeal.
Well, no. If I thought I'd crossed the line over into irrelevancy, then I would be with my tail between my legs somewhere. I'm apologizing for a small cluster of remarks that I made, some of which I think are taken out of context. There was obviously some deceptive editing that happened there. One or two of those comments I did not mean. They did not reflect my beliefs. And I think, I've never apologized about anything else before. I don't anticipate doing it again. But this particular subject strikes pretty close to home for me. So it was very important for me to clarify my position on this particular subject, given my personal history with it.
Do you stand by your comments on calling Joe
Homophobic undertones.
Sorry, say again.
Thank you. NBC News.
Hi.
Do you think that there are homophobic undertones? The fact that this particular topic is the one that finally crossed the line, given that gay men have historically been equated with pedophilia, and given that you have done some rather controversial things in the past?
Well, statistically speaking, there's no evidence to suppose that pedophilia and homosexuality are related, though I think that the numbers show a slight preponderance. I think pedophiles are slightly more likely to be gay. That is to say, slightly more likely to be into boys if they're men than into girls, but not by very much. I know that CPAC has a long and complex history with gays. I know that one of the organizers of CPAC was fired for trying to welcome, log cabin Republicans into the tent. I know that there have been a lot of problems with CPAC and homosexuals. I think if you look at the crowds that follow me around, Louisiana State University, we filled a 1,200-seater in 48 hours. I came out in full drag, as a drag queen, to give a talk about fat shaming. And 1,200 Republicans gave me a standing ovation. This simply hasn't happened in the history of this country before. And I'm very proud to be introducing what I would consider to be normal gays to, Republican and conservative America. We don't all have to be like, the stereotype, the pink suit and ludicrousness of a lot of gays that you see on television. I think if there's a problem, it's the way that gays are represented on TV. I've probably done more for the image of gays in the flyover states than all the associated, than all of the gay charities, gay activist groups, and gay publications for the last 30 years. I think they've seen me, and I get emails every day along these lines. They've seen me and they've realized, I get emails from mothers sometimes, and they say, my son is gay, and I was terrified that he was going to turn into Ross Matthews. But you've made me realize actually that gay people can be okay. I'm very proud of that and very happy of that, for that. If there's any extent to which homophobia played into CPAC's decision, I certainly wasn't aware of it. And I know that many people within CPAC have been very supportive of me appearing there. I'm not a traditional representative for American conservatism. I've never painted myself that way. I'm a visitor to this country. All I can really do is express my opinion, having been here for a year and a half. But given the level of interest, the sheer number of people who seem to love me, and who want to, buy my book and come to my shows and all that kind of thing, I think it was only logical that CPAC would seek to book somebody like that, somebody who is obviously the most interesting thing happening in American conservatism right now.
Milo,
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. In your statement, you said what you're going to be doing next, you're going to be working on new independent media ventures.
Yes.
You brought that up. Can
Yes.
you give some details on what that's going to be? Is that going to be something rival to Breitbart? What would that be?
No, I don't intend to go head-to-head with Breitbart in any respect whatsoever, but I will be doing a lot more of the same that I have been doing, just not under the Breitbart banner. We have received some preliminary funding for that. I expect to be raising more. I think it'll just be more of the same. College tours, probably commercial tours, more TV, more video, more everything. I'm going to focus now, on entertainment, on education, and less perhaps on journalism. I'd sort of outgrown my role, I think, as technology editor at Breitbart, which is fairly obvious. I'm going to be doubling down on education and entertainment, and see where it takes me the next year. I can do one or two more. Yeah.
Okay, so we at the Gateway Pundit discovered that the original attacks on you came from two sources. Democratic activists with deep ties to George Soros, in addition to former presidential candidate Evan McMullen and his CPAC. So these Never Trump websites and individuals continue to invest vast amounts of money and time in attacking Trump supporters and members of the current administration. My two questions would be, what do you think of these anti-Trump groups and their continued attacks? And my second one is, do you think that these groups have any future in the Republican Party? What would you say to them?
Publications and activist groups and political operatives who insist on preserving their own power. These are people who have sold out your country to line their own pockets. These people are dying, if not already dead. Their publications have no readers. They're, it's very obvious that this was a highly coordinated and very well planned and well funded attack on me, but I have to take responsibility for what I said. Nonetheless, everyone at home can see what's happening. And everyone at home can appreciate when, Donald Trump is voted into the White House, but the whole Republican Party absolutely hates him, that something has to change. There has to be a break at some point. This sort of populist nationalist revolution that is happening, the anti-political correctness, pro-free speech revolution that is happening all over the Western world is not going anywhere. For the last 30 years, speech codes have been the order of the day, and right-wing politicians have run terrified and screaming for allegations of racism and sexism, and basically given ground on almost every serious issue. Well, that's changing with the rise of bold electorates and bold politicians. Donald Trump's an example of that. I'm an example of a cultural figure related to that social change, and we are going to represent the next 30 years. This last 48 hours has been a horrible and humiliating and degrading experience for me, but I'm going to be around for 30 years. Many of the people who are organizing everything they possibly can to take me down will not be. I'll do one or two more. We've had you, so I'm sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
Milo, I'm going to talk to you both. First of all, I'm going to let you know, although I test everything about NAMBLA, the FBI actually agrees with you. When it comes to criminal classification, victims who are 10 or 12 years old actually can grant consent. If you would, please pass this to the gentleman visiting from New York. Sorry.
Well, I'd just like to clarify there. I said in a segment of the video that was cut, which most of you will not have seen, that I felt that the age of consent was, I quote, about right, unquote. I have no desire or wish, I don't think it's desirable or justifiable to change the age of consent. I think the age of consent in my mom's native Germany at 14 is too young.
Okay, so one question I have is on behalf of the state of Texas. You do issue very provocative statements. And
Yep.
This is one that you said that is very offensive and messes with Texas. You said gay marriage is not a civil rights struggle. Stop comparing gays and blacks. When gay men are slaves, it's because we beg to be.
Yes.
I'm going to tell you the 1964 Civil Rights Act was signed by the greatest president of the United States, Lyndon Baines Johnson. He's a Texan. He signed it because Texas is next to Mexico, which is very close to your daddy's precious wall. He signed that because Mexicans were showing up to workplaces and white men were intimidating and physically abusing them. Civil Rights Act was never, ever intended specifically for blacks only. Lyndon Baines Johnson included it for discriminatory purposes. Your argument is not only unoriginal and adios American-ish, it's also ignorant and racist. I was wondering if you could please rip off this statement, or do you have a leg to stand on to defend it?
I think it was a funny joke, and I stand by it, and I don't take comparisons to Ann Coulter to be insulting. She sells a hell of a lot of books. Yeah. There's been interest, obviously, since Simon & Schuster decided at the first opportunity to jettison it. I'm sure they'll get a lot of plaudits in New York cocktail parties, but the people who actually want to read it, the people who support me and believe in what I'm saying, in their millions, will, I'm sure, seek out wherever it is published by the next person. We expect to be able to announce something about that in the next couple of weeks. The book will come out. The book will come out this year as planned. I don't think that's clear yet.
All right, everyone. Looks like Fox National has switched from the Milo press conference. We are going to work to get that for you again live. Stand by. Stand by.
Wait, is that a hospital shooting?
In the meantime, while we try to get you that Milo feedback, we're going to take you to live aerials of flooding in San Jose, California. Flooding, San Jose, California. Again, you are looking at live aerials of flooding in San Jose, California, following massive storms. Flooding in San Jose, California. And for those of you interested in the Milo Yiannopoulos press conference, we will be playing a replay for you here on News Now in just a few minutes. All right, it looks like, there we go. Our picture is back. Again, this is some live footage coming in from the Bay Area of California, San Jose, some severe flooding there. I know many of you guys joined us for the Milo Yiannopoulos press conference. The Breitbart editor announcing his resignation. For those of you who want to watch it in full, we are going to play it for you again momentarily. In the meantime, we do want to bring you these live images coming in from the Bay Area of California. Plus, we have live images coming in from Houston as well. We have breaking news out of Texas, reports of a shooting at a hospital in Houston, more breaking news. We'll continue to monitor this situation as well as the flooding in San Jose. These are live images of a flooding in California, specifically San Jose. In the meantime, these are live images coming in from a hospital shooting. A hospital shooting reported out of Houston, Texas. Looks like a serious situation out of Houston, Texas. A shooting reported at a hospital there. We're working to get you guys some information regarding this hospital shooting. We don't have a lot of information right now. You can see patients there. SWAT team and police are on their way. This is the Ben Taub Hospital. It is on lockdown amid reports of a shooting. News of this shooting came in the last 10 minutes. Again, reports of a shooting, reports that shots were fired at Ben Taub Hospital in Houston. I'm seeing reports on Twitter. We can't confirm these reports, but reports on Twitter that it may be an active shooter. Again, local news agencies responding to reports of a possible shooting at the hospital in Houston. We don't have a lot of information. The hospital is on lockdown after reports of a shooting there in Houston. Now, the Houston Police Officers Union has tweeted in the last few minutes, sending out this tweet: prayers for all our officers responding to Ben Taub and the employees, patients inside the building. Again, these are live aerials coming in from Houston. We're hearing that police are on their way. I'm just reading an update now from the Houston Chronicle, one of the major news sources there in Houston. This, according to the Houston Chronicle, according to the Chronicle, Houston police responding to reports of shot fired at Ben Taub Hospital. Reports started coming in around 2 p.m. Houston time of shots fired. More patrol units as well as members of the SWAT team were en route at 2:15. It is a developing story. We are working to get you guys additional information. Doctors and patients taken outside the hospital. Again, reports of a possible shooting. The hospital on lockdown. A local news reporter there in Houston has tweeted that it is an active shooter situation. We cannot confirm that ourselves, but we do know that a shooting has been reported at a hospital in Houston. These are live aerials coming in. We're continuing to monitor information coming in from Fox 26, our sister station in Houston, and we'll work to get you guys any additional information we can. Again, we're monitoring the situation carefully, bringing you these images courtesy of Sky Fox in Houston. This is the scene out in Texas where a shooting may have taken place. Again, we are waiting for police to confirm that a shooting has taken place. We're hearing reports of a shooting. The hospital on lockdown, that is Ben Taub Hospital in Houston. Police on their way, SWAT on their way. A scary situation for those doctors, nurses, employees, patients, family members associated with the hospital. Again, we are learning the hospital is on lockdown after reports of a shooting. Now, for those of you just joining us, Bentov Hospital is a level 1 trauma center. It is believed that reports of shots fired came in about 42 minutes ago, around 2 o'clock Houston time. Houston is about an hour ahead of Arizona, one time zone ahead. For those of you familiar with the Houston area, this hospital is not too far from Rice University or the Houston Zoo. Again, the hospital on lockdown after a reported shooting. We are seeing the questions come in from viewers in the chat room. Is it an active situation? Any status on any casualties? As of right now, we don't have any of that information. All we know is that a hospital shooting has been reported. Police are at the scene. They're responding to it. And we have yet to confirm by police as to what exactly took place. Again, a hospital shooting has been reported. We are waiting for police to confirm that this shooting took place and give us an update as to whether anyone was hurt in the shooting. Now, according to a Fox journalist, a reporter in Houston, she has tweeted the street in front of the emergency entrance is blocked off after reports of shots fired inside. You can see patients being taken out of the building. We are waiting to get an official update from authorities. Houston police tweeting just minutes ago, officers are in the process of searching the hospital. No reports of injuries at this time. Again, no reports of injuries at this time, according to Houston police. Officers in the process of searching the hospital. Again, for those of you just joining us, police are searching the hospital after reports of a shooter at Ben Taub Hospital as of right now. Houston police have tweeted that they don't have any reports of any injuries as of right now. The hospital is on lockdown after reports of the shooting. Police are searching the area right now. Interesting to note, a few years ago, 2014, there was a shooting at this hospital that left 2 people dead. A murder-suicide at this hospital in October of 2014. Again, a shooting did take place at this hospital 2.5 years ago, October 2014. A pharmacist and a pharmacy tech killed in a murder-suicide. That was the result of a failed love affair. The question is, what happened today? Did a shooting take place? There were reports of a shooting. Police saying no injuries at this time, but they are searching the hospital. Now, a spokesman for the hospital said the code white, which is the code for an active shooter, was issued, but that the incident does not appear to be ongoing. Again, the facility has been locked down. An email, a message was sent to employees of Baylor College of Medicine, which is close by to the hospital, and that message read, active shooter situation at Ben Taub Hospital. Do not go to Ben Taub Hospital. If at Ben Taub, follow emergency response guidelines of the hospital. More details as it becomes available. Now again, police are searching the hospital, but as of last tweet, no reports of any injuries. Looks like the Houston Chronicle has updated their information. Now, this information coming in from the Houston Chronicle, medical providers were reported to be hiding inside their offices at Ben Taub Hospital as Houston police responded to reports of shots fired inside the building. Now, these reports started coming in at about 2 p.m. Houston time. More patrol units as well as members of the SWAT team were on their way at 2:15. A source inside the building said medical providers were hiding in their offices. Patients could be seen being wheeled out of the building in hospital beds. Now, St. Mark's Episcopal School in Bel Air posted on Twitter about an hour before the shooting a picture of 5th grade students holding up paintings and posing with that hospital staff. Interesting to note, the last shooting, the most recent shooting at Ben Taub, happened in October 2016 when an officer shot an inmate who had taken a medical student hostage. That inmate who suffered from bipolar disorder and schizophrenia was taken to the hospital for treatment of seizures. He ultimately died from his wounds. The name of the hospital, Ben Taub, starting to trend on Twitter as well. It's listed as one of the top trends in the United States. Ben Taub is the name of the hospital that we are looking at, which is on lockdown after reports of a shooting. And forgive us, our feed coming in from Houston is a bit spotty. Those of you just joining us, you're looking at live aerials coming in from Houston, Texas. Ben Taub Hospital on lockdown following reports of a shooting. Police have responded to the scene. They are searching through the building as of right now. No reports of any injuries. Again, guys, you are looking at live aerials coming in from Houston, Texas. This is Ben Taub Hospital. It's on lockdown after reports of a shooting. According to one of our Fox reporters in Houston, an eyewitness told her that he was removed from his room and quickly rolled out in his wheelchair after hearing active shooter on the 3rd floor. As you saw, patients were evacuated from the hospital after that active shooter situation. Again, officers in the process of searching the hospital. No reports of any injuries at this time. I want to go ahead and share a tweet with you guys. This tweet coming in from a reporter in Houston. Angela Chen tweeting this. Ben Taub hospital workers unable to get inside for their shifts because of reports of an active shooter at the hospital. You can see the hospital workers waiting outside, waiting for an all clear as police continue to search the hospital after reports of an active shooter. According to police, no injuries reported at this time, but the hospital is on lockdown. This hospital in Houston, not too far from Rice University. Again, for those of you just joining us, we are waiting for police in Houston to confirm the details of this alleged shooting. The reports of an active shooter, however, police are at the scene searching the hospital, and they are saying, as of right now, no injuries reported. We're continuing to monitor the situation, hoping to get you guys some official confirmation from police. It's a breaking news situation. We are waiting to confirm the details. And this is all we have right now. All right, for those of you just joining us, I do want to give you guys the latest information coming in from Fox 26 in Houston, our sister station. As you can see on our screen, officers have responded to the scene. They are responding to a report of shots fired at Ben Taub General Hospital in the Texas Medical Center. SWAT unit members also arriving to the hospital campus. Officers are in the process of searching through the hospital, have not reported any injuries as of 20 minutes ago. Now, the last time a shooting took place here at this hospital was in October of 2016, when a deputy was forced to shoot a suspect who had been in custody for a probation hearing and was brought to the hospital after complaining about seizures. That suspect reportedly suffered from bipolar and schizophrenia. That was the last shooting at this hospital. That was over 4 months ago. Again, a hospital in Houston is on lockdown. You guys are looking at live aerials coming in from the scene. We are waiting to get an update from police. When Houston police last tweeted, they said there were no reports of any injuries. Again, Houston police tweeting 26 minutes ago saying officers in the process of searching the hospital, no reports of injuries at this time. All right, looks like the Houston Chronicle, the local newspaper there in Houston, updating their article on their website. Now, this is all coming in from the Houston Chronicle. An active shooter has been cornered in Ben Taub Hospital as the Houston SWAT team responded to reports of shots fired inside the building. Now, according to a law enforcement source that spoke with the Houston Chronicle, there is an active shooter situation. He's barricaded on the 3rd floor. They've got him isolated and barricaded, and they don't expect it to take very long. Now, according to the Houston police chief, no victims have been located. All patients and employees are safe at this point. According to the Houston Chronicle, medical providers were hiding inside their offices at Ben Taub Hospital as police responded to reports of shots fired inside the building on the 3rd floor of the hospital. Reports started coming in around 2 o'clock Houston time, so about an hour and 9 minutes ago. Again, according to a law enforcement source, an active shooter has been cornered in the hospital on the 3rd floor. Again, our feed coming in from Houston is a little spotty. Our Skyfox images going in and out. We appreciate you guys staying with us here on News Now as we continue to monitor the situation. Again, according to the Houston Chronicle, an active shooter is cornered on the 3rd floor. SWAT team has the shooter cornered. No reports of any injuries at this time. Now, according to the Houston Chronicle, the headline reads, "Active shooter holed up in Ben Taub Hospital in Houston," sources say. Again, this is according to a law enforcement officer who told the Chronicle there's an active shooter situation. He's barricaded on the 3rd floor. They've got him isolated and barricaded, and they don't expect it to take very long. The police chief in Houston did say that no victims have been located, and all patients and employees are safe at this point. All right, guys, you are looking at a large crowd gathered outside the hospital. I can't confirm this, but it looks like a impromptu press conference on the ground there in Houston. Let me go ahead and check the Fox Houston Facebook page to see if we have a live feed of that press conference that's happening now. It looks like Fox is carrying that press conference, so we are going to take that for you from their Facebook page. Oh, looks like they sent it to us.
Evidence of an actual active shooter. We're in the process of holding each floor, and our SWAT team will then again engage in a secondary search to ensure we haven't missed anything. We're also looking at all the security cameras as we speak to see if we find any evidence of an actual active shooter. Now again, it's important for people to realize that there were multiple reports from this location of shots being fired and a white male, unknown age, bald, being described as a suspect. So with that, that's all we have right now. I can tell you that I want to just commend Dr. Tovar and the hospital. They did a phenomenal job of moving patients at a moment's notice. All patients, their care continued while they were being evacuated. More importantly, you might have seen an ambulance leave. They didn't take any chance on anybody having a degradation of their treatment, and they immediately transferred one patient to another hospital nearby. That's one of the fortunate things we have here in Houston, that if you look at this institution, there are many emergency hospitals around here and a lot of options for the people of Houston. We're very fortunate. So with that, I'm going to open it up to questions, but again, it's an ongoing investigation, and we have not found any victims or any evidence of an actual shooting at this point.
Did anyone actually witness, see a suspect?
We are debriefing people. Some folks have described the suspect that I described you to, which is a white male, unknown age, bald. That's all we've got. But again, we're debriefing multiple folks that called in as we speak, and also looking at the evidence.
And no evidence saying that they saw this guy with the gun?
We have not found any evidence of a shooting yet, and we have not found any evidence of the suspect. Again, listen, folks are going to say, well, why this huge police response? It's clear. When you have active shooters, in a matter of seconds, a matter of minutes, they can wreak a lot of havoc and kill a lot of people and injure a lot of folks. And so I'm very proud of the fact that we responded very quickly and searched this hospital. ¿Qué dice la comunidad? Que a las 1:58 p.m. esta tarde, el Departamento de Policía de Houston recibió varias llamadas al 911 reportando una persona disparando un arma de fuego aquí en el hospital. Inmediatamente, entre minutos, muchos oficiales del Departamento de Policía de Houston llegamos, empezamos a buscar por todos los pisos, hay 6 pisos aquí afuera, aquí atrás de mí. No hemos encontrado ningún sospechoso, no hemos encontrado ninguna evidencia que ha visto un tiroteo, pero se sigue buscando y mirando en todo el hospital. Estoy muy orgulloso del doctor Tovar, que inmediatamente sacaron todos los pacientes y que mantenieron el tratamiento de los pacientes sin perjudicar la salud de esos pacientes.
¿Usted describió a un sospechoso como blanco?
Un sospechoso que tenemos es un anglo sin pelo, así que es lo único que tenemos. La investigación sigue, estamos mirando todas las cámaras para ver si vemos algo, porque todavía no hemos determinado.
¿Algún arma de fuego encontrado?
Todavía no encontramos nada.
Señor, el mensaje para la...
As soon as we finish our secondary search, again, every floor has been searched once. Every floor has been secured, is being held by members of the Houston Police Department, and our SWAT team, as we speak, is starting a secondary, more methodical search to make sure we didn't miss anything. As you can imagine, there's a lot of closets and little nooks and crannies where people can hide. So we'll have our SWAT team and our explosives canine conduct the search to see if the canine can hit on any casings or anything that we may find that would be evidence of a discharge of a firearm.
And you guys are questioning the people that made those.
That's part of the ongoing investigation.
How many reports were there?
I don't have that yet. Sorry, there's multiple.
Jefe, ¿qué sigue para los trabajadores, para los pacientes? ¿Qué podemos esperar?
Los pacientes están bien, están en buena salud. El doctor Tovar, que es el director de la medicina aquí, hizo un gran trabajo para asegurar que todos los pacientes que están evacuando que no tuvieran ningún problema con su salud. El único paciente que tuvo que irse, solamente un paciente solamente tuvo que ir a otro departamento de emergencia y se lo llevaron en la ambulancia.
¿Qué está haciendo la policía en estos momentos?
Ahora estamos mirando, el SWAT team está ahora de nuevo mirando en cada piso buscando para estar seguro que no hay ningún sospechoso todavía en el hospital.
Did you check the roof, obviously, with the chopper? Or
Well,
you don't know?
well, I think you guys probably checked the roof with your cameras.
I've been
and
down
everything
here.
else. Yeah, so the response was tremendous. Unfortunately, we've had in Houston multiple incidents now of active shooters. It's something that ever since Columbine happened, American law enforcement has completely changed the way it responds to these incidents. And I think what you saw today was a massive, immediate response from the men and women of the Houston Police Department and our partners from the University of Texas Police, the U.S. Marshals, our constables. So it was a multi-agency response, and I think that had there been an active shooter, and I'm not saying there wasn't, but I'm pretty convinced we would have engaged them very quickly.
Doctor, can we ask you a couple questions about the response?
All I can say at this time is patients are accounted for and safe, and that's really all that I have to say at this time.
Can you talk about,
I'm Dr. Tovar.
can you talk about the logistics of evacuating a place like this? I'm assuming you have patients maybe in surgery, things like that. It's not easy.
Sure, it was challenging, but again, at this time, fortunately, all the patients are accounted for and fortunately are very safe. So.
¿Habla español, doctor? ¿No habla español?
Chief, is there anything, have you guys confirmed these reports about someone being upset and having to take off their clothes?
Yeah, that's all part of the investigation. I mean, a hospital is a city with a lot of characters. It's just like any other part of the community. You have all kinds of people come and go, and so all of that will be part of our ongoing investigation. It's going to take us a little while to go through the multiple reports that came in, listen to all the 911 calls, look at all the videos. But something happened, and what we want to take from this is, are there any lessons learned for the hospital, any lessons learned from us where we can do better even next time?
Assuming you find nothing, how much longer? You got patients, it's hot out.
Well, you know what? I think the patients are fine. The hospital knows the challenge with each patient. They know what their tolerances are. They know what the underlying medical condition is, and believe me, if they need to move somebody, they will. The one thing we don't want to do is not finish our search, not do a thorough search, and come to find out there was an active shooter, there's somebody hidden. If we're going to err as a community, as health professionals and a police department, we're going to err on the side of safety.
Jefe Acevedo, ¿cuánto creen que pueda durar todo este operativo?
Yo creo que en los últimos 30 minutos a una hora ya vamos a estar con los pacientes en casa. So I would say in the next 30 minutes to an hour, our hopes within the hour, we'll be able to finish a very thorough secondary search. And then we can have the...
Entonces, ¿qué podría pasar con las personas que hicieron todo?
So we can have the hospital take over and get back inside.
¿Qué podría pasar con las personas que obviamente reportaron todo eso?
Bueno, acuérdese que las personas que reportaron son personas que trabajan aquí. Yo no tengo ninguna indicación que fue el reporte es falso. Acuérdate que estás en un lugar como este, cosas pasan. ¿Quién sabe lo que pasó? Por eso es parte de la investigación. And so what he asked in Spanish was, what happens if it turns out to be there was no active shooter? The person that reported. What people have to realize is that this house is very dynamic. It's a very dynamic environment. There's a lot of people moving around. There's a lot of equipment being moved around. There's a lot of things going on, and who knows what this ends up to be. But I don't have any reason to believe that it wasn't well-intentioned people believing that there was an active shooter.
Are other hospitals on lockdown?
No other hospitals on lockdown. Okay, guys, thank you.
Thanks, Chief. Okay, so that wraps up the news conference with Chief Art Acevedo.
Thank you.
I got you guys.
I don't got it.
I didn't, you know, you were on my back and I didn't see you.
All right, so just to recap, it looks like that anonymous source that the Houston Chronicle was referencing was wrong. It appears they have not located any active shooter. There were reports that there was an active shooter on the 3rd floor, but we just heard from police. No reports of any injuries, and as of right now, they cannot locate or find evidence of a suspect. All right, guys, for additional information, we are going to check in with the Fox 26 Facebook page, see what they're reporting now.
Off because they are absolutely necessary at this point.
At this point, it appears that that is all. Well, actually, let's look at this right now. You see a closer look from Skyfox, or from one of our cameras, I should say, of police there going down the stairwell. We heard from one of the witnesses not too long ago that this is how a lot of people got out. They were told to take the stairs. Again, it was the second floor where that active shooter was reported. Police have extensively searched that second floor and have not found a suspect. They have not found any victims. But it appears right now, according to the police chief, what they need to do and what they are doing is doing a secondary search just to make sure. Again, it's important. I know a lot of people were concerned. People had family members there. They had people that they were concerned about. There is some good news so far, and it is that there is no active shooter located and that there are no victims located. But they still have to take this seriously, especially because they did have more than one person call in saying that they saw a gunman. And you have to take that seriously.
And any time that you hear of any type of shooting situation, especially in a public place like that, like Ben Hospital, where we have had some smaller incidents in the past related to a weapon and other situations, you do have to respond immediately. Okay, joining us now on the phone for more insight into how this all works in a situation like this is former HPD Assistant Chief Jimmy Dotson, who is retired and now living here in the Houston area. Mr. Dotson, can you hear us?
Yes, good.
Thank you so much for joining me. Thank you. So can you explain to Jonathan and I and to our viewers from a general perspective, because we know you're not there at the scene, but you spent so many years of your career with HPD. When you have a call come in like this, how does the department respond?
Well, certainly the department responds exactly the way that they've been trained to respond. You don't take anything for granted, and I agree with the chief. You get as much resources and assets to that location as you can to secure the area, and then you can go about doing an investigation. But first priority is make sure that you get there and try to neutralize any shooter if it is an active shooter. And then you go about trying to rescue and treat the injured if there are any injuries involved in that. But the chief did exactly what he or she should have done in this situation. And unfortunately, these are the challenges that we're going to face in law enforcement as we have people who are going to be carrying concealed weapons and whether they're not concealed, because people are very sensitive to what's happening in our society today as we have to deal with terrorism. And when people see others that may be carrying concealed weapons or unconcealed weapons, they're going to call law enforcement. And we have to respond. And we
have no choice but to respond, right?
We have no choice, absolutely.
And Mr. Dotson, we also saw there some of the K-9 units there. Tell me how that works, because we saw some of them on the outside. Is the first instinct to send those K-9s in, or are they on standby just in case? I'm wondering how that procedure works when you're searching a hospital.
Well, certainly they have to be part of the team that secure the area. If there is any contact made with the shooter, then you certainly use your K-9s to go in and try to engage in that, along with the officers that is closest to him. But the main thing is securing that building to make sure that if there is an active shooter, that he or she does not get away.
How do you secure the building? I was wondering, can you describe for us the sweep and how the officers, I'm sure you've gone through training. How do you do this room by room in such a large building? How does that work?
Well, it's very methodical, and they have been trained to do that. Certainly they're going to be working with their counterparts there, the Medical Center Police Department, and our SWAT team probably have floor plans of that building as well. So they're going to go through it room by room, floor by floor. But first of all, they're going to go to the locale where there was spotted a suspicious person carrying a weapon, and they want to make sure that they get there first and then secure that area, and then they will go about locking down the building, exterior and interior doors.
Obviously a concern here, this happening at a hospital, a very big place, a public place, open place where a lot of people are. To your knowledge, I know you spent many years with HPD. Can you remember anything like this happening at a hospital here in our area?
I cannot recall right off the top of my head of anything happening. Certainly we've had in the past some particular areas that were similar to this, but nothing like this in a hospital to my knowledge.
Can you tell us that what you know of, Mr. Dotson, the protocol and the coordination between the hospitals there in the Texas Medical Center? I know, unfortunately, we all have to be prepared these days for an active shooter situation or some sort of emergency. Is there training that's usually done within the hospitals?
Certainly there is training, and each hospital will probably have their own set of policies that will coordinate with other hospitals. They may not be exact, but they will certainly be similar. And the main thing is that some hospitals will require people to shelter in place where others may require them to evacuate. But that's why it's so critical that law enforcement get to the scene, because once they arrive on the scene, they're in charge of that scene.
Right.
Hospital administrators have to relinquish their authority to the law enforcement because they are the ones that's going to have to engage and neutralize if there is an active shooter.
All right, Mr. Dotson, we certainly appreciate your insight, and we'll be keeping in touch with you. Did you have another question?
No, we appreciate you, and that gives us some idea of what's going on there right now. I do actually have one more question for you, and I'm sure it may be a challenging one for you to answer at this point. At what point, if the officers there on scene have gone through all the procedures, they've searched the building 2 or 3 times, and there is no evidence of any shooting and there is no shooter, when do you know to call off a scene like this?
Well, that's going to be up to the command post, whoever's in charge of that command post. If he or she feels that they sterilized that building and they've done all of the due diligence that needs to be done, then it's up to them, along with the chief of police or whoever the highest ranking officer on the scene, to call it off. But at this point in time, they want to make sure that they leave no stones unturned, because if there was an active shooter and he or she was managed to escape, there's nothing to say that they cannot come back if they have not apprehended there at the scene. So whoever's in charge want to make sure that before they call it off, that they're pretty well certain that building is completely secure.
That's certainly true, Mr. Dotson, especially when there were reports, as we heard from the police chief, of multiple people saying that they saw this gunman. So it wasn't just one person, apparently, but multiple people saying this. So, Mr. Dotson, thank you so much for your insight on this. Obviously, you're an experienced law enforcement officer. You've handled situations perhaps similar to this in the past. So we'll be checking back with you. But thank you so much for your time today.
Certainly, thank you very much, and thanks to those brave men and women that got to that scene.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And speaking of those brave men and women there at the scene, you know, the response, as you mentioned, Jonathan, and Mr. Dotson and other folks, that the response was immediate. And we are looking at live pictures right now of obvious members of the staff at Bentham Hospital. You know, they're all part of the Harris Health System. And I'm sure they're awaiting information just like we are. The good news, and we got this information from the chief about at least 30 minutes ago, is that everyone was evacuated safely. So that's certainly good news when you hear about an active shooter situation in any scenario.
And it does appear, Melinda, that there are fewer people in this, what we've been calling a makeshift triage area. So it appears that a lot of these people have been taken to another area, hopefully maybe another hospital or you know, an ambulance or somewhere where they can get that emergency care that they needed, because this did all happen apparently in the trauma center, or at least that's where the reports were, in the trauma center area. So a lot of those people were the first to be evacuated, and it looks like there were fewer gurneys there, fewer patients there. So hopefully they're in a safer place where they're getting the medical care that they need.
Absolutely. And with every workplace, we know we have that here. We know we have it no matter what your field is. There are procedures and policies in place when you are dealing with an emergency situation. And of course, the first thing in many cases is to get out of the building if you can, and if you can do it safely. And it looks like that has certainly been achieved. And we were talking in general terms with the former assistant chief, police chief here in Houston, about the methodical way that officers have to search that building. You know, we were looking at the floor plan here, 6 floors here at Bentham Hospital, and how they have to go to each room to make sure that they could call it and say, okay, this room is clear, and then go on to the next. It takes time, and it takes experience for a situation like this, and it looks like they've responded at the highest level possible at this point.
And look at this live picture here. You've seen these 2 officers still on standby. So as the police chief said, they are not going away at this point. They are not calling this off, because they just want to be sure, doubly sure, that this is a safe situation. They don't have a shooter in custody. They have not located any victims, which is the good news. You know, we were hoping that there would be no victims, but they have to be sure, so they are doing their due diligence. They are going back in and researching all 6 floors, specifically that second floor where the active shooter was reported to be, and at this point they have not found an active shooter. So again, we've seen Houston SWAT officers, we've seen Harris County law enforcement out there. I assume that other agencies nearby have come to help because there's been such a heavy presence. So at this point, it would almost appear that no news will be good news in this situation. No news changing. That no victims have been located. That there are no victims, we hope, and a lot of the patients who were, actually, this is a live picture here, a lot of the personnel are coming out, a lot of these hospital personnel. You know, we heard the police chief say earlier, Melinda, that a lot of these people...
They were locked in.
They were locked in, and that's what they were told to do, that if there is an active shooter situation, you don't try to rush out, you shelter in place, you stay in a door, you get to a safe area. And these people perhaps did that, and now they're being allowed to come out in this sweep as police are making their way up to these other
Imagine
floors.
the relief they must feel right now, because when you're on the inside and you may not have all the information and you're in a room and you want to get out and you just want to be free, I'm sure it's quite a relief for what appears to be a large group of employees and staff at Bentham Hospital who were escorted out safely by Houston police this afternoon here at 3:37 as we continue.
And we had
to
also
follow
heard,
this.
Melinda, that Baylor College of Medicine, those people were also in that building. They're connected, you may know. They were also put on lockdown as well. So we, of course, are awaiting new information here from law enforcement. But at this point, as I said, it almost appears that no more news or no update would be good news that there are no victims. Here is another look at one of the patients there being cared for. The good news is that a lot of the officers who, a lot of the patients there who have come out are being transported to other areas, safer areas, where they can get the care that they need. Because, again, a lot of these people in that trauma center were in pretty bad shape and needed that help.
And you mentioned, this is also a facility for Baylor College of Medicine. It's a teaching facility, if you've ever had to be seen by anyone who's in training there. So what a lesson for them right now, those who were there during this very scary experience. We don't know, that's something that we haven't heard specifically, Jonathan, if anyone actually heard a shot fired or if there are reports of shots fired.
We haven't heard that. That's the information that is
that's critical
out there.
when they're doing an investigation like this, when they're trying to figure out how this all started. But again, the response is warranted in this day and age. You have to make sure that you're sure. You have to make sure everyone gets out safely. You have to protect the patients. You have to protect the employees. And you have to make sure that there is not, in fact, a shooter still there on the premises.
Yeah. And the scene here, as we're looking, we've been on the air since about 2 o'clock or so, a little after 2 o'clock, and the scene has remained heavy in terms of the police presence. Officers have been there focused on the trauma center and that second floor and that first floor for the last couple of hours. They've been focused on that particular area because that is where they were told that this shooter was. A white man, he was described as with a bald head. That's the only description that the police chief at least gave us during that mini news conference that he gave us, that he talked to reporters there. That's the only description. And he said multiple people called in saying that they saw this gunman. So you would think that they would be interviewing these people who called in to get more information as to where they saw this person or what time. But the police chief did say that around 1:58 is when they got the call that something was going on here at Bentham Hospital. All right. Our John Donnelly is standing by live now. John, what can you tell us?
Well, I can tell us things have calmed down dramatically since the police chief came out and said that there does not appear that they've been able to locate any shooter. They're not exactly sure if there was a shooter or what exactly transpired. He did say something interesting, though. He said that this hospital is a busy place. There's a lot of people coming and going, and there's lots of noises, and it's possible that someone heard something that sounded like a shot. They're trying to interview all the people that called in. A lot of people called in by 911. Anybody on the scene who reported it in that way, or someone who left the property called 911. They want to find out who heard exactly what, who saw exactly what, and then try to piece it together. Now, initially what they did is they did what's called a preliminary search, where they go in very quickly with as much overwhelming force as they can muster at the time and search all the rooms and do a preliminary sweep, get everybody that they can evacuate out. Then they go back in, they do a secondary search. That includes opening the closet doors and looking in every single nook and cranny, not just for a shooter, but any evidence that there had been a shooting. And that's evidence that they don't have right now. They've recovered, as of yet, I'm not saying they're not going to, but as of yet, no shell casings. They've seen no bullet holes. They do have a canine, an explosive dog that's going to go in there and look for any explosives, but also any spent casings that may be able to tell them what exactly transpired. Now, they did get a report that it was a white male with a rifle, bald or shaved head on the second floor. They evacuated everybody they could, but they have not found that person. So the search continues. They are not standing down. They're just going to go back and do a more thorough search, try to gather more information. Now that they have a luxury of a little bit more time, they've got the patients and the staff out. It's important to note, no patients, no staff, nobody hurt in all of this. The hospital staff has done what they can to accommodate anybody who is being treated here. We have seen some people who were ambulatory patients. They have left the scene. They're going to go home, come back and check themselves out tomorrow. Those who are bedridden, they're being cared for either near the hospital or they've been moved to another facility. If something like this is going to happen, this is a good place for it to happen. And again, I'm not saying it is a good thing, but this is a good place for it to happen because there are plenty of other facilities around here that can take in patients, and that's what's happened. These hospitals all communicate with each other, so that is what has happened. They've found other places for these patients to go. So that is the very latest situation out here right now. People are just kind of standing out here kind of casually. Some people are drifting away. And hopefully this was all just a big mistake. We don't want to call it a hoax at this point. We don't know if there's any malintent, but it may just be that this was a mistake and people got panicked and passed the word along without actually seeing anything firsthand themselves. So that is the very latest. We're live outside Ben Taub. John Donnelly for Fox 26 News.
All right, John, thank you for that. I have a question for you, though. Earlier we saw a lot of the family members. Is this the
Hang
police
on,
chief?
we're about to get an update from the chief right now.
Houston Police
so we're
Chief
going to get him
Art
live here
Acevedo.
right now. So just stand by. The chief is coming out. This is Chief Art Acevedo going to give us the secondary. Okay. All right, Chief, what's the very latest?
Okay, guys, we just SWAT just finished a secondary search. We have not found a suspect. We've cleared all the floors. What we're getting ready to do is we're going to allow the hospital to take back control of the hospital. However, we will leave SWAT officers on every floor just in case as a precautionary measure. But we have not found a suspect. We have cleared the hospital. We've conducted 2 full searches of every floor. And again, we're about in the next few minutes allow the hospital to take control back of the hospital. But for precautionary measures, we're going to leave SWAT officers behind on every floor for the next hour or two to make sure everything continues normal.
Is this a mistake?
No, there's no mistake. I mean, there was a specific reason. We have multiple witnesses that heard a man yell, drop the gun, drop the gun. We have multiple folks that heard 2 large bangs. Whether or not that's gunshots is still subject to further investigation. But we know that something actually happened, and the police response and the response of the hospital in terms of how they conducted themselves was right in line with what we would expect of them. Hemos terminado nuestro search aquí, la segunda vez no hemos encontrado ningún sospechoso. Lo que vamos a hacer ahorita es dejar el hospital entrar de nuevo con todos los pacientes, empezar sus operaciones de nuevo, pero vamos a mantener en cada piso miembros de nuestro SWAT team para mantener la seguridad la próxima hora o 2 para estar seguro que todo está bien.
Usted dijo que sí hubo una persona.
El reporte fue creíble en que varias personas escucharon una persona gritar suelta el revólver, suelta la pistola. Entonces varias personas reportaron que escucharon dos sonidos que parecía como el sonido de un fuego de arma que estaba disparado. No hemos encontrado la evidencia, pero la investigación sigue. Estoy muy orgulloso del hospital, muy orgulloso de los oficiales que respondieron como yo espero que respondan en este caso.
¿Este sospechoso cabe la posibilidad que se haya huido y esté al otro lado?
Hay otra posibilidad, pero está todo seguro, no hay ninguna persona herida y gracias a Dios.
All right, that was Houston Police Chief Art Acevedo giving us some new information there, saying that they have now completed that secondary search of Ben Taub Hospital, and soon they will be turning the hospital back over to the staff there. But he did point out, Melinda, that they are going to leave a SWAT officer on every floor, at least for the time being.
All right, and Isaiah Carey is joining us here in the studio. We've been talking about the different people from law enforcement, different people that we know that have been giving us information from that area. And Isaiah, you talked to a source who gave some insight into why the response was at this level.
Absolutely, Melinda and Jonathan. That person said that initially it was 10 to 12 people. They heard someone arguing in a room, really, really loud. And they said they heard someone scream, put the gun down twice, and then heard some loud pops. Now, whether that's shots, hearing gunshots or something like that, they're saying loud pops. And as a result, HPD responded. They're also...
All right, everyone, we're going to dip into that press conference again. Stand by.
With SWAT officers on each floor for the next couple of hours, just to make sure everybody has a comfort level, make sure we didn't miss anything. We're almost 99.9% sure that there isn't any reason to fear coming back in the hospital, but we're in pretty good shape. Now what will happen from here is we will continue to review all of the videotapes from the hospital, all the video evidence, to see if we can find any evidence of an actual shooting.
Chief, just to wrap up, how confident are you that there was no shooting here this afternoon, that patients are okay and doctors are okay to resume business?
I'm confident that I can't say that there was no shooting. I don't know that. That's part of the investigation. I am confident that if there was a threat, that threat is not present here now. We have thoroughly searched this facility, every floor, on more than one occasion, with SWAT officers, patrol officers, canine, so there's no reason to fear. The other thing that we're doing is that although we're going to resume normal operations at the hospital, we're going to leave SWAT officers on each floor so folks can have a semblance of safety and security, and so we can get more into the edge and flow of this operation.
Okay? And you said you found no evidence of any damage, no casings,
not yet.
Nothing?
And we've looked everywhere. But think in mind that people can have a revolver. There wouldn't be a casing. So we've got canine that can actually detect casings and weapons, and they haven't found anything. So the bottom line is there are multiple people that heard drop the gun, and right after that they heard two loud bangs. I mean, it's a hospital. Who knows what the bangs were? But I believe that the hospital responded appropriately, following their protocols, and I think the police department did a phenomenal job.
Casi 60% de los pacientes son hispanos.
Anyone in custody for questions?
No, people are...
I'm losing my mind.
I'm sorry, man.
So that was the police chief in Houston. Let's see if he has anything more to say.
Ninguna razón por tener temor. Estamos seguros que todo está seguro.
Looks like he's speaking to the Spanish media now. There in Houston again. No reports of any injuries. Authorities have searched the hospital twice. No evidence of a shooter or a suspect, but they are keeping SWAT officers on each floor for employee and patient safety there at the hospital. That is Ben Taub Hospital in Houston. Let's go ahead and check in with another reporter at the scene.
Over their critically ill patients that they had to evacuate from the ER. Those critically ill patients have been taken to Memorial Hermann to continue their treatment, of course, as they try to figure out what's going on here. But since he has announced that, nothing really has changed out here yet. No one's being let back in. We did hear they were on lockdown at the other hospitals, including Memorial Hermann. That lockdown has been lifted at this point. But you can see a lot of the medical staff here still standing around waiting for instructions, and they have not gotten that yet as they try to figure out how to best take care of these patients that they had to evacuate. I am with Dion Lee over here. He is a Ben Taub employee who says he was here right outside when the shooting happened. Can you talk to me about what happened and what you heard?
Yes, ma'am. I was actually out on a little break to get some fresh air. Such a beautiful day. And when I went to return into the facility, I seen employees kind of bum rushing and running out, screaming code white, which means active shooter. So, I mean, just knowing what those codes are and memorizing them, it was just safe to go ahead and evacuate the building.
Were people panicking, or were they calm? People knew what the code meant.
Panicking, yeah. We have extensive training on codes and things like that, something we go over periodically. And, you know, just code white, you could just see the terror in eyes and, you know, the panic in the faces of the employees. So everyone was just running down halls and evacuating the building, so I just did the same thing.
Right. And all your friends are accounted for, your coworkers that you've seen?
Yes, ma'am. We just reached out by text to our manager. He wanted to make sure everyone was okay and in a safe location. We all replied with, "We're safe. We're outside the ER." So.
And right now, we are waiting, obviously, for instructions. They have not allowed you guys to go back in yet. The scene seems to have calmed down a little bit on the emergency entrance side anyway. You were talking to me earlier about Ben Taub, saying that something happens here, maybe once
A month, maybe. Yeah, anything from incidents in the garage or, hostage situations. It's something periodically. I think it happens too often. But again, they try to keep us trained up on different techniques and measures and all, and try to handle, try to stay calm in most situations, and just always planning for evacuation routes and things like that.
Right. Do you feel like the employees here were prepared this time around?
I do, and I commend that to the training staff here at the facility. Basically, just always keeping us trained up, and we usually carry little cards with all the codes on them. Unfortunately, mine is not on me because it's ruined, but just memorizing them and knowing the different codes, you can kind of how to respond.
Now, for this incident, we have not seen an incident quite like this, though, for a while.
That is correct. This is probably the most intense since I've been here.
Now, what you're looking at right now, they just took a gurney outside of this emergency vehicle, loading a patient onto it. Some of these patients, again, do need to be transferred to another hospital. We've been hearing Memorial Hermann is where they're being taken as these medical staff help their patients. Again, these are critically ill patients from the ER. We did ask a doctor earlier. He said, yes, the ER, it's pretty much been cleared out because of this incident. Talk to me about what you heard about this incident specifically. They were focusing on the second floor, which is where the clinics are.
That is correct. That's actually my area of responsibility. I heard that it actually happened in the ear, nose, and throat clinic on the second floor. One of my colleagues mentioned that in the exam room, either next to her or the next one down, she actually heard 2 shots. Stated that she never heard anything announced over the PA of what was going on. I think it was more of word of mouth. Some did report that they did hear the page over the overhead paging system. But just to look in her eyes and all, I could tell, by her being so close to it, she was really frightened.
Is she out here right now?
I've seen her maybe about an hour ago. I do not. I know that clinic is usually open late, so she's probably, yes, she did.
Okay, was she able to describe, what she did afterward and what she was feeling?
She said she just got her patient out safely that she was currently dealing with, and then assisted with clearing out the clinic.
Now, at this point, what are you waiting on? A lot of people here work at the hospital. They're standing around waiting for something. They just don't know what.
Right. I think it's more or less the all clear. I know a lot of people, employees, have personals, at their desk or their lockers, like myself. I really can't leave. I have my keys, but I don't have my ID and things like that. So I really don't want to take the risk of leaving and getting pulled over and, not having a driver's license. But I think we're just standing around waiting. Most of the staff is probably ending their shift, except for critical staff, nurses and things like that.
Well, many of your coworkers are still inside, is that right?
I've seen them still evacuating up until about at least 10 minutes ago. So it's a pretty large building, a lot of hallways and crevices and cracks and offices and stuff like that. So I'm sure they're just trying to really get everyone out so they can search the building.
Do you have any coworkers who are inside at this moment?
I do not.
Okay.
All of my team.
All your friends are accounted for.
Yes,
that's very good.
Yes.
All right. Thank you so much, Dion, for talking with us. Again, active scene here in front of the emergency entrance of Ben Taub Hospital. They, over here, have been loading patients onto those emergency vehicles to transfer them to another hospital so they can continue getting their treatment that they need. And over here, we are waiting for another announcement from the police chief, but at this moment, the scene is calm. A lot of employees waiting for instructions from their managers on what to do next. That is the latest from Ben Taub, just outside of the emergency entrance. Angela Chen, Fox 26 News.
Again, you're looking at live images coming in from the scene of that hospital that was on lockdown after a shooting was reported. However, no evidence of a suspect there. Mary Kate Gaffney joining you in just a few minutes for more News Now coverage ahead.
This is the press conference out of San Jose due to the flooding right now. That's what you're seeing on your main screen.
that we are issuing a voluntary evacuation order for all the low-lying neighborhoods along Coyote Creek between Capitol Expressway and 880. And we have 2 community centers open now, both Shirakawa and Roosevelt, that are taking people in so that we can help them get situated. And we also have overnight shelter at James Lick High School. And we'll continue to provide those services as our residents need them. We've got all hands on deck right now. Everybody in this city is working hard to do everything we can to safeguard our residents.
I guess the city has just declared a state of emergency.
Yes, we've declared the state. The city manager's office has declared the state that's required for us to order mandatory evacuations under state law. And so we have issued the emergency order.
Did you say voluntary or mandatory?
In this area, it's a mandatory evacuation because clearly there's a risk to folks who are here and we want to get them out right away. For the low-lying neighborhoods between Capitol Expressway and 880, there is a voluntary order of evacuation.
How many people are affected?
It's clear that almost 500 households in this neighborhood alone are affected by the mandatory evacuation.
And how many apartment buildings?
I believe it's, we've got over 60 structures. Most of them are apartments. Yeah, we're still trying to nail that down now, but clearly there's a source in the creek where there's a significantly large amount of water that is rushing in. This is more than the typical inundation. And so that's what we're trying to nail down now. Obviously, we're working with the water district. They're the experts. They're the hydrologists. We're trying to understand what it is that they know that's affecting the situation now.
Given the contamination issues for the residents, how long do you think it will be before you can get them back to their homes?
We don't have any good information on that. We are particularly concerned about contamination. We're doing everything we can to prevent any sewage from getting into this water. Obviously, that is a serious public health issue. And so we're very focused on that issue right now.
Mayor, how many homeless people along the creek might be in jeopardy?
Any homeless individuals who are along the creek are definitely in jeopardy. There were 4 rescues yesterday, all individuals who were without housing living near the creek. And we know there are at least a couple more this morning down Los Lagos, and I believe 1 or 2 more just more recently. So we're going to do everything we can to protect life first and foremost. And so we've got a rescue helicopter out there doing all we can.
Mayor, any way to remove those people before the flooding happens?
Yes. On Thursday, we had housing department crews going out into the creeks, trying to pull people out, telling them about the expectation that the creek level would rise substantially, encouraging everyone to move as quickly as possible. There are 2 challenges. One is it's very difficult to make someone move if they don't want to move. And secondly, it is not obvious, based on what I have heard from our team, that we were able to identify everyone who is in the creek.
Yeah, we've had many complaints from residents here that they didn't flooded out, that they didn't get any warning from the city.
Yeah, my understanding is we were issuing warnings previous to the time that we saw this happening, but we can get more information on that to you right away as to what warnings were issued and when.
Should the city have done more?
Absolutely. Look, we're in a situation where we know every one of our firefighters and transportation department team members is working incredibly hard to do all they can. But when you see a situation like this, obviously, we realize there was a failure because we've got folks who are being evacuated today. And unfortunately, the failure falls on the shoulders of our hardworking fire department and transportation team members, as well as the residents themselves. And so no one wants this outcome to result. But the most critical thing for us right now is to focus on saving lives, getting people out of the way of harm, addressing the public health issues we know that may happen with the sewer, and then we'll have a lot of time for Monday morning quarterbacking. But this isn't the moment now. I don't have any more information. What we know from our fire crews is that there seems to be a single point where there was a large volume of water rushing in that was uniquely. Again, I don't have any more information. So we're going to be trying to nail that information down in collaboration with the water district, which is obviously the source expertise here.
Mayor, was there any kind of warning here? Was there anything that might have been done to anticipate the magnitude of this?
As I sit here today and I look out at a neighborhood that's completely inundated with water, and where we've got fire crews trying to do all they can to help people get out, there's no question in my mind there was a failure of some kind. We'll have plenty of time for Monday morning quarterbacking in the days ahead. Right now, we've got to do everything we can to get people out.
What do you say to those in the voluntary evacuation area? How strongly do you feel they should evacuate?
I think anybody who's in a low-lying area along Coyote Creek, in that region I described, should be finding an alternative place to sleep tonight. I think you should find a friend, a neighbor's, a relative, and if you can't, by all means, we've got room at James Lick High School, and we can help folks at our community centers at Shirakawa and Roosevelt.
Do you have a timetable of how long this evacuation, when will the water subside?
I don't have good information about that. We know that the next storm is scheduled for this weekend. Obviously, we expect it to subside considerably before that, but we all are continuing to expect the peak flows will continue to rise this afternoon. The question is when exactly they'll stop. And as you can all tell by now, this is far from an exact science. We're relying on the best data we can from the hydrologists, the experts, outside agencies that are providing us. And bluntly, that information hasn't been very accurate as we've dealt with this challenge.
Are you expecting to get...
This is Rock Springs. Rock Springs.
Are you expecting to get disaster assistance from the state or feds?
Right now, we've got, for the situation we have today, I'm confident that our crews are going to do everything we possibly can to deal with this immediate issue. Typically, you know, let me stop for a moment. Let me ask our PIO, because I do not believe we formally requested it yet, but I'm going to ask right now. Miss, do you have any information?
The only information that I have is that we are not currently asking for any additional resources from outside agencies. The mutual aid system was brought into effect on this incident, so we got additional resources from Santa Clara County Sheriff's Office and from Santa Clara County Fire. They were here assisting us. Those resources have since been moved to a different event in the city, but they're still assisting the San Jose Fire Department. As far as declaration of a disaster and the request for additional assistance from the state or federal government beyond that, that's a city manager and mayor position that I don't believe has happened yet.
That's correct.
Sam, can you talk a little bit more about bad data? You were saying the info
Yeah,
you got.
I'd rather not at this point. What we know.
Mayor, can I take that question?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So the information that we get from the hydrologists, from the water district, as well as from your own weather people and the National Weather Service, we all know is an inexact science. We cannot predict with 100% certainty anything that's going to be weather related, and this is all weather related stuff. What we do know is that they predicted early on that Anderson Reservoir was going to go over its spillway. In other words, the bathtub was full, it wasn't going to hold any more water, and water was going to spill onto the ground. When that happens, the water comes out and it's not controlled. Uncontrolled water does damage, and the hydrologists did the best job they could to predict where that uncontrolled water would come over the banks of the river in the event that it reached certain thresholds. They said, if it gets to this number, it's going to come over the banks here. And they mapped it all out for us. So we had a pretty decent map of how that was going to look. But that assumes lots of things. It assumes that there isn't any damage to the waterway upstream from us or downstream. It assumes that there's no blockages downstream. Lots of assumptions have to be made when they create maps like that. So it isn't an exact science, and they did the best job they could to get us that information, and we built our plans for the last week based on those pieces of information, and we reacted according to that information. We knew we were going to have flooding in San Jose. We did not know how bad it was. Mr. Mayor.
Yo voy a tratar de. Sí. Right now, everybody's very focused on dealing with the emergency at hand, which is getting people out of their apartments, ensuring that people who are in low-lying areas who want to evacuate can get there safely, and obviously dealing with the sewage issues. We'll have plenty of time to take a look at the data, to take a look at what we could have done better in the days ahead. But right now, we really need to focus on protecting life and property.
Would you say the worst is over, or are you expecting worse?
I'm sorry?
Did you say the worst is over?
No, I cannot say that the worst is over. My understanding is the peak level may continue to rise.
And how does this water rescue stack up in San Jose history? It's one of the largest.
You know,
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question.
Oh, the water rescue, how it stacks up against some others?
Okay, I have been working in emergency services in Santa Clara County since 1982. This is the worst flooding and water rescue situation that I personally have participated in. I was involved in the 82-83 flooding that we had. It was mostly downtown and in Alviso, but I don't recall us having to pull this many people out by boat. We have improved our technology and our capabilities in the fire department in the last 35 years. The 2 white boats that you saw being used out there today, the John boats, those are brand new boats for us. We just got those from grant money very recently, and they were just put into service this winter. So in my career, this is the worst we've had, but I can't say it's the worst we've had in the city.
Other questions?
500 houses and 60 apartments. Are those mandatory evacuation areas?
That's in the mandatory evacuation area of Rock Spring, yes. That's a little over 60 apartment buildings representing almost 500 households.
500?
Households.
500.
Yeah, apartments. Households, right. That's right.
So Sam, are you providing any transportation to the homeless over here in Tully to go to Sherwood Hall like you are with the families with VTA?
Let me check in on that, Gail.
Yes.
We are?
Using the VTA to do that transportation.
VTA is providing that.
The encampments for the homeless are there still homeless people down at Tully? So are they having buses or cars?
Okay, so the question is, what are we doing to get the homeless that are still encamped along there out? Fire crews have been going along the creeks for the last several days when they're not doing other things, along with people from Parks and Rec. I believe park rangers have been out there. I believe the police department's been going out there. Again, anybody who could, including housing people, have been going out warning these people to get away from the waterways. However, not everybody wants to. Yesterday we had a rescue where somebody had water coming up to his encampment. He was laying in the water, and we had to bring law enforcement to the scene in order to encourage him to let us rescue him. So not everybody wants to leave their encampments. However, we have been getting that message out. For those people that cooperate, if they need medical attention, we provide them with transportation to an appropriate medical facility. If they don't need medical attention and they simply need sheltering, we move them to one of the shelters that has been opened because of this incident. Mr. Mayor?
Español? Okay. Mitch may be better at this, but I'm happy to try.
Entonces, ¿hubo errores?
Yeah, I understand that. Es obvio que tenemos un problema muy serio, muy grave. Hay mucha oportunidad para investigar si había errores, fracasos o algo, pero ahorita lo más importante es para guardar la vida y particularmente para proteger todos los vecindarios en riesgo. I'm sorry, did you want to move?
Yeah,
You can't hear anything?
Yeah,
Okay. All right. ¿Vi a riesgo o en riesgo?
What was that?
¿A riesgo? ¿En riesgo?
En riesgo.
Bad battery?
I don't know, but if you want.
Yeah. I'll give him a sec.
So the mandatory evacuations are from, did you say,
No,
880?
No, mandatory are here. It's voluntary.
Voluntary.
Yeah.
Capital Express.
Between Capital. Yep. Let me get you the exact. Get you that again. This is what just came from Bosbrink. Emergency notice. Yeah, Capital to 880.
Capital to okay. Got it.
Yeah.
Thanks, Mayor.
Okay. See. Okay. Sí. Es obvio que tenemos una situación muy peligrosa por muchos residentes aquí en Rock Spring, pero lo más importante ahorita es para proteger los vecindarios a riesgo en nuestra ciudad. Tenemos mucho tiempo para análisis, para evaluar si había errores, fracasos, algo de un tipo en la semana que viene. Ahorita necesitamos enfocar en proteger los residentes de nuestros vecindarios.
Una pregunta, what do you say about the fault in the breach, la ruptura en el río?
All right, you guys, well, it looks like he's now answering the questions over in Spanish, so we'll get out of that because we just wanted to give you that update. That was a press conference on the flooding in San Jose. Over 500 homes affected due to evacuations there, so we'll keep you guys updated and take you back to any press conferences we get here throughout the day. Appreciate you watching with me live here on the Fox News Now stream. I'm going to take you to some other live events here throughout the show, and coming up at 3:30, I'm going to have Fox 10 anchor John Hook up here with me to discuss one of his stories as well. So we have a lot going on today. In case you missed it, President Trump spoke at the National Museum of African American History and Culture. So let's take you to that event and see what he had to say.
Beautiful morning, and what a job they've done, like few others have been able to do. I am very, very proud of Lonnie Bunch, the work and the love that he has in his heart for what he's done. Is I always talk about, you need enthusiasm, you need really love for anything you do to do it successfully. And Lonnie, you are where? Come on. Where's Lonnie? You should be up here, Lonnie. Come on. And David, we have to get David up here too. David Squirton is tremendous, and he was singing Lonnie's praises all morning long. So you two should at least be here. So we appreciate it very much. And David Rubenstein, who's here someplace. He is, come on, David. You have to get up here, David. You certainly deserve it. He's a very, very successful guy who spends money doing great things, and he's been a great help to so many different groups, and this one in particular. Thank you. It's a privilege to be here today. This museum is a beautiful tribute to so many American heroes. Heroes like Sojourner Truth, Harriet Tubman, Frederick Douglass, Booker T. Washington, Rosa Parks, the Greensboro students, and the African American Medal of Honor recipients, among so many other really incredible heroes. It's amazing to see. I went, we did a pretty comprehensive tour, but not comprehensive enough. So Lonnie, I'll be back. I told you that. Because I could stay here for a lot longer, believe me. It's really incredible. I'm deeply proud that we now have a museum that honors the millions of African American men and women who built our national heritage, especially when it comes to faith, culture, and the unbreakable American spirit. My wife was here last week and took a tour, and it was something that she's still talking about. Ivanka is here right now. Hi, Ivanka. And it really is very, very special. It's something that, frankly, if you want to know the truth, it's doing so well that everybody's talking about it. I know President Obama was here for the museum's opening last fall, and I'm honored to be the second sitting president to visit this great museum. Etched in the hall that we passed today is a quote from Spotswood Rice, a runaway slave who joined the Union Army. He believed that his fellow African Americans always looked to the United States as the promised land of universal freedom. Today and every day of my presidency, I pledge to do everything I can to continue that promise of freedom for African Americans and for every American. So important. Nothing more important. This tour was a meaningful reminder of why we have to fight bigotry intolerance, and hatred in all of its very ugly forms. The anti-Semitic threats targeting our Jewish community and community centers are horrible and are painful and a very sad reminder of the work that still must be done to root out hate and prejudice and evil. I want to thank a great friend of mine, Dr. Ben Carson, and his beautiful family, Candy and the whole family, for joining us today. It was very special to accompany him and his family for the first time seeing the Carson exhibit. First time. Oh, I'm so proud. I love this guy. He's a great guy, really a great guy. And he can tell you better than me, but I'll tell you what, we really started something with Ben. We're very, very proud of him. Hopefully next week he'll get his approval, about 3 or 4 weeks late. And you're doing better than most, right? But the Democrats, they'll come along. I have no doubt they'll come along. But Ben is going to do a fantastic job at HUD. I have absolutely no doubt he will be one of the great ever in that position. He grew up in Detroit and had very little. He defied every statistic. He graduated from Yale, and he went on to the University of Michigan's medical school. He became a brilliant, totally brilliant neurosurgeon, saved many lives and helped many, many people. We're going to do great things in our African-American communities together. Ben's going to work with me very, very closely. And HUD has a meaning far beyond housing. If properly done, it's a meaning that's as big as anything there is. And Ben will be able to find that true meaning and the true meaning of HUD as its secretary. So I just look forward to that. I look forward to watching that. He'll do things that nobody ever thought of. I also want to thank Senator Tim Scott for joining us today. A friend of mine, a great, great senator from South Carolina. I like the state of South Carolina. I like all those states where I won by double digits, you know, those states. But South Carolina was one, and Tim has been fantastic how he represents the people. And they love him. I also want to profoundly thank Alveda King for being here. And as we saw her uncle's wonderful exhibit, and he certainly deserves that. Mrs. King, and by the way, Miss King, I can tell you this personally because I watch her all the time, and she is a tremendous fighter for justice. And so, Alveda, thank you very much. I have been watching you for so long, and you are so incredible. And I want to thank you for all the nice things you say about me. Not everybody says nice things, but she's special.
Your family, you're the best. You're great.
Thank you. Come on.
Thank you.
Thank you, darling. Appreciate it. So with that, we're going to just end this incredible beginning of a morning. But engraved in the wall very nearby, a quote by the Reverend Martin Luther King Jr. In 1955, he told the world, "We are determined to work and fight until justice runs down like water and righteousness like a mighty stream." And that's what it's going to be. We're going to bring this country together, maybe bring some of the world together, but we're going to bring this country together. We have a divided country. It's been divided for many, many years, but we're going to bring it together. I hope every day of my presidency, we will be honoring the determination and work towards a very worthy goal. And for Lonnie and David and Ben and Alveda and everybody, I just want to, I just have to say that what they've done here is something that can probably not be duplicated. It was done with love and lots of money, right, Lonnie? Lots of money. We can't avoid that. But it was done with tremendous love and passion, and that's why it's so great. So thank you all very much for being here. I appreciate it, and congratulations. This is a truly great museum. Thank you.
All right, you guys, we just wanted to bring you to that video from earlier today. In case you missed it, that was President Trump speaking at the National Museum of African American History and Culture. And of course, if you guys missed the White House press briefing, just head to the video section on our YouTube page. We have it clipped in full for you there. So coming up later this week, we should be able to hear more information on President Trump's new executive order for the travel ban. So if it does pass this time, he won't have to go to court. But we'll see. We'll see how the new executive order looks. We've gotten some news of a draft that's been circulating that some of the updates are that people can come in if they have a green card now or a visa. So they are now exempt from this executive order. That's what we've been hearing from the draft that's been circulating online. But we'll be able to see a full final one sometime this week. So stay tuned for that. We'll be sure to take you to that information as soon as we get it. Let's take you to the next video here that I want to bring you guys to. And then coming up in just a few minutes, I'm going to have Fox 10 anchor John Hook up here with me to discuss one of his stories here, exclusive on Fox 10. Let me pull this video up for you guys right now. I want to take you to this update. Let me give you guys actually a live look of the White House right now. All right, you guys, well, I've got Fox 10 anchor John Hook up here with me to discuss.
Hey, guys.
This is sort of an exclusive story for you because you're the one that's really investigated this murder of Bob Crane that happened almost 40 years ago, right?
Right.
So,
the Hogan's Heroes actor.
Right, and I hadn't seen the show Hogan's Heroes, but I did see that movie that they based off of this murder. Right.
Yes. I got you a copy of Autofocus.
Yeah,
so you could see it before all this broke. And for people who don't know, people who live in different far-flung places, Bob Crane was the lead actor on Hogan's Heroes. He was murdered here in 1978, in June of 1978, when he was performing dinner theater in Scottsdale. And his murder remains one of the top consistently ranked unsolved murders of all time celebrity murders. So Bob Crane is killed here, this beloved figure, and then as the investigation unfolds, people start to learn about the dark side of Bob Crane and what he was doing, which was videotaping his exploits with women along with his good friend John Carpenter, who was a video salesman who introduced him to this technology. The two actually met on the set of Hogan's Heroes back in the early or mid-60s, and Carpenter taught Crane how to use this equipment, and the two of them would cat around and videotape their exploits with women. And this lifestyle, many believe, led Crane down a very dangerous path that ultimately ended. Police believe he was murdered here in Scottsdale, but police believe that lifestyle and the choices he was making was part of the reason he ended up murdered.
And the story is almost like out of a movie because their friendship between Carpenter and Crane was
Right.
almost too close for comfort, and that he needed Carpenter to show him how to use this video footage, needed him to use the cameras.
Right.
But then when he didn't need him anymore, that's when the friendship started to become strained, right?
The friendship, according to police, was fraying, and I write about this in the book, Who Killed Bob Crane. Bob Crane's son, who you interviewed right here the night we broke our story in November. Bob Crane Jr. had a conversation with his father before the fateful trip to Scottsdale where he said, Carpenter is becoming a pain in the ass. I need to make changes. He's becoming a hanger-on. Crane was apparently growing uncomfortable with this relationship, that Carpenter was always meeting him out on the road, and they'd go pick up women together. But after a while, Crane was tiring of this. There's evidence he was getting tired of it.
And John Carpenter wasn't famous or anything. So, he loved hanging out with Bob Crane. Getting to hang out with the star of Hogan's Heroes was great for him.
It gave him access to women he never would have been able to procure on his own.
Right. So let's take them to the video that you put together, kind of explaining the story.
Right. This is kind of a compilation of what we uncovered in our television story, but is just a fraction of what is in my new book, Who Killed Bob Crane.
All right, here we go.
The mystery behind Bob Crane's murder still haunts family and friends.
It's one of those cases that, of all the murder cases in the Valley, this is the one that keeps coming back.
For 5 decades, Bob Crane has been a constant presence in our lives. The wisecracking Colonel Hogan adored by millions. And his unsolved murder continues to fascinate.
I've read about all this stuff. It's weird to finally touch it.
The physical evidence in the case still preserved in these 11 boxes in the Maricopa County Attorney's Office.
Bob Crane's blood.
It is.
Taken at his autopsy.
It was on June 30th, 1978.
Still in liquid form.
Yeah, it appears to be. Yes, it is.
We will retest the DNA contained in these vials and try to unlock the mystery of who killed Bob Crane. We will send the DNA to one of the top labs in the nation.
This all-American image of him, of my dad as Colonel Hogan, has the dark side. Colonel Hogan isn't who we thought he was.
John Carpenter, a home video salesman from Los Angeles, met Crane on the set of Hogan's and introduced him to this new technology. Carpenter often met up with Crane out on the road. The two would pick up women and videotape their sexual exploits.
It became kind of a hobby that went too far. I think their friendship really revolved around electronics and women.
Weeks before his death, Crane told his son he was tired of Carpenter hanging around.
John Carpenter's a pain in the ass. I'm making changes.
Police believe Crane was severing his relationship with Carpenter, and Carpenter was angry.
In the early morning hours of June 29th, 1978, while Bob Crane was asleep inside the Winfield Apartments, someone entered his bedroom and bludgeoned him to death.
This never-before-seen video taken by Scottsdale police inside Crane's apartment as a medical examiner shaves Crane's battered head for a closer look at the fatal wound.
Well, we got 2 blows here. There are very definitely 2 blows on this.
An electrical cord cut from a video camera was found tied around Crane's neck. There was no sign of forced entry.
My theory is that Crane let him in the apartment.
There was no sign of a struggle. Suspicions quickly turned to John Carpenter.
Thursday, June 29th, the day Bob Crane is murdered. John leaves 10 a.m. The plan was for him to take Carpenter to the airport. That was the plan.
Police find 7 bloodstains on the inside passenger door of John Carpenter's rental car. The car was immediately impounded by DPS, processed and photographed, the blood collected to determine blood type.
How did that blood sample get on Carpenter's door if it's not my dad's blood? Naturally, who is it? How did it get there?
38 years later, can DNA science finally identify who killed Bob Crane?
The blood on my car, which, like I said, I didn't know where that came from and I don't know how much there was. Then when you said to me, why did I kill Bob Crane? Well, I told you right at the start I didn't, and I would never do that.
And this is the actually tube from Carpenter's blood.
That is John Carpenter's blood.
It is.
Taken when?
On 7/2 of 1978.
Still liquid.
It is.
14 years would pass before he was finally charged with the crime. Hidden from public view for 22 years, these are the original sections of the passenger door of John Carpenter's rental car. The missing pieces are where the blood was found. The cutouts were tested 4 separate times in the late 80s and early 90s for DNA.
None of them were able to conclusively say that it was Bob Crane's blood.
Without a DNA match, The jury found Carpenter
not guilty of murder in the first degree. Signed, foreperson, Michael E. Lake.
But they wanted the DNA. I mean, that's, in the end, we didn't have sufficient evidence to be able to get a guilty verdict.
If it's not your dad's blood, if it's type B from somebody else, then cops maybe spent 3 decades looking at the wrong guy.
I know. Oh my God. Yeah, that'd be like an earthquake to me.
22 years later, we have retested those same samples from Carpenter's car at Bodie Cellmark Forensics using the latest DNA science, and this time around, we got a result. We got a result. And tonight, for the first time, we are revealing those results to the world. The DNA found on the door of John Carpenter's rental car is not from Bob Crane. The tests actually picked up 2 DNA profiles. A major contributor is from a man. His identity is unknown. Second DNA profile is a partial profile, too degraded to reach any conclusions.
I'm shocked right now. There were always 2 people in my mind, John Carpenter or my stepmother, for different reasons. But it was on John's car.
I think we're all frankly stunned.
Wow. So
yeah,
that is,
it was pretty stunning. So we dove back into this case. We got the county attorney here in Maricopa County to allow us to retest the evidence in the case. They had no standing. John Carpenter died in 1998, 4 years after he went on trial and was acquitted of murder. So the county attorney, Bill Montgomery, we talked about it, we met. He said, listen, if we can learn something more, then we could prove in a court of law. If you want to test it again, we will help facilitate that. And that is it's just unheard of. Reporters just don't get that opportunity, and I was honored to get the chance to do it. It was a passion. It became an obsession. Mm-hmm. And they let me do this. They handled all the evidence. They retested it as they would in a cold case. But because they felt there was nobody to put on trial, they thought, what harm would it do to retest it and see if we can learn something using modern DNA science and try to get an answer?
And give his son that peace of mind,
exactly.
too. You can just see in
That's
his
the
face,
reason we did it. That's the reason we did it.
He's still looking for that closure and that peace of mind. You know?
Right, right.
Let's pull up the website here. I want to show people this of the book. And you talked to...
Yeah, the book is out today.
You're close with his son. You've talked to people that have, done the investigation.
Right.
So you know a lot more than the average Joe about this story. And that's what you'll find out in this book. What originally drew you to this murder mystery? Were you a fan of Hogan's Heroes? Or?
I was. I grew up with it, and then I came down to ASU to go to school at Arizona State to study journalism. And that summer that I arrived here was August of '78, 2 months, really only a month after Crane was murdered.
Wow.
So my dorm was a mere 7 miles away from where Crane was murdered. So this has been with me my whole life.
Wow.
And then the opportunity to dive back in and see if we could learn more, which we did in the new book. It was really a television story that halfway through it, Mary Kate, I turned to Joe Tillman, Joe, photographer here. He and I worked on this for 2 years. And I said, Joe, there's too much here. I've got to write a book about this. There is just too much to try to encapsulate in a television story.
Sure.
So we went back and we interviewed the foreperson of the jury. We interviewed family, we interviewed prosecutors, we interviewed police, we went back through the evidence. And the physical evidence is chronicled in the book and on the website. And it's fascinating. If you're into true crime, this stuff is really, really interesting.
I think everyone's really interested in murder mysteries and how, for so long, this still hasn't been solved. The blood found in Carpenter's car did not match up with Bob Crane.
No, it didn't. I mean, now there can be many reasons for that, and I go into it in the book. By the time we tested it, that sample had been tested 4 different times for DNA. It all came back inconclusive. It had been tested so many times that there was no longer any visible blood on our sample. So what we're picking up now is DNA that is there, that may be from the blood stain that was there, but maybe outlier DNA. So this gets forensically, it gets very complicated.
It's amazing how 40 years later we can still test things and still...
It was remarkable. First of all, we had to find the evidence. That took months. The county attorney's office finally found it in their evidence basement. Then when they found it, there were 11 boxes of it. Jeez. That we went through, they chronicled every piece of evidence again because it had all been put back in a jumble after the trial. Mm-hmm. They needed to know what they had. Then they had to find the blood evidence. That took months. So this is what took so long, was getting all this stuff.
The piece of the brain, too, is that gone now?
It was never collected or it was discarded. And that was the piece that put John Carpenter on trial back in 1994. Nothing had really changed from the point of the murder in 78 to 1994 except the discovery of a photograph of a piece of tissue in John Carpenter's rental car. It was a police photo of it taken by DPS. It showed a 1/16 inch of something on the door. And pathologists who examined it said it's brain tissue. So if you've got in John Carpenter's rental car brain tissue and blood matching Bob Crane's blood type B.
And his head was beaten to death with a tripod.
Exactly. So. That would be game over.
Right.
The problem was at trial, they could not produce the actual specimen. They had a photograph of it, but the piece of tissue had either been collected and lost or never collected at all. Dennis Borkenhagen, who worked with Scottsdale PD, he was one of the early guys on the investigation. I said, Dennis, what happened to the tissue? And here's what he did. He went...
He just flicked it off? Like it's that easy
to
get rid of?
A tech might have seen it and thought this doesn't mean anything, and he flicked it off the door. Others thought they collected it in a vial and lost it in the intervening years.
I mean, what's the deal with that back then? Was it just that the team on this case at the time just was not concerned, or it just
They were concerned. It's the biggest murder case we've had here. I mean, that was the biggest murder case we'd had in Arizona. Certainly the most high profile. So they were, but Scottsdale was, they weren't perhaps equipped to the point to handle something like this. This was big league, and the crime scene was contaminated early on. Many people were walking through the crime scene that day, so the crime scene was compromised. Scottsdale police, I think, did their level best, but there were mistakes made, as there are in every murder case. And I don't think it frankly changed the outcome that much, but it gave John Carpenter's defense attorney, a lot to work with.
What was I remember Bob Crane's son, when he was up here and we were talking about him. I remember him saying he feels strongly that John Carpenter did it.
Yes, he does.
I mean, that there are possible other guesses that maybe it was an angry husband from one of the women in the video, but I remember his son saying...
There are a whole bunch of people who might have wanted to kill Bob Crane.
Right.
But the one thing that Bob and I talked about just last week was if that spot in the car that we tested was once human blood, believed to be from his father, and the highest concentration of DNA is found in human blood, wouldn't our test have had something from Bob Crane? Something.
Yeah. And did John Carpenter ever say whose blood it could have been? I mean, did he even have an explanation?
He did not have an explanation. He was shocked when Scottsdale PD told him, hey, we found blood in your rental car. And if it comes back and it matches Bob Crane's blood type, you're going to have some explaining to do. This is all chronicled in the book. In fact, in the book, I reproduce all of to the letter, the police interrogations, and there were 2 of them with John Carpenter. Mm-hmm. And they're fascinating. If you are interested in true crime, to go through that and listen to how he handled them putting a lot of pressure on him.
He gets defensive.
They wanted
after
a confession.
He said, he's my best friend. Why would I kill my best friend? But there was just something fishy about it, and obviously that's what everyone thinks. They had an odd
relationship, let's be honest. Very odd relationship where the 2 of them are videotaping women having sex with them, and Carpenter's involved in this, and these 2 are involved in this. This was their hobby, their passion, and it led them down a very dangerous road.
And the movie even suggests that Carpenter might have had sexual feelings for Bob Crane, just out of
that he was in love with
obsession.
him. That he may have been. Yes, there's evidence that John Carpenter was bisexual.
And I
so he
remember-
may have had an interest in Bob Crane beyond just being friends.
Right, and I remember his son, when he was up here with us, saying, you know, he remembers his dad calling him and saying how annoyed he was feeling by John Carpenter, that he was trying to get away from him just days before the murder.
Right.
So imagine if your dad calls you John and says that. I've got this friend that I just can't shake, and then a few days later...
And Bob Crane's motto in life was, don't make waves. He never liked to upset people. So what police theorize is that what happened in Scottsdale in the summer of '78 amounted to a soft breakup. That Crane was trying to tell him, hey, John, I don't want to keep doing what we're doing. We need to cool it. And I don't want you coming out all the time on the road. And that Carpenter took it very badly. That's one theory.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you, our DNA findings in this case, I think if the prosecution had had this back in 1994, they never would have put John Carpenter on trial.
Really?
I really doubt they would have, because the evidence would have told them, you don't have it.
Right.
We can't link this DNA to Bob Crane. We don't have a case. I think it would have really undercut their case.
Yeah, I don't think, and there was never any evidence leading to anybody else. I mean, was there anyone else on trial or anyone else they suspected?
No one else on trial. There were many suspects. There were obviously women who were on those videotapes. Did they want their video back? Did they want their still pictures that had been taken back? Did jealous husbands or boyfriends get upset and wanted these back and wanted to punish Bob Crane and kill him? Was it a mob head? All of those things are interesting, but police discounted all that as they went on because all roads led to John Carpenter.
Well, it was a camera tripod, too, and Carpenter had the camera equipment. It just adds up.
I know.
So-
And the cord around Crane's neck is cut from a video camera.
Right. And the way he was murdered, to me, sounded out of crime out of passion. Someone was
Crime
angry
of passion.
at
Yes,
him the way
police
he
believe
killed
that
him.
for sure.
Yeah.
It was a passion killing. Crane was asleep in his bed, sound asleep. He never knew what hit him. As Jim Raines, one of the investigators, told me, and it's in the book, he said Bob Crane went to sleep that night and he still thinks he's asleep.
And the next day, wasn't he supposed to get a ride to the airport from Carpenter? Or
Crane was going to drive Carpenter to the airport because Carpenter was leaving town to go back to L.A. Suddenly that plan changed, and Carpenter told police it changed on the telephone the night before, that Carpenter suggested to Crane, I'll drive myself to the airport. You're busy. You're doing a lot of promotion for your play here in Scottsdale. I'll drive myself.
And he was already back in L.A. when this happened.
Police doubt that theory. They think Carpenter went to Crane's apartment that night. Crane let him in willingly, and they believe Carpenter murdered him. But these DNA results cast some doubt on that.
And you guys should really see that movie, too, because that's what piqued my interest even more was, what's the name of it again?
Autofocus.
Autofocus.
Yeah, 2002. Greg Kinnear
Yeah.
plays Bob Crane, and William Dafoe plays John Carpenter. And Bob Crane's first wife, Anne, is played by Rita Wilson, Tom Hanks' wife.
Yeah, so many great actors in
It's
this
a
movie.
really good cast.
Did
Although we differ on our theory about what happened that night.
Who, you and...
The director, Paul Schrader, his take on it is different than my take on it, having looked at the evidence. Schrader's making a film. It's
Right.
supposed to, in the end, be entertainment. It's not a documentary. What we were dealing with was looking at the evidence.
telling the real story.
Right.
I think there's a fine line where you have to make it entertaining for viewers too. Didn't Bob Crane's son help on that movie a little bit?
He did. He was a consultant on the movie.
Do you
because
feel...
he wanted the Bob Crane character, played by Kinnear, to have his father's voice and his father's sensibility.
Yeah.
And in fact, loaned him the jacket that his father had worn
From
on
Hogan's
Hogan's Heroes. He let him wear it for the film.
That's great. Yeah, I thought it was a good movie, but since I didn't investigate this as much as you did, when you saw it, did you feel like it was a good representation of the story, or did you feel like
I thought it was a good period piece, but the murder, I would differ with how the murder went down.
Yeah.
And I that's in the book, Who Killed Bob Crane.
Well, let me pull up again just one more time the website here. You can go to whokilledbobcrane.com. Is that where people should go to order it?
Yeah, I like it because the website has never before seen crime scene photos and never before seen crime scene video, which nobody knew existed except the cops. They took early video in Bob Crane's apartment right after the killing.
That no one else has seen.
A lot of police agencies weren't doing that in 1978. They videotaped the crime scene, and that is on that website. And that's a good place to order the book, but if you order the book, then to go along with it, I think a lot of this explains the evidence and what you're seeing. I think a lot of it is really helpful when you read the book.
Yeah, you guys definitely go to whokilledbobcrane.com if you want to see those photos that are never before seen. And I know a lot of people are, they were watching it earlier and saying, whoa, that was hard to watch. I mean, it is hard to see, but it's interesting. You can definitely tell it's a crime of passion when you see how he was murdered.
Right, I agree with you.
All right,
and
you
I
guys.
appreciate your support on the project, too.
Yeah, absolutely. You got featured on Adweek, which is exciting. A lot of people care about this story, even though it was already 40 years ago. People are still wondering what happened. It's
Crane's been with us for so many years because he was on heavy rerun rotation for many, many years. He's still on TV today. Right. So he's been a constant presence in many of our lives. Just on the TV set through Hogan's Heroes reruns. So people know who he is, and when they hear the music, they know instantly what it is.
Yeah. Well, hopefully, do you think that his son will read the book, or do you think
his son wrote the foreword for the book? I don't know if you're aware of that. Bob Crane Jr. wrote the foreword for the book.
Yeah.
He was kind enough to do that. He believed in what we were doing. He felt we were on an honest search for the truth, and it was fascinating to work with him on that.
I would love a free copy.
I'll get you a copy.
That would be great. Okay, good. And you guys follow John on Twitter as well. What's your Twitter handle? John Hope Fox 10?
Yes, and Facebook as well.
Because you've tweeted out a link to this too that people can find, right?
I've got to do that today. I haven't done it in a couple of weeks. I'm going to send it out today.
Okay, and I'll tweet a link too as well if you guys are interested. At least go to the website and check out the photos because never before seen.
Yes.
All right.
Thanks,
care. John.
Thanks, Mary Kay.
Appreciate it. Free book?
Likewise. Yes.
Yes.
You're in.
Thanks,
guys.
All right, you guys. Let's take you to a live look of the White House right now. Thank you, John. Was that good?
That was great.
Awesome. All right, you guys. Well, that was Fox 10 anchor John Hook. Again, just head to whokilledbobcrane.com to check out those never-before-seen photos and check out the book as well, Murder Mystery of Bob Crane, star of Hogan's Heroes. The murder happened over 40 years ago here in Scottsdale, Arizona, and it's been talked about everywhere online. This story is still a mystery. So, appreciate you guys watching my chat up here with John Hook. Let's take you for just a second to a look of the Capitol building while I pull up the next top story. All right, you guys. Appreciate you watching with me live here on the Fox News Now stream. I'm your host, Mary Kay Gaffney, taking you into the next hour here on the show. Coming up in just a few minutes, I'm going to have Fox 10 anchor Linda up here with me to discuss her story. But in the meantime, I want to take you to this story really quickly here. Let me just pull this up for you. A story that's trending. Everybody has been talking about this today online. Paternity leave, or as we can say, paternity leave. This is for pets. And this story actually coming out of Ohio, my home state. So let's take you there and let me know in the chat what you guys think. Do you think you should get leave after you get a new pet? Let me know in the chat. Let me pull this up. All right, here we go.
Okay. So,
new trend for pet parents.
This is interesting. It's called paternity leave, and it all started this brewery in Ohio called BrewDogs. They're going to be the first U.S. company to offer a week leave to employees who get a new puppy or a rescue dog. You know, to like potty train it, get it adjusted to the home, and all that.
The company's got about 1,000 employees, and can I just go out on the ledge? I'm going to say 980 of them are millennials.
Yeah. Of course.
A week off for your dog?
A week off for your dog. I will say, I read this story earlier this morning. There was a little bit more to it because some people are like, a week for that? Like their maternity, hi Beth, their maternity leave. Hi. You know, and paternity leave better be good. And they do have, I guess, an enhanced paternity leave for like a baby. A baby, you know, not just your fur baby, which is just as important, but most companies don't, you know, see that, so. Anyway.
Wow. I don't think we have that here.
We definitely don't have that here.
Well, we'll talk to HR after the show. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, in some ways, Beth, it's nice that, and I make fun of millennials all the time, but you know, they're very enlightened, they're very socially conscious, and things are changing, whether or not we like it.
Yeah, or not.
Right.
Yeah, you know, I told my husband yesterday, we were at an older department store, and I said, this makes me feel very nostalgic because I remember coming here when I first moved to Phoenix, and it's still here. It was had a different name at the time, but he said, well, you know, it's hard to be nostalgic when you're real young because you don't have much to be nostalgic about. And I said, sometimes I wonder if I'm more nostalgic than most people. Sometimes I feel like I am. He said, nah, I don't think so. He said, I think you get to a certain age and you think about the way things were and things seemed, oh, they used to be a little easier. And at least it seemed like it.
Right.
I think so.
There's certain things that you miss, yeah.
Some things,
like not having to answer a cell phone.
and I think you probably agree. What'd you say?
Not answering a cell phone or texting or posting or
yeah, you could really be in a quiet place.
Yeah.
You know.
Or remember sitting like at the kitchen table, like on your landline phone, having like a 30-minute conversation with a friend.
Right. Right. Just not like
and
that
the answering
anymore
machine.
at all.
Do you remember having an answering machine?
Oh, of course.
Yes.
That's a big deal.
I used to love coming home and checking the
blinking?
messages. Like, who called me? Who did I miss?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Now you check Facebook.
Yeah.
Yeah. You don't miss anything.
No, you don't. You get more than you want.
You wish you missed some things.
Every day I think that when I get on there. I didn't need to see that.
Thank you, Beth. We'll see you in a bit.
All right, you guys, that segment about paternity leave, wanted to take you guys to that. Coming up in just a few minutes, I'm going to have Fox 10 anchor Linda Williams up here with me to discuss her story. All right, you guys, well, I've got Fox 10 anchor Linda Williams up here with me discussing your story.
Yes, interesting story. So, this is about a 68-year-old woman who, her name is Cheryl Silvio. She's from Italy.
Okay.
She lives here now. She hired, through an agency, a woman to come in and help her with cleaning and cooking. She has, not, I won't call them disabilities, but she has a hearing issue and she has a speech impediment. So she just needed some light help around the house. So she hires this woman to come in. She says, from what I understand, one day about 4 years ago, she takes off all of her jewelry, her wedding ring from her late husband. He's since passed. Jewelry her mother is given. She takes them off to wash her hands and wash her face. She takes them off, puts them aside on the ring. She comes back later to get them, and they're gone.
Oh.
I know. So it turns out that this woman, and I don't know if you can even see this. Can I hold this up to the camera?
Yeah, I was
really?
showing the rings
Will it
there,
show?
but let's pull that up, yeah. So that's her? Oh, that's the woman that stole them.
This is the woman that stole them.
Okay, so
she's got 2.5 years. She's in jail right now, 2.5 years.
Oh, wow.
Because not only did she take jewelry from Mrs. Silvio, but she was doing this and preying on several other clients. She would go into their homes and take their stuff and pawn it to the tune of, I think she ended up, it was well over $30,000 worth of jewelry that she pawned on these several elderly or infirmed, call them what you will, people who needed her to come in and help, and she ripped them off.
I mean, how don't you get caught doing that when, of course, something goes missing? You're going to assume it's the only person that doesn't live there. So, that's been over a lot.
I think so, but she preyed on people who struggled with communication. I mean, Mrs. Silvio's, her native tongue is Italian.
Right.
So she struggled with that. She had hearing issues, and she had a speech impediment. So they prey on people who don't communicate well, so that even if they could call police or immediately point, then they would not sound as lucid as or
capable
of getting the information they would need to get enough to go find her, to go find her stuff and all that. So they finally caught up with her through a case in Paradise Valley. There was a very distinctive large ring that was taken from a home in PV.
Okay.
And it turned up because this Paradise Valley detective, they do it you call a pawn check.
Yeah.
Go to all the pawn shops.
Which isn't the first thing anyone would do?
You would think so. So he did a pawn check, and ta-da, what do you know?
They found them. They found the rings.
They found them, and they found like 87 other.
And are these some of the rings, too, that they found there?
These are Mrs. Silvio's rings. I think this is her wedding set.
Wow.
Part of her wedding set from her deceased husband that she got back this morning. In the most emotional, it wasn't even a news conference. It was just so emotional because it was the Attorney General, Mark Brnovich. It was the special agent who worked on the case, Agent Davis, Ronald Davis, and then a bunch of cameras, a couple of reporters.
Is that her?
That's her. That's her. She was petrified. But I telling you, there wasn't a dry eye in the house. I tweeted about it. We all cried.
Are you really?
Yes, you're going to see the Attorney General wiping his eyes.
Oh my God.
And when he started wiping his eyes, I got emotional. She was crying from the time you see her. I mean, she's not really saying big long sentences. She's just saying, I prayed and I prayed and I prayed and thank you so much. And so he was, helping her put the rings back on, and it was just a moment. It was a moment.
I mean, imagine.
And she was so emotional.
How heartbroken would you be if you lost jewelry from your family or your husband that was so important to you, your wedding ring?
Exactly.
Oh, I'm so glad they were able to find it in the pawn shop.
So am I. And so when I always ask, one of my questions that I ask, not her, but I ask the special agent with the AG's office is, what are lessons learned? What can we out here in the world trying to get by, what can we learn from this?
Right.
And he says, what you have to learn is that there are people out there in those positions. I'm not saying blame all caregivers or anything like that, but you have to pay attention to particularly the elderly or people who need help. Pay extra attention to their needs and what they're saying, and make sure that they're putting their jewelry away and making sure that there's a background check on the people coming into their homes. Though this woman had been cleared. I mean, she was hired by an agency that had been cleared through Access or
so
Medicare.
yeah, I was going to ask if she was with a business or
Yeah,
wow.
she was with an agency, and I think it was a Medicare-funded agency.
Oh my gosh!
I know.
So how do they vet these people? I
Well,
mean,
that's, and I think that's the lesson he was trying to say. You can't vet enough.
Yeah, I mean,
because
do you
you
steal?
never know.
No.
Yeah, you know, you don't do that. So, because she just set down her rings, and along comes this woman, and she's like, "Oh my gosh, I can barely understand her. No one will ever understand her," and just scooped up this woman's jewelry 4 years ago. And if not for, you know, a sharp detective and the Attorney General's office being so on the ball and staying on this, I mean, they have someone committed to this case, she might not have gotten her things back.
I'm surprised that she was able to get away with this for as long as she has, because
I know.
If some jewelry gets stolen from me, the first place I'd look is the pawn shops. But I
You
guess
would
at
think.
the same time, she
I
needed
know,
help.
she was
She
68.
didn't speak English as
yes,
well.
and that was a big challenge. But yeah, that's one of the things. Pawn shops, pay attention to who's in your parents' house.
Right.
If you have an elderly neighbor, I mean, just, I'm not saying be nosy, just be on guard and pay a little bit more attention, because there are people out there that are just looking for people like her to prey on. So Ms. Gonzalez, who is the suspect, not the suspect, she's a convict, she's behind bars. She got 2.5 years.
Okay.
I didn't think that was very much, but that's just me.
Right.
But she preyed on, but you know what? Of all the people she preyed on, and there was more than a dozen, they could only get 5 of them, because some of them had either died or were so demented. This is coming from the special agent. They were so demented that they didn't recognize their jewelry. They would pass out pictures and say, "Is this yours? Is this your jewelry?" You know, after they'd gotten it from Ms. Gonzalez's pawn shops and all the places after they'd scooped it all up. And they were either so demented or they had passed on. So this was probably an elderly care type deal where she would go into older folks' home.
And obviously these older folks didn't have family members that could vouch for them and say, yeah, that's my mom's jewelry.
Right,
They were alone and victims.
Yeah. And she is alone.
But I love this footage of her and how emotional she is getting her back.
She is. And she just hugged him and she held on to him, and then the special agent was there. And the special agent and Attorney General Brnovich both said the same thing. It is so rare that you get to see a case come full circle, that you get to, that there's a ton of paperwork, there's a ton of legwork, you're going to all these pawn shops, you're filling out this, you're doing all that. Very seldom do you ever get that human-to-human contact of, here's your stuff back, ma'am.
Right.
And have her hug you and thank you and cry on you.
And he cried too, so that's an amazing story.
We all cried. I mean, the special agent, we were all so tearful.
Yeah.
Yes, so.
What are the rules with pawn shops too? I mean, do they just not care if they're like, oh, you've come in here 5 times this year with different jewelry?
Pawn shops are on it. They don't play around, because the regulation and the cops and the relationships that cops have with pawn shops.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure cops walk in the front door and the pawn shop's like, hey, and they're lifting out the book before they even reach the counter to say, this is what I've taken in, these are the dates. They might even have electronic pictures of who's taken it in, who's taken. Because you remember Leslie Merritt Jr., the alleged freeway shooter.
Sure.
I mean, that's how they ended up with that gun.
Yeah.
Pawn shops, because they have to, because it's the law, they are meticulous, and they do, and they have a great relationship with the police. If they're smart, it's a tight relationship.
So
I know. I thought the same thing.
Is this one? Yeah, she must have been going to a bunch of different pawn shops.
She may have, or she may have said, "Oh, this is my mother's. This is my aunt's. This is my." But you know what? He had the paperwork on it.
And he had her name.
He had it, and he had everything he needed. So
Yeah.
the paperwork was there on all of the. I think they said there were 86 transactions.
2.5 years for that, though. That's interesting.
And 2.5 years probation. But they could only get, I think, 5 people
to say.
out of the 86. I think there were something like 8. There were a lot.
Wow. But she did it to so many people
Either
that have now
86
passed
transaction,
on,
when he said we're so demented they didn't recognize their own stuff or could barely even. I was like, she was preying on
She knew
the
who to
most
prey on.
vulnerable.
Yeah.
It just makes me sick.
What a great ending to the story.
I love great endings. I love happy endings.
That's a happy ending. Is this woman's tearing up, and I want to see this story. When does it air? At 5 o'clock?
It airs tonight at 5.
I want to see everyone cry, and it's just going to be one of those.
It's good.
Tug at your heartstrings.
Yeah, that's exactly what it was. And we talk about, the value of the 5 victims' jewelry that he got back was $30,000, and I said, "There's no value. There's no value on the emotion in that room and how she felt having those rings back on her fingers.
Oh, yeah.
And her mom's bracelet back around. It just, you could tell it was like her going home again.
Yeah.
It was powerful.
That's a great
it really
story.
Was.
I can't wait to see that. Linda,
thanks, Mary
thank you
Kay.
for coming up here. I
You're
love your
welcome.
stories. Something
Thank
different
you.
every day.
It is something different. I know. All right. Got to figure it out.
And it airs at 5, you said?
Tonight at 5.
All right, you guys catch that story at 5
Thank
o'clock.
you.
Thank
Thanks
you,
so
Linda.
much.
All right, you guys. See, that's a heartwarming story. Follow Linda on Twitter. Linda Fox 10. Actually, it's Linda W Fox 10 because her name is Linda Williams. So follow her there, Linda W Fox 10, for some more information on that story. If you aren't here locally in Phoenix, you can still catch it live. Just head to fox10phoenix.com and you can watch the broadcast there, or I can clip the story later and play it on my show. So appreciate you guys watching that segment. We are streaming live here still out of Phoenix, Arizona. It's about 4:11 here. Appreciate you guys watching with me. We had a couple live events earlier this morning. If you guys missed them, just head to the video section on our YouTube page. You can catch that press conference from Milo. Antonio Dawkins in the chat saying, yeah, we streamed that. You're right, Antonio. We did stream that press conference. Head to the video section on our YouTube page. It's the third video down, or the second video, I should say, and it says press conference. The Milo press conference. You'll be able to find it there as he answers questions from reporters about those audio tapes and his recent situation with the remarks that he made. So, and then we have the White House press briefing, lots of live events. We have them all clipped, so you can find them there. I want to pull up for you guys, though, another story I wanted to take you to here. Let me pull this up. Couple advancements in the social media world, especially involving Snapchat. You guys heard of the new Snapchat glasses, where you put the glasses on and you can take Snapchat videos as you're walking down the street and share with people your experiences. I believe right now they're still only sold in vending machines across the United States, where you can buy them out of the vending machines. I think they're around $200 or something like that. But our anchor Celeste here kind of gave us a lowdown of that, as well as other updates in the social media world. So let's take you there and see what she has to say.
He will be.
All right.
It would be cool if they had a camera like on the plane, transporting Bao Bao, and to kind of check her out as she travels. So good morning, everyone. We're talking sunglasses and Snapchat. We're going to get to this real quick. So sunglasses pretty much necessary in a city like ours, right? The Valley of the Sun. We're showing you how Snapchat is now getting in on this eyewear fashion craze. So for good reason, it's about to go public, hoping for a valuation of $22 billion. So they're trying to diversify here, this company. Snap unveiled its spectacles, that's what they call them. It's making them available to anyone in the U.S. through an online store at spectacles.com. So here's a look at them right here. Deal is, with a tap of the button near the hinge, you can record up to 30 seconds of video and then upload directly to Snapchat. So I was thinking about this and I thought it probably has a USB input somewhere on the spectacles so that you can actually charge them, right? Or else there wouldn't be a way to really use them unless they're battery powered. But these pair of spectacles will cost you about $130, and anyone can buy them in the US right now. Also, some are now able to use the app to find a new place to live. So they're trying to sell this right before it goes public. 2 social media marketers created a Snapchat account called Snap Listings, and this is video of these 2 marketers. This is after noticing a lack of online forums for house hunters to view listed homes in real time and make some bids. If you think about it, it actually is pretty creative. Snap Listings features properties from cheaper rentals to luxury homes. People can look at the listings, interact with the agents right there in real time, and make deals as well. Based in New York City, but they occasionally also show you properties in DC as well as Los Angeles. It's interesting, they're trying to come out with all these new things right now to say, you know what, we're worth something and we can do
more than just puppy photos,
It's,
right?
Yeah, see, I think of Snapchat as being for like kids,
Yeah.
like teenagers.
I know.
And maybe it was 5 or 6 years ago, but now all of a sudden those teenagers have jobs and they've graduated college.
They're
and
using it to their advantage.
Yeah, at some point they're buying houses, right?
It's scary, isn't it?
It is scary.
But it's great. Everybody grows up, and Snapchat's trying to grow up with them.
We have to adult at some point in time in our
Everybody
life.
is forced to adult.
Yes, and some
At a
days are
certain
easier
point.
than
Good
others.
stuff.
All right, you guys, well, I just wanted to take you to that story. Appreciate you watching with me live here on the Fox News Now stream. Pulling up the next story for you guys here. Let me pull this up. Let me show you this story. Right here, let's see. Oh, here it is. All right, so we did just give you an update on what's going on in the social media world involving Snapchat. Now let's take a look at also what's trending online right now.
I can't believe it, but it's already time for tonight's
I
Talkers.
know, flew by.
When you're having fun,
You
Sean.
must have been having fun. So was I. All right, first up tonight, they say that the only things sure in life are death and taxes. Well, apparently, that extends to robots, too. At least the taxes part. In fact, Bill Gates, founder of Microsoft, thinks robots should be paying more in taxes, especially the ones that will replace human workers. This is to slow down the speed of automation that is really kind of sweeping across the globe. Gates says the money could be used to retrain the workers that robots replace.
I've been saying this for a long time, and I'm not as smart as Bill Gates, obviously.
Oh, I don't know.
I said, when are we going to turn on our computers and the
And
robots?
technology.
Because it's taking over the world.
No
and
doubt.
We're going to be sitting there twiddling our thumbs, trying to feed our families.
Right, and that's
we're
a real
gonna
danger. Well, even when you talk about raising the minimum wage, I mean, companies may at some point say, we'll do it conveyor belt style and with a robot. I'm talking about fast food, stuff like
And
that. It's already happening.
you don't have the HR problems when you have a robot, right?
Well, you never know. The robot can go rogue sometimes. You never know.
They're not starting fights at work and
Just
all
like AI.
Okay, maternity leave is obviously pretty mainstream now, and paternity leave is becoming more common for fathers. But in a country that loves their pets, one company in Ohio is offering paternity leave for you when you have a new pet. A Scottish brewery in Ohio will be the first U.S. firm that we know of to offer a week paid leave to employees who get a new puppy or rescue a dog. I guess it's nice.
It's very compassionate. I mean, they are a member of the family.
But you're a little bit upset, I can tell. But you're not mad at them. You're
No.
mad that you didn't get as much time
Yeah, I'm
off.
wondering, I mean, I seem to be behind the curve on this because they've all started this paternity time off. That would have
No.
been really nice when we had
I know,
the
you
twins.
had just you had a little bit of time off.
Did they pay for it?
I feel
can't
like
remember.
I'm scratching a really, painful
A sore subject? No,
I'm
they
sorry,
were very
John.
supportive.
I'm sorry. Get back. Call your therapist right now.
But I could have used a month.
I know you could have, and you
Gina
should.
certainly
And you
could have
should have
used a
gotten
month.
that. I'm still mad that you didn't. All right, we're done talking. It's your turn to talk back. We'd love to connect with you. Go to our Facebook page, facebook.com/KarrieLakeFox10.
Or John Hook Fox 10. If I'm here tomorrow, I may not be back.
Maybe
It may
you can take
unplug
a
me.
day.
All right, you guys, well, I just wanted to take you to that story, show you what's trending online right now. Also want to take you to this footage from earlier this morning. Let me update the lower third here and pull this up. This is coming from one of our sister stations, Fox 29. Let me show this to you guys. Bring this up here. I mean, take a look at this train crash from earlier this morning out of Philadelphia, where two commuter trains collided head on this morning, injuring 4 people. The crash happened near the 69th Street terminal during the city's busy morning commute. The police department superintendent Michael Chitwood earlier this morning said there are probably about half a dozen cars that are involved as a result of the crash. Again, this happened earlier this morning, and just take a look at this video footage coming from our sister station Fox 29 there in Philadelphia. We're told the trains were empty when they collided, but minor injuries occurred when one of the cars toppled onto a separate parked car that housed a homeless man. All the other injured parties are reported to be workers from the Southeastern Pennsylvania Transportation Authority. A total of 4 people have been hospitalized, but their injuries are not serious. But that video is incredible, and this was streamed live on Fox 29's Facebook page earlier this morning. And I'm just re-showing you guys this video of this train crash. We do know neither train was traveling at high speed at the time of the crash, which occurred in a rail yard. Police asked people to avoid the train terminal. You can see why. I mean, take a look at this. A lot of people were posting pictures on social media as well. We're also told that investigators were combing through the scene before the trains involved could be removed. Take a look at that. That's coming from the news chopper. Again, this happened earlier this morning in Philadelphia over the 69th Street transportation there. 2 SEPTA trains crashed head on. I think that's something that, you know, you fear happening when you're riding a train, but you're told that could never happen. Well, look at this. I mean, crashing head on. You can see all of the emergency crews that were there responding to this earlier this morning. You can see the fire trucks on the right side there as well. So pretty incredible video footage there in Philadelphia. People still commenting on this video right now, even though it happened about 9 hours ago. 4 people injured, but we are told that the injuries aren't serious. Again, this is over the 69th Street Transportation Center there in Philadelphia, where 2 SEPTA trains crashed head on. All right, you guys, well, taking you to the next top story here. Just wanted to show you that incredible video footage from earlier this morning if you missed it. I'm going to pull this up for you in case you guys missed it. Let me get this up and going. Appreciate you guys watching with me. We are streaming live out of Phoenix, Arizona. It's about 4:23 here. I am your host, Mary Kate Gaffney. Feel free to tweet me any of your comments or questions during the show at Mary Kate Fox 10, or shoot a tweet to our show handle, which is Fox 10 News Now. I want to pull this up, though. Earlier this morning, Sean Spicer was holding his White House press briefing, and a reporter asked a question, and Sean Spicer laid out the immigration plan. So, as I was saying earlier, President Trump laid out his first immigration plan. It was put on hold. It's held up in courts right now. We might be hearing later on this week what the new immigration order could look like if he's able to rework it in a way where the courts are happy about it. They might not have to take this to the Supreme Court. So we'll see what happens. I do know that I was reading, there was a draft circulating online about, okay, we won't ban indefinitely these Syrian refugees anymore. And if you want to come in, as long as you have a green card or a visa, you can come in, but they're still going to put a ban regarding those 7 Muslim majority countries. That's what I've been reading online, sort of a draft that's been circulating on the internet, but we haven't had the official full plan yet. We could hear it as early as tomorrow. So we will see if there's a new reworked immigration order that could pass through the courts. But let's see what Sean Spicer had to say earlier today about this immigration plan.
Is one of the goals here mass deportation?
No.
Not at all.
This isn't, look, I think what we have to get back to is understanding a couple things. There's a law in place that says, you know, if you're in this country illegally, that we have an obligation to make sure that the people who are in our country are here legally. What the order sets out today is ensures that the 1 million or so people that have been adjudicated already, that ICE prioritizes, creates a system of prioritization, and make sure that we walk through that system in a way that protects this country. This is consistent with everything the president has talked about, which is prioritizing the people who are here who represent a threat to public safety or have a criminal record. And all this does is lay out the exact procedures to make sure that that subgroup of people who pose a threat to our nation because of a conviction or a violation of public safety or have a criminal record are adjudicated first and foremost. That's it, plain and simple.
So is then, a follow-up to that, is the White House's message today to undocumented people in this country whose only crime is being in this country illegally, don't worry, or you're on
No,
notice?
the message from this White House and from the DHS is that those people who are in this country and pose a threat to our public safety or have committed a crime will be the first to go, and we will be aggressively making sure that that occurs. That is what the priority is. If you're, then I think as the look, right now. Cecilia, the president has said multiple times that we've got to look at this issue on a very, very holistic way. And the number one priority, when you look at the scope of how many people are in the country illegally, the number one priority is making sure that people who pose a threat to this country are immediately dealt with. And this is not a small group of people. We're talking close to 1 million people who have already been adjudicated and had their status processed through a formal due process system. And so what we need to do now is to make sure that we focus the resources and the efforts on those people going first and foremost. And the fact sheet and the information that we put out lays that out very, very clearly, what is being done. But for so long, the people at ICE and CBP had their hands cuffed behind them, and when they were going to deal with the mission of their job. The last administration had so many carve-outs for who could be and who couldn't be adjudicated that it made it very difficult for the customs and enforcement people to do their job and enforce the laws of this country. But right now what we've done is to make sure that they have the ability and the guidance and the resources to do what their mission is. And that's it, plain and simple. And the president is consistent with his priority of making sure that those people who pose a threat to this country are the first ones to go.
All right, you guys, well, I was playing that video off of our YouTube page. Just head to the video section of Fox 10 Phoenix on YouTube to watch that again, but that was Sean Spicer answering one of the reporter's questions from earlier today on that immigration plan. So we'll see what happens later this week, what President Trump decides to do, because if he's able to rework this immigration order in a way that can pass through the courts, he won't have to take this to the Supreme Court. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. We'll see how he decides to rework it. But what I'm hearing is that he's still going to involve those 7 Muslim majority countries, that he doesn't plan on taking that out of the immigration order. So we'll see what happens, and we'll be sure to keep you guys updated here on the Fox News Now stream. A lot of you asking for a recap of the Milo press conference from earlier today. I'll play a little bit of that for you guys so you can hear what he had to say. Again, this is posted on our YouTube page here, but I'll play a little bit of it since a lot of you are asking for a replay of that. Let me get this up and going. All right, you guys, let's take you there.
Thanks. Thanks for coming, everybody. I'm going to be reading from a prepared statement, and then I'll be happy to take some of your questions. I'm a gay man and a child abuse victim. Between the ages of 13 and 16, 2 men touched me in ways they should not have. One of those men was a priest. My relationship with my abusers is complicated by the fact that at the time, I didn't perceive what was happening as abusive. But I can look back now and see that it was. I still don't view myself as a victim, but clearly I am one. Looking back, I see the effects that this had on me. In the years after what happened, I fell into alcohol and nihilistic partying. It lasted well into my 20s. A few years ago, I realized it was time to do something good with my life. I started focusing on work, but the black comedy, the gallows humor, and the love of shock value I developed in my 20s never really went away. I've reviewed the tapes that appeared a few days ago in the proper context, and I don't believe that they say what is being reported. Nonetheless, I do say some things on the tapes that I do not mean, and which do not reflect my views. My experiences as a victim led me to believe that I could say almost anything on this subject, no matter how outrageous. But I understand that my usual blend of sassy, gay British sarcasm, provocation, and gallows humor might have come across as flippancy. A lack of care for other victims, or even worse, as seems to have been the case in reports, advocacy. I'm horrified by that impression. I would like to restate my disgust at adults who sexually abuse minors. I'm horrified by pedophilia, and I have devoted large portions of my career to exposing child abusers. I've exposed 3 of them in my reporting, which is 3 more than most of my critics. I've repeatedly expressed disgust at pedophilia in my feature and opinion writing, and I was also the first journalist in the UK to ask, after Jimmy Savile's death, whether the real story of his rampant child abuse would ever be told. My professional record is very, very clear. But I do understand that the videos that you have seen, even though some of them were deceptively edited, paint a different picture, and I am partly to blame for that. I do not advocate for illegal behavior. I explicitly say in the tapes, in a section that was cut from the footage that you've seen, that I think the age of consent currently is about right. I do not believe that any change in the legal age of consent is justifiable or desirable. I don't believe that sex with 13-year-olds is okay. When I mentioned the number 13, I was talking about myself and the age that I lost my virginity. It can strike some Americans as unusual or strange, but my mother's native Germany, the age of consent is 14. We have a different approach to these things sometimes in Europe. I shouldn't have used the word boy. Gay men often use boy or girl to mean men of consenting age. But I understand how heterosexual people may not have realized that, and that was an error. I was, in fact, talking about my own relationship when I was 17 with a man who was 29. The age of consent in the UK is 16. I did say that there are relationships between older gay men and younger gay men that can help the younger gay man escape from a lack of support or understanding at home. That's perfectly true, and every gay man knows it. I'm certainly guilty of imprecise language, which I regret. And anyone who suggests, however, that I turn a blind eye to illegal activity or to the abuse of minors is unequivocally wrong. I'm implacably opposed to the normalization of pedophilia, and I will continue to report and speak accordingly. To repeat, I do not support child abuse. It's a disgusting crime of which I have personally been a victim. The remarks I made on podcasts and interviews more than a year ago were about my personal life experiences, but I didn't make that clear. I will not apologize for dealing with my life experiences in the way that I choose to, which is through humor and provocation. No one can tell me or anyone else who has lived through these experiences how they should best deal with those emotions. But I am sorry to other abuse victims who may have interpreted what I said as flippant or uncaring if my own personal way of dealing with what happened to me has hurt you. I will never stop making jokes about taboo subjects. Go into any drag bar or gay club and you will hear joke after joke after joke about clerical sexual abuse. I'm not afforded the same freedom to make those kinds of jokes because the media chooses to selectively define me as a political figure in some circumstances and a comedian in others, and also, of course, because I'm a conservative. But I said some things on those internet live streams that were simply wrong. My employer, Breitbart News, has stood by me while others caved. They've allowed me to carry conservative and libertarian ideas to communities that would otherwise never have had them. They have been a significant factor in my success, and I'm grateful for the freedom and for the friendships that I forged there. But I would be wrong to allow my poor choice of words to detract from my colleagues' important job, which is why today I'm resigning from Breitbart effective immediately. This decision is mine alone. When your friends have done right by you, it's only right to do right by them. And for me, that means stepping aside so my colleagues at Breitbart can get back to the great work they do. My book, Dangerous, has received interest from other publishers after my previous publisher, Simon & Schuster, informed me they no longer wish to release it. The book will come out this year as planned, with perhaps an additional chapter. I'll be donating 10% of my royalties to child sex abuse charities. I haven't ever apologized before, and I don't anticipate ever doing it again. Name-calling doesn't bother me, and misreporting doesn't bother me. But to be a victim of child abuse and at the same time be accused of being an apologist for child abuse is absurd. I regret the things that I said. I don't think I've been as sorry about anything my whole life, and this isn't how I wanted my parents to find out about this either. But let's be clear about what's happening here. This is a cynical media witch hunt from people who do not care about children. They care about destroying me and my career, and by extension, my allies. They know that although I made some outrageous statements, I've never actually done anything wrong. They held this story back. They held the footage back, footage that's been out there in the wild for over a year, because they don't care about victims. They don't care about children. They only care about bringing me down. They will fail. I will, in the next couple of weeks, be announcing a new independently funded media venture of my own, and a live tour in the coming weeks, and new campus tour dates, part of my new Troll Academy tour. I started my career as a technology reporter who wrote about politics, but I have since mutated and grown into something quite different and much bigger. I'm now a performer with millions of fans in America and beyond. I'm grateful for the tens of thousands of messages that I have received. And I look forward to making you all laugh, cry, and think for many, many decades to come. My full focus is now going to be on entertaining and educating everyone, left, right, and otherwise. If you want to brand or stereotype me, good luck with that. Don't think for a moment that anything that has happened in the last 48 hours will ever stop me being as offensive, provocative, and outrageously funny as I choose on any subject I please. America has a colossal free speech problem. The land of the First Amendment has some of the most oppressive social restrictions on free expression anywhere in the Western world. I'm proud to be a warrior for free speech and creative expression, and I want everyone in America to have the right to do, be, say, read anything. I want people to be able to dress however they want. I want people to be able to play whatever video games they want. I want people to realize their potential and have the full limits of creative expression available to them. That isn't currently the case in America. America is the country I love. America is a country that has taken me in. Its people have taken me in, and I'm very grateful for that. I am proud to be a free speech warrior in America, and I will continue to do that. I'm not going anywhere. Thank you very much. I will take perhaps 5 questions.
Milo.
Yeah.
So, in an interview you did with Nightline with us at ABC, you said you never say anything you don't believe.
Yes.
So what you said in that podcast, do you believe that? And what exactly is this about? Is this an apology? Is this about you? Or is it about that you no longer have a book deal and you no longer are speaking at CPAC?
This is about me apologizing for saying things I did not mean. This is me apologizing to other victims of abuse for comments that may be perceived by them as insensitive or flippant, which was unintended. You know, you sort of freewheel and spitball in these, you know, boozy, long, late-night internet live streams. You know, some of them go on for 3-4 hours. And you play with ideas, and sometimes these things come out half-baked, or they're expressed in ways you didn't intend. For the most part, I do not believe that these videos show what reporting claims that they show. But for those statements I did make where I misspoke, I'm here today to apologize.
We spoke with some of the organizers of the Berkeley protests, and they say what is happening right now, what you just said, and what's happening to you in the mainstream media, that this is a victory for them. Because without those protests, without shutting you down, the mainstream media would have never looked at you with a microscope. What do you say to that?
Well, this isn't really about me crowing, but I don't think this has done any harm for my profile, and I think, you know, more people are going to read what I have to say on the subject of free speech as a result of this. It may not be from the same publisher, and it may not be from the same, under the same masthead, but I have an opportunity now through what has happened, and this has not been a pleasant 48 hours for me. I have an opportunity now through what has happened to reach an even larger audience, and I intend to do so.
Milo, do you stand by your comment of calling Joe
Could you be respectful of other people, please?
Did you speak to Steve Bannon about your resignation from Breitbart?
No.
And this is a follow-up. What's your immigration status? Are you on a work visa?
I'm on an O1B, alien of extraordinary ability.
Do you stand by your comment of
Yeah.
calling Joe for a state of fiction?
I'm looking at the scene here. I'm not sure that we could have a news conference with researchers talking about curing cancer and would have as much turnout here.
Yes.
What does this tell us about our culture? That there is so much interest about you,
Yes.
about this controversy,
Yes.
and about what's happened over the last month from Berkeley to this point.
Well, I think it says something very obvious and very clear, which is that America has a gigantic free speech problem. Both the left and the right are guilty of that. In the 90s, it was the religious right saying that video games could make you violent. Now it is feminists and social justice warriors saying video games can make you sexist. And all of the associated forms of school marmishness and nannying and pearl clutching, language policing, the safe space culture, trigger warnings culture, all of this stuff is designed to restrict the free expression of the rest of America. And it is perpetrated by elites on the people. It is perpetrated by well-funded, well-educated people in coastal cities on the rest of us, on perfectly innocent pursuits and perfectly innocent expressions and perfectly innocent language. My rapid rise in the last year, I think, is testament to the huge hunger from both sides. Because I got to tell you, most of the people at my talks are not your typical college Republicans. My rise and the interest in this story is testament to the fact that America is crying out for somebody who will say the unsayable, who will break taboos, and who fearlessly resists those who want to clamp down on free speech and free expression. That's what I think it says, and I think it's very clear.
Just a quick follow-on.
Okay.
Are you at all concerned that while you've been sort of straddling the line, walking up to the line, you've now crossed over the line into a place of irrelevancy?
No. If I thought that was the case, I wouldn't be making an appeal now.
Exactly why you would be making an appeal.
Well, no. If I thought I'd crossed the line over into irrelevancy, then I would be with my tail between my legs somewhere. I'm apologizing for a small cluster of remarks that I made, some of which I think are taken out of context. There was obviously some deceptive editing that happened there. One or two of those comments I did not mean. They did not reflect my beliefs. And I think, I've never apologized about anything else before. I don't anticipate doing it again. But this particular subject strikes pretty close to home for me. So it was very important for me to clarify my position on this particular subject, given my personal history with it.
Do you stand by your comments on calling
Homophobic undertones.
Sorry, say again.
Thank you. NBC News.
Hi.
Do you think that there are homophobic undertones? The fact that this particular topic is the one that finally crossed the line, given that gay men have historically been equated with pedophilia, and given that you have done some rather controversial things in the past?
Well, statistically speaking, there's no evidence to suppose that pedophilia and homosexuality are related, though I think that the numbers show a slight preponderance. I think pedophiles are slightly more likely to be gay. That is to say, slightly more likely to be into boys if they're men than into girls, but not by very much. I know that CPAC has a long and complex history with gays. I know that one of the organizers of CPAC was fired for trying to welcome, log cabin Republicans into the tent. I know that there have been a lot of problems with CPAC and homosexuals. I think if you look at the crowds that follow me around, Louisiana State University, we filled a 1,200-seater in 48 hours. I came out in drag, in full drag, as a drag queen, to give a talk about fat shaming. And 1,200 Republicans gave me a standing ovation. This simply hasn't happened in the history of this country before. And I'm very proud to be introducing what I would consider to be normal gays to, Republican and conservative America. We don't all have to be like, the stereotype, the pink suit and ludicrousness of a lot of gays that you see on television. I think if there's a problem, it's the way that gays are represented on TV. I've probably done more for the image of gays in the flyover states than all the associated, than all of the gay charities, gay activist groups, and gay publications for the last 30 years. I think they've seen me, and I get emails every day along these lines. They've seen me, and they've realized, I get emails from mothers sometimes, and they say, my son is gay, and I was terrified that he was going to turn into Ross Matthews. But you've made me realize, actually, that gay people can be okay. I'm very proud of that and very happy of that, for that. If there's any extent to which homophobia played into CPAC's decision, I certainly wasn't aware of it. And I know that many people within CPAC have been very supportive of me appearing there. I'm not a traditional representative for American conservatism. I've never painted myself that way. I'm a visitor to this country. All I can really do is express my opinion, having been here for a year and a half. But given the level of interest, the sheer number of people who seem to love me, and who want to, buy my book and come to my shows and all that kind of thing, I think it was only logical that CPAC would seek to book somebody like that, somebody who is obviously the most interesting thing happening in American conservatism right now.
Milo, thank you. In your statement, you said what you're going to be doing next, you're going to be working on a new independent media venture.
Yes.
You brought that up. Can
Yes.
you give some details on what that's going to be? Is that going to be something radical, Breitbart, some Breitbart? What was that?
No, I don't intend to go head-to-head with Breitbart in any respect whatsoever, but I will be doing a lot more of the same that I have been doing, just not under the Breitbart banner. We have received some preliminary funding for that. I expect to be raising more. I think it'll just be more of the same. College tours, probably commercial tours, more TV, more video, more everything. I'm going to focus now, on entertainment, on education, and less perhaps on journalism. I'd sort of outgrown my role, I think, as technology editor at Breitbart, which is fairly obvious. I'm going to be doubling down on education and entertainment, and see where it takes me the next year. I can do one or two more. Yeah.
Okay, so we at the Gateway Pundit discovered that the original attacks on you came from two sources. Democratic activists with deep ties to George Soros, in addition to former presidential candidate Evan McMullen and his CPAC. So these Never Trump websites and individuals continue to invest vast amounts of money and time in attacking Trump supporters and members of the current administration. My two questions would be, what do you think of these anti-Trump groups and their continued attacks? And my second one is, do you think that these groups have any future in the Republican Party? What would you say to them?
Publications and activist groups and political operatives who insist on preserving their own power. These are people who have sold out your country to line their own pockets. These people are dying, if not already dead. Their publications have no readers. They're, very obvious that this was a highly coordinated and very well-planned and well-funded attack on me, but I have to take responsibility for what I said. Nonetheless, everyone at home can see what's happening. And everyone at home can appreciate when, Donald Trump is voted into the White House, but the whole Republican Party absolutely hates him, that something has to change. There has to be a break at some point. This sort of populist nationalist revolution that is happening, the anti-political correctness, pro-free speech revolution that is happening all over the Western world is not going anywhere. For the last 30 years, speech codes have been the order of the day, and right-wing politicians have run terrified and screaming for allegations of racism and sexism, and basically given ground on almost every serious issue. Well, that's changing with the rise of bold electorates and bold politicians. Donald Trump's an example of that. I'm an example of a cultural figure related to that social change, and we are going to represent the next 30 years. This last 48 hours has been a horrible and humiliating and degrading experience for me, but I'm going to be around for 30 years. Many of the people who are organizing everything they possibly can to take me down will not be. I'll do one or two more. We've had you, so I'm sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
Milo, I'm going to talk to you about, first of all, I'm going to let you know, although I test everything about NAM law, the FBI actually agrees with you. When it comes to criminal classification, victims who are 10 or 12 years old actually can grant consent. If you would, please pass this to the gentleman visiting from New York.
Well, I'd just like to clarify there. I said in a segment of the video that was cut, which most of you will not have seen, that I felt that the age of consent was, quote, about right, unquote. I have no desire or wish, I don't think it's desirable or justifiable to change the age of consent. I think the age of consent in my mom's native Germany at 14 is too young.
Okay, so one question I have is on behalf of the state of Texas. You do issue very provocative statements.
Yep.
This is one that you said that is very offensive and messes with Texas. You said gay marriage is not a civil rights struggle. Stop comparing gays and blacks. When gay men are slaves, it's because we beg to be.
Yes.
I'm going to tell you the 1964 Civil Rights Act was signed by the greatest president of the United States, Lyndon Baines Johnson. He's a Texan. He signed it because Texas is next to Mexico, which is very close to your daddy's precious wall. He signed that because Mexicans were showing up to workplaces and white men were intimidating and physically abusing them. The Civil Rights Act was never, ever intended specifically for blacks only. Lyndon Baines Johnson included it for discriminatory purposes. Your argument is not only unoriginal and adios American-ish, it's also ignorant and racist. I was wondering if you could please rip off this statement, or do you have a leg to stand on to defend it?
I think it was a funny joke, and I stand by it, and I don't take comparisons to Ann Coulter to be insulting. She sells a hell of a lot of books. Yeah. There's been interest, obviously, since Simon & Schuster decided at the first opportunity to jettison it. I'm sure they'll get a lot of plaudits in New York cocktail parties, but the people who actually want to read it, the people who support me and believe in what I'm saying, in their millions, will, I'm sure, seek out wherever it is published by the next person. We expect to be able to announce something about that in the next couple of weeks. The book will come out. The book will come out this year as planned. I don't think that's clear yet.
Whoop, sorry about that, you guys. All right, well, that was the interview, or the press conference, I guess I should call it, with Milo from earlier this morning. You can head to the video section on our YouTube page if you want to watch that in full. Let me change the lower third here because I am not Milo, so that wouldn't make sense to have that up still. We are getting some breaking news coming into the newsroom. I'm hearing there's a plane down in Scottsdale. Chopper's up and heading there. We're going to work to get you that feed as soon as possible. Let me plug in actually the Chopper feed here, make sure that I have it all ready to go. And we'll take you to that breaking news as soon as I get it. Again, a plane down locally here in Scottsdale. We'll take you to that feed as soon as Chopper is there on the scene. Again, though, I was just showing you that press conference from Milo earlier today. Just head to the video section on our YouTube page if you want to watch it over. So, pretty interesting stuff, you guys. All have different opinions about this. That video on our page alone already has over 33,000 views and over 3,000 comments. So I think a lot of people feel differently about this subject. I was looking on Milo's Facebook page, and he had posted a statement about this press conference and about what happened, and a lot of his viewers, and I guess I can call them fans, were commenting under that statement saying, you know, we're with you, Milo, and then others saying, you know, we completely disagree with what you said. So a lot of people have different opinions about this subject, so I think this is why it's become such a national story, and why we already have so many views on this video, and we streamed it just over only 3 hours ago. So you can head there if you want to watch it over. Appreciate you guys watching with us live here on the Fox News Now stream. I'm your host, Mary Kay Gaffney. And again, just a little bit, we might have some breaking news for you. A plane down, possibly in Scottsdale. We will take you there. In the meantime, I want to pull up this video for you guys. Let me show this to you. Get this up and going here. And again, as I was saying earlier, we might have some breaking news as early as tomorrow with President Trump revealing his new immigration order, his new travel ban, or whatever it is you want to call it. A lot of people have different names for this. He's going to rework this. If he's able to rework it and make some changes, it might not go to the Supreme Court. So we'll see if he's able to change it in a way that the courts will allow to pass. And we might get that news as early as tomorrow. And you know that we will be streaming any sort of press conference or any news that comes in about that as well. I want to pull up this segment for you guys. There is a story happening here locally, but something I think a lot of you can relate to if you live in a state or a city that does photo radar, where the radar picks up your speed limit and then takes a photo of you and your license plate. What do you guys think about that? I'm sure I can already guess what a lot of you think about that. But we did have a segment on this earlier today in the show, so I'm going to take you to this. You guys can let me know what you think.
So we talked earlier this morning about another push. It's a freshman lawmaker, Republican lawmaker in our legislature, who's saying, I think we should do away with photo radar.
Altogether.
Right. Both the speed cameras and the red light cameras. And you remember it wasn't that long ago that we got rid of photo radar on our highways.
Yeah.
But now he's saying, let's just try it again.
On all of it. Okay, so we posed the question what you thought about the photo radar around the state on our Facebook page. And of course, everybody always has an opinion on this, and we've been sharing them throughout the morning, so we'll share a few more. Joe says, I don't have a problem with red light cameras. Red light runners pose a clear and present danger. Caveat being, don't shorten up yellow lights just to make more bank.
They said they'd done that?
I've never heard of that.
Me either. All right, Terry says, only the speed cameras, red light cameras, help prevent accidents. People are more apt to stop. They know they will get a ticket sent to them. I agree with that one. I'm with you, Terry. Yeah, red light cameras, yeah. Speed cameras, I could go either way on those.
Dale says, problem is people will ignore those tickets unless they get served. So unless they are going to spend extra resources to actually go out and serve these people, unfortunately, they are useless. These people just throw them away and can claim they never got them.
Oh, they're serving people.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. And they add $60 to your ticket once they serve you. Cliff says this drive to eliminate red light cameras is the most stupid thing I've seen come out of the Arizona government since I moved here 7 years ago. And I might add, I've seen a few other stupid bills. Red light cameras save lives. Maybe when a proponent legislator of this bill or their family member gets killed by a red light runner, they'll begin to understand the importance of these devices.
Okay.
That's from Cliff.
Thank you very much, everyone, for sharing your thoughts and opinions with us. We appreciate that.
And you can go to Facebook and continue doing that.
Yeah.
AM. So we talked earlier this morning about.
All right, you guys, so I just wanted to take you to that segment from our morning show earlier today. Let me pull up the lower third here. Again, I'm keeping an eye on the feed to see if Chopper has gone up yet. You can always see right behind me the feeds here on the big wall. We monitor these behind me, and then we also have some over here that I'm checking as well. But looks like Chopper's not up yet, but we'll make sure to stay on that story. Again, a possible plane crash in Scottsdale, so I'll keep you guys updated on that story. It's about 4:56 here in Phoenix. My co-host Mike Page coming up next to take you into the next few hours. I want to pull up this for you guys. In the meantime, our reporter here, Danielle Miller, did a story on driverless cars. I want to know what you guys think about this. Tweet me at Mary Kate Fox 10 or let me know in the chat. What do you think about driverless cars? Some of you think, that it's kind of creepy, the machines taking control. Others think it's a great idea. No more issues with drinking and driving, no more issues with having anyone drive you around, really. So let me know what you guys think, and let's take you to this package. Again, this is from our reporter, Danielle Miller. So let's see what she has to say about driverless cars.
Been named the hottest new city for autos.
Chandler has recently attracted a number of companies who are working on all things car-related, especially when it comes to driverless cars.
They're right on the cutting edge. Tonight, we're finding out what one of those companies, Intel, is doing in this area. Our Danielle Miller joins us live with the story tonight. Danielle?
John and Carrie, the Valley is listed as one of the top 5 growth markets for tech here in the United States. Now, a lot of that tech geared towards driverless cars. We got to take a look at where Intel fits in with this type of technology. Officials tell us with this tech giant, they tell us that so far what we've seen is just the beginning.
I think it's super exciting that we're taking an industry like automobiles that was really started about 130 years ago, and we are fully fusing it with technology. It's the opportunities are limitless.
Fortune magazine naming Chandler as the country's hottest new city for autos in 2016. This after the recent boom in driverless technology testing. One of the major companies leading the way, Intel. The company has a full engineering team in Chandler.
They're adding sensors to them and a brain in the trunk that's based on Intel technology. And they're pulling all that data together and fusing it and doing analytical work to help score and train the cars to make them run more efficiently on the street.
Intel uses cars such as BMWs, Ford Fusions, and Land Rovers. Several different sensors and cameras are being tested. The goal, to get these driverless cars on the road to increase safety and cut down on congestion. Over time, the technology continues to grow and get better. This will add to higher demand, leading to more jobs.
A year ago, the brain that Intel created took up the entire trunk of the car. It was basically the size of 2 sets of golf clubs. You weren't fitting any golf clubs in the trunk. Less than 1 year later, that system is now the size of a 5 CD disc changer.
Intel tells us just about every vehicle manufacturer is interested in this type of technology, and once this testing is complete, Intel could have these driverless cars on the road by 2021. Reporting live, Danielle Miller, Fox 10 News.
All right, you guys, well, that was Fox 10 reporter Danielle Miller. Follow her on Twitter, you guys, Fox 10 Danielle. She's one of our best reporters here, but I say that about all of our reporters, you guys. Driverless cars, I know a lot of you have opinions on that. I think it's interesting. We'll see what happens with this new futuristic tech world we are living in, you guys. All right, we are streaming live here. Mike Page coming up next for you guys. In the meantime, I'm going to give you a live look of the White House, and hopefully Mike will have that breaking news in Scottsdale where a possible plane is down. Mike coming up next.
All right, everybody, welcome to the Fox 10 and News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. We do have a small crash here from an airplane at Scottsdale Airport. All right, folks, welcome to the Fox 10 and News Now stream. I'm your host, Mike Page, going to be here with you. Thanks to everyone joining us live on Facebook Live, Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live. We did have the shot, and it went down for just a second. So let's see if our Sky Fox can reestablish the shot. We saw it briefly there with the airplane, and it didn't look serious, so that's very good news for that pilot and his or her airplane there, but we'll see what the situation is like in just a few moments here. If we could get Sky Fox to reestablish that connection there for us. All right, being so, we have a new hookup here, REM 1. There we go. All right, so this is what we're looking at. As I was mentioning, nothing too serious here. We don't even have any word yet, and if there was any injuries there, but you can look at the response there. I mean, not too bad there. So they'll just be able to tow that out and get it back in the repair shop there. Once again, folks, welcome and thanks for joining us here live on the Fox 10 and News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. Small plane crash here at Scottsdale Air Park. Just judging by the response here, doesn't look to be too serious, so that is very good news there. Let us know where you are all watching from. We always love to know where our viewers are watching from, especially on Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live. Thanks so much for joining us here in this breaking news alert at the Scottsdale Air Park. Welcome, everybody, to the Fox 10 and News Now stream, part of Fox10Phoenix.com, and everybody watching live here on Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live. We are here at the Scottsdale Air Park. Skybox up in the air here. As you can see, a small plane crash. We'll try to get the latest information for you for Fox 10 News at 6, 9, and 10 this evening. Stay right with Fox10Phoenix.com. All right, everybody. We do appreciate you all joining us live here on the Fox 10 News Now stream. We are going to show you now. Well, let's first show you them. First, let me set up this video here for you. Chicago police detailing some new crime-fighting tactics right now on the Fox 10 News Now stream.
Strategy has been targeted, data-driven enforcement supported by significant investments in technology. These investments have made us more predictive and more proactive, especially in the districts that present the greatest challenges with violence. First with the 7th and 11th districts last month, and now we'll be expanding to the 9th and 15th districts by sometime in the spring. While the pilot program is still in its earliest stages, we've seen promising signs that utilizing this technology to make us more predictive in our deployments and faster in our response times to incidents is helping to reduce the violence in those areas. In the first week of February, the 7th District went 8 straight days without a shooting incident. That's the longest period of time in almost 3 years where not one shot was fired in one of our most violent areas. The 11th District, which saw an increase in violence in January, has now seen 8 less shooting incidents so far this year compared to last year. And while this is not a declaration of victory by any means, it is certainly progress moving us in the right direction. As the 7th and 11th districts before them, the 9th and 15th districts will have their own dedicated strategic decision support centers, district-wide shot spotter technology, and expansion of pod cameras, and the incorporation of mobile technology to officers in the field here in the 9th and the 15th districts. It represents the investment in technology and data-driven enforcement that will help us reduce violent crime in the city of Chicago. The station-based strategic decision support centers will serve as dedicated intelligence hubs for 4 out of the 5 districts that contribute to a significant portion of the city's violence and were responsible for the majority of the increase that we saw in murders in 2016. In those centers, district leadership, crime analysts from CPD and the University of Chicago, and police officers will monitor developments and gang conflicts in real time, make fluid decisions regarding deployments, and allow us the ability to change our strategy as the situation dictates. They will utilize a wide variety of data, including historical crime incidents, 311 service calls, input from ShotSpotter, video from pod cameras, and will run them through our Hunch Lab software to help us be more predictive and proactive in our deployments. That's mainly so we can focus on the right people at the right places at the right times. For officers in the field, they'll be able to access real-time intelligence information and instant notifications from ShotSpotter through mobile phones equipped with the software. This technology will allow them to have access to a wide range of information at their fingertips and significantly cut down response time to shooting incidents, which can make the difference between life and death and can increase our chances in capturing the offenders. I'd like to thank the Chicago Fire Department as well as OEMC for their assistance in helping us get some of these systems integrated. This is an all-hands-on-deck effort in the city, and their support has truly been integral to its success. As I've said on multiple occasions, it's going to take more than just an investment on behalf of CPD to make our city safer. It's going to take an investment in our communities from our residents and for our legislators to step up and help us hold gun offenders, repeat gun offenders, accountable for their actions. Until then, CPD will continue to do its part, and I believe this technology will help us make significant progress in our mission to protect and serve every Chicagoan. At this time, I'd like to bring up Deputy Chief John Lewin to give you more details about the technology.
Thank you, sir. So as the superintendent said, ShotSpotter will be expanded to the entire district boundaries for the 9th and the 15th district. So for 9, we're adding 13.5 square miles of coverage. For 15, we're adding 3.81 square miles of coverage. So we're going from the current total in 7-11 of 13.6 square miles. We're more than doubling that by adding 17.31. So we'll have a total of 30.91 square miles for these 4 districts when complete. Additional smartphones for officers, Hunch Lab, which is the predictive tool, more surveillance cameras, pod cameras, and the creation of the Strategic Decision Support Center, the Situation Room, which on the way out, you're welcome to take a look at. The construction's already started in that room here in the 9th District. Will be completed shortly. Thank you.
Any questions?
So then, as you roll out these systems, what do they cost per district to roll it out? What's all included?
I believe it's 1.5 million?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, 1.5 million per district. So it includes the ShotSpotter technology, more pod cameras, the construction of the rooms, the analysts, the civilian analysts that would be on duty in each district, and then we have the police officers, but we'll find them. So that's roughly the cost of it.
Was it 13.6 square miles combined?
Correct, combined.
Those are 2.
Yep. So the complete coverage when all 4 are done will be 30.9 square miles. So ShotSpotter essentially uses a series of acoustic sensors to triangulate gunshot events and create very real-time alerts, which can be viewed here in the district at the Situation Room, the Strategic Decision Support Center, and also on officer smartphones, so literally in the hands of the officers. So it provides faster notification, several minutes faster than the first citizen call to 911, more accurate location information, so it helps us to identify crime scenes and recover ballistics information, which then can be used to clear cases, and it gives us a more complete picture of all the gunshot events in the district boundaries.
So when a shot rings out, does the officer respond based on the app on the smartphone, or is it new dispatch?
So they'll have both. They'll have the app on their smartphone, which again is usually going to be several minutes faster than the first dispatch. So they're going to be going off of the smartphone, and also the Situation Room will get the alert, and they can go over the air if an officer, for example, may not have a smartphone, and put it out immediately. So it's, as the superintendent said, it's all about that real-time situational awareness.
Is that decision up to the officer?
Yeah.
This technology has been around in some form for a while. We've used it before. What do you think it is about the way things are now that's making it more effective?
I think it's the integration of the process and of all the technologies into a real-time situational awareness platform that we haven't had before. So there's a new mapping tool that we showed in the 7th and 11th districts that ties together cameras, so real-time camera video, ShotSpotter information, real-time GPS on police vehicles so we can see where those vehicles are, Hunch Lab, which is that prediction tool, which is also new, which is a place-based prediction tool that uses a bunch of variables to look at hotspots of risk for future violence. So it's the way that all those things are coming together for the first time, which I think is unprecedented in the country.
To triangulate that, how many sensors would you say you need in a square mile?
It really depends on the terrain. It depends on buildings, other geographic features. So we don't usually give out a specific number, but there is a survey that's conducted by the vendor, and they look at the neighborhoods and determine how many are needed.
Superintendent, you have a very busy district under the command of an officer with 90 misconduct complaints, talking about James Sanchez in District 10. The department has said in a couple of different statements that promotion that you made is about building trust with the community. How is that?
Well, listen, Commander Sanchez has been a great officer for years. And I think I should point out that I think 89 of the 91 allegations against him were not sustained, and they were investigated by an independent authority. So, you know, CPD is not unlike the criminal justice system. There's a due process. Those are allegations until they're found to be sustained. He has the support of the community. He's done a phenomenal job during his career, and he has my support. So the fact that you have an allegation doesn't mean you're automatically guilty of something. That's why it's investigated. So because they are not sustained allegations, that should not hold him back or anyone else for that matter. That's why you have due process. When we find that there is cause for concern, then we take the appropriate actions. But at this point, the majority of those allegations were unfounded or not sustained. So.
If you look at patterns in any of the complaints, for example, 16 of them, he was a subject along with Jerome Finnegan, arguably one of the most corrupt cops in the department's history.
He wasn't found to be involved in the SOS thing at all. So, you know, I didn't investigate it. It was independently investigated. And that investigation cleared him of everything.
The DOJ found that the accountability system you're talking about called them ineffective to both detect and hold officers accountable for wrongdoing.
And you know what? The DOJ pointed out some things that I think should have been highlighted. And we are working hard to make sure that we have the mechanisms in place to identify officers that have issues and hold them accountable when necessary, get them the training that they need when necessary, and dismiss them when necessary. So we're working to that end.
Superintendent, if you can please address the series of robberies that have been going on in Chicagoland, 7 so far this year. Are you changing anything with regard to the strategy?
The robberies where at? Oh, the car dealerships? Well, our detective division is working closely with the surrounding suburbs. We don't want to put our game plan out there because, of course, we don't want people to know what we're doing, but we take those things seriously and we are looking at them. Well, listen, so the 7th district, I believe it was 8 straight days with no shooting incidents, which was the longest in 3 years. Listen, the strategy and the plan to reduce violence is just not one single thing. It's a lot of things that go in place. This technology absolutely is helping us get there. But that doesn't negate the fact that you still need human intelligence, the community, the police department, elected officials, public officials. Everybody still has to play their part in this. What this technology does is allows us to not have to wait for the community to notify us on shooting incidents. The ShotSpotter technology does that for us. So that gives us the advantage of responding 5 to 7 minutes earlier than we ever have been in the past, unless an officer actually observed it.
And how does that 5 to 7 minutes help you reduce shooting?
So I'll tell you how it helps. Imagine this. Before, by the time we would get there, we wouldn't see the smoke from a gunshot. Now officers respond so quickly, there's still gun smoke in the air from when they arrive at the scene. So that gives us the ability to be able to apprehend the offenders quickly. Okay?
And to be clear on the 8 days, when did it end? Today, this morning?
No, it was
February 2nd to February 9th.
Okay. Thank you all.
All right, folks, so that was Chicago Police detailing some expanding program that'll help them fight crime in the city of Chicago. Okay, next, Scott Pruitt, EPA Administrator, makes his first address to his agency.
Give him another round. As you know, Administrator Pruitt comes to us from the state of Oklahoma, where most recently he has been the Attorney General. Prior to his service as Attorney General, Administrator Pruitt was in the State Senate of Oklahoma for 8 years. He originally hailed from the state of Kentucky. He earned his bachelor's degree from Georgetown College in Kentucky and then moved to Oklahoma, where he graduated from the University of Oklahoma at Tulsa Law School. Before entering public service, he practiced law for a private firm in Tulsa, Oklahoma. Administrator Pruitt and his wife of 27 years, Marilyn, are the devoted parents of 2 children, McKenna and son Katie. Gotta love those names. Administrator Pruitt, in addition to his years of experience in the public sector, is also a successful entrepreneur. As a co-owner and managing general partner of Oklahoma City's AAA minor league baseball affiliate, the Oklahoma City Redhawks, he has helped the team become one of the minor league leaders in attendance. So, as you can see, our new administrator has not only a record of public service, but also business experience that will serve him well as he undertakes his new responsibilities at our agency. Of course, I will leave it to Administrator Pruitt to share his vision and principles for his leadership at EPA, but I would like to highlight just a few examples from his biography. Some examples of how he has worked with others during his service in the public sector that I think will be of particular interest to you. As Attorney General for Oklahoma, Mr. Pruitt worked with his Democratic counterpart in Arkansas to regarding water quality in the Illinois River, which crosses the border between the 2 states. Together, they developed a statement of joint principles for a scientific study using EPA-approved methods, and both states agreed to be bound by the outcome. In another example from his time as Oklahoma Attorney General, Mr. Pruitt led an historic water rights settlement between the state of Oklahoma, Oklahoma City, and the Choctaw and Chickasaw tribal nations, which will preserve the ecosystems of scenic lakes and rivers on native lands. Now, as we all know, water rights cases can be lengthy, costly, and divisive. But the process developed under Administrator Pruitt's leadership has been praised widely for harnessing the principles of cooperation, hard work, and perseverance to enable parties with conflicting interests to forge common solutions. We commend you, Administrator Pruitt, for your demonstrated commitment to working with a variety of stakeholders in these very challenging situations. And we look forward to your bringing this experience and commitment to the many challenging issues that face this agency as we strive to protect the public health and environment of the people of the United States. I am confident that you will find that the dedicated public servants of EPA share your commitment to working hard and in close cooperation with our dedicated state partners to carry out our shared mission. We all understand that that is the only way we can fulfill the many responsibilities that Congress has given us. Following the law and using the best science to protect the health of our families and communities now and in the years to come. Administrator Pruitt, we are eager to hear your vision for leading EPA to achieve that mission and then to get down to work and talk with you about the many varied aspects of our important and complex work. But first, I just have a few small gifts to welcome you to the EPA.
Yeah.
First, I would like to present you. You won't need to look too closely to see it. But
Unfortunately, my eyes are not the best, so.
this is a lapel pin for EPA, which you can proudly wear
Well, thank you.
on your lapel as you represent the agency.
Thank you very much.
And then secondly, when you go out
Alrighty.
into
Yeah,
the field, you'll need this hat. Will not only mark you as the representative and administrator of EPA, but it's really good at protecting you from the sun as well.
Thank you, thank you.
I suspect you know that from your baseball years.
Thank you very much.
So thank you very much for joining us. We are so pleased to have you.
Thanks, Catherine. Thank you so much. That's okay. I think I can. Well, thank you, Catherine. It's been a joy to meet Catherine today and spend some time with her, and I do thank you for the hat. I'm excited about being in a city that actually has a Major League Baseball team. Because that's going to be exciting to be able to exit, in the evening and enjoy some good baseball. And I'll make sure that I wear this hat as we attend those games. And the parent club of my AAA team was the Texas Rangers. And so they're in the American League. We're going to be okay to cheer for the Nationals here in the National League. So excited about that. It's been an honor and a joy to be with you this morning. I've got a chance to meet some of you, and it's an honor. And as I spent time with you this morning, it was something that was abundantly clear to me that you love what you do. There's an old saying that if you love what you do, you never work a day in your life. And I want to say thank you to Catherine. I want to say thank you to her for her leadership in the last month or so. It took us a little while to get here, so I was thankful for her leadership during that time frame. But I want to say thank you to each of the career individuals that have been serving this agency for quite some time. Most of the people I met this morning, I think the least amount of years that I heard was 19 years. That's quite something. That says a lot about the mission of the agency and the people that are here. And I want to commend you for your service to this country and service to this agency, and thank you for that. You know, I know it's very difficult to capture in one speech the vision and direction of an agency. And I also recognize that you don't know me very well. In fact, you don't know me hardly at all, other than maybe what you've read in the newspaper and seen on the news. And I might suggest to you that, just like Paul Harvey used to say, I look forward to sharing the rest of the story with you as we spend time together. But this is a beginning. It's a beginning for us to spend time and discuss certain principles by which I think this agency should conduct itself. And I look forward to leading this agency with these following principles in mind. There was a book several years ago that I read called Founding Brothers. I don't know if you've had the pleasure of reading that book. It's actually a book by Joseph Ellis, an historian from the University of Vermont. And it's a book about a series of historical encounters with the founding generation. And there's one particular chapter called The Dinner, an historical vignette that took place between Thomas Jefferson and James Madison and Alexander Hamilton. And the dinner took place as a result of something that was going on in Congress in 1790. It was a very difficult and challenging issue called the Assumption Bill. As you know, as the colonies came out of the Revolutionary War, the eventual states, there was tremendous debt that the states had incurred, and they could not pay the debt. And Alexander Hamilton had a wonderful idea, he thought. He thought this newfound federal government should assume that debt, consolidate all the debt, and seek to pay it off in behalf of the states. Well, that caused certain individuals like Thomas Jefferson and James Madison to be concerned about the role of this federal government and the newfound responsibilities that it might have. And so there was intractability around some very important issues. Debt, the role between the federal government and the states. It sounds a little bit like today. And they did something, though, that doesn't happen very much today. They actually got together. They actually spent time together. You know, in this environment that we live in this country today, it is a very, forgive the reference, but it's a very toxic environment. We have jerseys that we put on, both politically and otherwise. And that's something that I think is damaging to the overall objective of finding results and answers to some very challenging issues that we face as a country. But as they got together for dinner, and they dealt with this very difficult challenge of assuming debt and this idea that Alexander Hamilton had, they were able to work out a solution. And if you don't know, James Madison and Thomas Jefferson said, we'll let the bill go forward in Congress, but in exchange, we want something. We want the capital of the United States government to be moved from New York City to the shores of the Potomac, near the homeland of Virginia. And we have the U.S. Capitol in Washington, D.C. today, largely because of a dinner that took place between those three gentlemen. Now, I share that with you for these reasons, as far as principles that are important as we do our work together and as we journey together. One, they led. They actually found solutions. They worked to be problem solvers. They didn't shirk their responsibility. They took that very difficult challenge that they faced in 1790 and said, we will do our job and find an answer to this challenge. And as we do our work here, we deal with very important, monumental issues with respect to our future environment and our natural resources. And we must have the same kind of attitude of finding answers, being problem solvers, and making decisions and leading to make those decisions. Secondly, and I think this is in short supply in this country today, they acted with civility. And civility is something that I believe in very much. You know, we ought to be able to get together and wrestle through some very difficult issues and do so in a civil manner. Yes. We ought to be able to be thoughtful.
And look how she's got her little hand
and
up there.
exchange ideas and engage in debate and make sure that we do find answers to these problems, but do so with civility. And I think that was exemplified in the story that I shared with you from Founding Brothers. But thirdly, and this is something that I mentioned to Catherine this morning, and as I met with some of you that have been here for some time, I mentioned to you as well. I seek to be a good listener. Those of you that have been here for quite some time, whether it's in the air area or water or whatever area that you may be in, I look forward to spending time with you. Not just to, get to address certain issues, but really spend time and dig down deep with respect to how we're going to do business in the future and get to know you personally and how I can be a resource to you as you do your work. And I think that this story of listening, you can't lead unless you listen. I seek to listen, learn, and lead with you to address these issues that we face as a nation. Now, there's a second book that I've read, and I've read more than two, but these two books are two of my favorites. The second book that I would highlight for you that kind of bookends our discussion this morning is a book that came out a couple of years ago called Inventing Freedom. It's a wonderful book about the uniqueness of the American experiment, about the uniqueness of how we do business as a country. And so these general principles of civility, finding answers, making sure that we listen to one another as we solve problems, I think those are general principles that we should keep in mind. But I'd like to share two or three others with you that I think are equally important, that kind of flow from this book, Inventing Freedom, about the importance and the uniqueness of the American experiment. One is that process matters. This is not going to sound earth-shattering to you, but I think it's very important to say. Regulations ought to make things regular. Regulators exist to give certainty to those that they regulate. Those that we regulate ought to know what's expected of them so that they can plan and allocate resources to comply. That's really the job of a regulator. And the process that we engage in adopting regulations is very, very important because it sends a message. It sends a message that we take seriously our role of taking comment and offering response and then making informed decisions on how it's going to impact those in the marketplace to achieve the ends that we have in statute. So process matters. And we should respect that and focus upon that and try to avoid, not try to avoid, but do avoid abuses that occur sometimes. Guidance through rulemaking, or using the guidance process to do rulemaking, or engaging in litigation, regulation through litigation, consent decrees that actually bypass the Administrative Procedures Act. We need to be open and transparent and objective in how we do rulemaking and make sure that we follow the letter of the law as we do so, because that will send, I think, a great message to those that are regulated, but more importantly, they will know what's expected of them and they can act accordingly. Which leads me to the second point, rule of law. As we do rulemaking, as we engage in process, it needs to be tethered to the statute. The only authority that any agency has in the executive branch is the authority given to it by Congress. Sometimes those authorities are broadly stated, giving much discretion to an agency to engage in the authority given to it, granted. But other times Congress has been very prescriptive. It's been very specific on what we can and cannot do as an agency. We need to respect that. We need to follow that, because when we do that, guess what happens? We avoid litigation, we avoid the uncertainty of litigation, and we reach better ends and outcomes at the end of the day. And the third thing with respect to this process and rule of law is that federalism matters. Federalism matters. And as you know, because you've dealt with these issues for a number of years, Congress has been very prescriptive in providing, in many instances, a very robust role, an important role of the states. In fact, as I met with many this morning, as I met with Catherine, we talked about each of our regional offices and how important they are at partnering with the respective departments of environmental quality at the state level with respect to enforcement and other related issues. And I seek to ensure that we engender the trust of those at the state level, that those at the state level see us as partners in this very important mission we have as an agency and not adversaries. So federalism is something that's important, process is something that's important, and obviously rule of law is important as well as we do our business. John Muir one time said, everyone needs beauty as well as bread, places to pray in and play in. I really believe that we can be better as a country. I believe that we as an agency and we as a nation can be both pro-energy and jobs and pro-environment, that we don't have to choose between the two. I think our nation has done better than any nation in the world at making sure that we do the job of protecting our natural resources and protecting our environment while also respecting the economic growth and jobs our nation seeks to have. And I hope that as we journey together, that we will establish places to pray in and places to play in for our citizens and do the very important work as an agency. Thank you very much for coming today. I look forward to serving you in the future. Thank you.
All right, everybody, welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. I'm your host, Mike Page, going to be here with you for the next 90 minutes or so. We do want to show you an interesting court case that just started in Tampa. 3 years after shooting a man to death in a Pasco County movie theater, retired Tampa Police Captain Curtis Reeves returned to court yesterday for a stand your ground hearing, which will ultimately determine whether he stands trial. Reeves is charged with second-degree murder for shooting Chad Olson to death at the Cobb Grove 16 movie theater in Wesley Chapel in January of 2014 in Florida. As the hearing began, his attorneys argued that Reeves was justified in shooting Olson because he was in fear for his life. They said surveillance video shows Olson throwing his cell phone at Reeves, lunging at him, and then snatching a bucket of popcorn from Reeves' lap and then throwing it back in his face. That's when Reeves opened fire and killing him in the theater. Minutes earlier, the two men had been arguing over Olson's use of an iPhone during the movie previews. Defense attorney Dino Michaels portrayed Reeves, then 71, as an elderly man with arthritis and other medical conditions, unable to defend himself and his wife from the aggression of the much younger Olson. So we're going to have that for you right here on the Fox 10 News Now stream. It's a fascinating court case, and we'll be following it closely here for you guys on the Fox 10 News Now stream as well. Let me just get this set up here for you, and we'll be all set here for you. Welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream.
This color, or if it's a black and white picture.
Like, hey, feed me, don't forget about me.
Let me just grab that video again. I'm sorry about that.
There at the airline.
was a reservation rep.
A rep? Okay. How long did you work for the airline?
A couple years.
I'm going to direct your attention, Ms. Turner, to January the 13th of 2014, and I'm going to ask you to please reflect back on that particular day, specifically that mid-afternoon. What were you and your husband doing on January the 13th of 2014?
We went to a movie in the Cobb's Theater.
And could you please tell the court what movie you went to go see at the Cobb Theater?
Lone Survivor.
Okay. Can you tell the court about what time you arrived there at the movie theater?
I would say 1:15.
Okay. When you arrived at the theater, did you go and buy some condiments, some popcorn and what have you?
Yes, we have popcorn and a large drink.
And did you then proceed to the theater itself?
Yes.
And was that Theater 10?
Yes.
Okay. When you walked into the theater, were the previews already playing?
Yes.
Okay. And so what was the lighting conditions? Please describe to the court what the lighting conditions were as you were walking into the theater.
Dim.
The lighting source that you were getting in that theater, was that from the lights down below?
Just a little bit.
Okay. And so were you able to walk to your particular seat?
Yes.
Would you please tell the court what seat you selected, you and your husband selected, that day?
We were sitting in the back row toward to the aisle.
Did you select that seat for a particular reason?
Yes.
And what was the reason that you selected that seat?
My husband's disability, disabled, so sometimes we need to go to the restroom, so we always sit on the aisle seat.
So by sitting on the aisle seats, it's more convenient for him just to step out and walk out?
Yes.
Mr. Rupach, can we have, let's have, just for purposes of the record, this is JPEG number 2060786. Ms. Turner, I'd like you to take a look at this particular exhibit. And for purposes of the record, the thumb drive exhibit is going to be defense exhibit number 9. I want you to take a look at that exhibit and see if you recognize the theater setting in that exhibit. I'm going to show you a few more as well.
Yes.
Okay. Let me also show you (2081418). Do you recognize that exhibit as well?
Yes.
And were both of those exhibits the Cobb Theater, specifically Theater 10, that you attended or that you sat in on January the 13th of 2014?
Yes.
Go now to JPEG 2060543. Do you recognize that particular exhibit?
Yes.
And is that the row of the Cobb Theater that you sat in on January the 13th of 2014?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I ask the witness to step down? Ms. Turner, if you can step down and please come over to this particular monitor here. I would like for you to point to the seat, first of all, that your husband was seated in. And then I'd like you to point to the seat that you were seated in. So for purposes of the record, you first pointed to the seat that is immediately adjacent to the aisle of the last row. Is that correct? Yes. And then you were one seat in from your husband. Is that correct? You may take your seat. Okay, so you went into the theater, you sat down in that fashion. Did you start watching the previews?
Yes.
Okay. And what was the sound like in that theater while you were watching the previews?
It was loud.
And were you focused on watching the previews? Were you paying attention to the previews?
Yes.
When you walked into that theater, was anybody standing in the theater?
No.
Everybody was seated?
Yes.
And so as a result, you sat down as well?
Yes.
Now, you're there at the movie theater and you're watching the previews. The previews you said are loud. Please tell the court what happens next.
Then I suddenly see a man standing up. So I was looking at him. And he stand up, sort of turn his left toward to the back row.
Okay, so let's stop right there and we're going to analyze that a little bit. So this man that stood up, was he a small man or was he a tall man?
He was a tall man.
And you said that when he stood up, he turned and faced the back row?
Mm-hmm.
And that back row, would that be this row right here?
No.
Facing the back row?
The row in front of me. The row behind, in front of me.
Okay. He was standing in this row right here, and he was facing this row right here?
Mm-hmm.
And if I may have a second. Okay, so you're saying this gentleman now stood up, this tall gentleman, and he is face now towards the back of the road. Is that correct?
Yes.
What is this back here? What is that?
It's a wall.
It's a wall. And it's directly behind the seats. Is it directly behind the seats in that last row? That wall?
Yes.
So what is this gentleman doing now that he's turned around and he is facing that back row?
I see him was talking, and then he was holding some kind of mug or thermos.
And what color was that mug or thermos?
It's a dark color.
Okay. So you didn't know whether it was a cup, you didn't know whether it was a thermos, but you remember it being dark.
Yes.
And would you show the court, if you can, show the court what this gentleman was doing with that dark object?
He was doing a real quick motion of throwing.
Okay. What I'd like you to do, may I ask the witness to stand up? If you can please stand up. And I'd like you to step right over here if you can. And I'd like you to show the court what you have just described as that quick throwing motion. Go ahead. Where were you focused now after that throwing motion?
I started watching the preview again.
Okay. So now you're back to watching the preview. And are you attentive to the preview at this point in time? Paying attention to the preview?
Yes.
Okay. How much time lapses now between that throwing motion and then you sitting and watching the preview again and the next activity?
I would say 4 to 6 seconds.
Okay. And so what causes you to change your attention from the previews to something else?
I hear a loud voice.
Okay.
Saying,
And do you know where that loud voice is coming from?
to my left, yes.
Okay. And where to your left?
To my left.
Okay. Could you tell who was speaking in a loud voice?
I didn't until I look at him.
Okay.
It's the same gentleman.
What same gentleman?
The gentleman that stand up.
The gentleman that stand up. And so you're talking about the gentleman that stood up in this particular row here, the second row, down from the wall.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Correct.
And is that where that same gentleman did the throwing motion that you were talking about?
Yes.
Okay. So the sequence of events then is you see the throwing motion with the dark object. You're looking at the previews again for 4 or 5 seconds, and then you hear the loud voice again. You turn around, and the gentleman was still standing where he was standing when you saw him doing the throwing. What did you do now?
I was watching the gentleman, and all of a sudden my eye was moved to Mr. Reed.
Before we go to Mr. Reed, and you said your eye was moved over to Mr. Reed, what did you hear this tall gentleman with a loud voice say?
I'm texting my daughter.
Okay. You hear him saying anything else?
I think I heard, if you don't mind.
Okay. Anything else?
No.
So now what do you do?
Now I see Mr. Reeves. The way he was sitting was very funny.
Okay, so let's try to describe that. Let's picture yourself being Mr. Reeves. Picture yourself that being the seat that Mr. Reeves was seated in. Would you please show the court what you remember as you looked over to Mr. Reeves, how he was sitting at that point in time funny?
Leaning to his left.
And that would have been, that observation by you would have been after you saw this tall gentleman with a dark object in his hand with a throwing.
Objection, ask and answer.
That was after the throwing of the dark object in the hand with the throwing motion, and that was after the loud voice that you heard, I'm texting my daughter. That you looked over.
That was before.
What was before?
The throwing action.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Let's try to take the sequence of events again.
Okay.
Dark object in the hand, throwing motion. Correct? Then you start looking at the previews 4 to 5 seconds. Correct?
Yes.
Then you hear the tall gentleman with a loud voice. Correct?
Yes.
Saying, I'm texting my daughter.
Yes.
Then you look over to your row, where Mr. Reeves was at, and you're looking at Mr. Reeves. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you see Mr. Reeves seated now kind of sideways.
I'm going to object to the characterization that Mr. Escobar is showing. That's not the testimony that Mrs. Turner gave. He's leaning to the right. She's saying he's leaning to the left.
It's to the left. If I'm sitting here, I'm the other way. Go ahead. I want you to show the court. Leaning to Mr. Reeves' left.
Left.
Left. Okay. So, are you watching him?
Yes.
Okay. Up until this point in time, had you heard Mr. Reeves say anything?
No.
So what's happening now?
After that, I see popcorn flying over, and I see popcorn landing on Mr. Reeves' stomach. And very quickly, I see the ring of fire.
How much time lapsed before you first looked at Mr. Reeves and you saw him leaning to his left, and the time that you first saw the popcorn? How much time?
2 seconds.
And so what happens after you see the popcorn?
After I saw the popcorn laying on his stomach, that's when the fire started.
You mean the fire from the weapon?
I didn't see the weapon, but I see the ring of fire.
So now what do you do?
Now I look at Mr. Reeves. He put his gun down on his lap.
Okay.
And he was holding his head with 2 hands.
Please show the court what you saw Mr. Reeves doing after he placed the firearm on his lap. You see Mr. Reeves do anything else at that point?
No.
So what was your focus now?
Then I would look at Mr. Olson. He was still standing. Then he took 2 steps to his left, like he's going to exit. Then he collapsed.
What did you do at this point, Ms. Turner?
I was still in my seat.
At some point in time, did you get up?
Yes, after I see his gun is being possessed.
Meaning after you see someone retrieving the gun that Mr. Reeves possessed?
Right.
Explain to the court what you saw in that process.
After Mr. Olson collapsed, I see a gentleman come up to Mr. Reeves, and I saw a gesture of like a badge, and give me the gun suggestion.
And did the gentleman reach to Mr. Reeves' lap and retrieve the gun?
I didn't really see that clear.
Okay. Now what did you do?
Then I stand up, start standing on this aisle.
Well, let's stop there for a second. Up until that point in time, are you and your husband still seated?
Up until what time?
Up until the time that you see the deputy bringing, well, let me get you even further. Up until the time that you see the ring of fire, were you and your husband still seated in the same place that you earlier testified?
Yes, we are.
You're not standing up?
No.
Your husband's not standing up?
No.
So now what do? You're going to get up? You're up? What do you do?
I start walking down the stairs.
And what were you going to go do?
Just kind of away from the thing.
Okay. And so how far down the stairs did you get in that theater?
I was on the bottom of the stairs.
And let me take us to 2081418 JPEG, still in exhibit number 9.
All right, folks, we're taking you out live now to Pasadena, California. Take a look at this. This is what something a homeowner never wants to see. Unfortunately, this tree just landed right on top of that house. Ouch. Looks to hit the part of the car as well. Following live here for you.
Well, you know, tree versus home, I call this one a tie, but it was a huge tree that came down out here in the Pasadena area. 600 block of Zanzar out here. You can see that tree crash down onto that garage right there. Also hit the back of a parked car in the driveway. Now, luckily, nobody was in.
All right, everybody, welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream, and everybody watching live for us on Facebook Live. You can see here in Pasadena, California, something a homeowner just never wants to see. Huge tree go down on their home. It looked like even the car got clipped as well. No word yet on any possible injuries associated with that, but Chopper's now really widening out. Let's see if they'll be able to zoom back in for us to get another quick look at that. All right, looks like the chopper did have to leave there, so that's unfortunate. We just got the Skyfox visuals there in California. All right. All right, everybody, on Fox10Phoenix.com. Going back now to the Stand Your Ground hearing in Florida.
The yellow bar is a dividing area in the general section. You're saying there's a platform there? Okay. And that's where you stood? Okay. So now what did you do there?
Well, I was waiting for my husband, and then I see this woman coming down the stairs,
Okay.
and then I saw her hand was bloody.
Okay.
So I was asking her if she hurt, and she told me she thinks she got her finger shot off.
Okay. And what did you do for that young lady?
Well, at that time I only have popcorn napkin on my hand, so I just offered that to her.
Okay. And did she take that?
Yes, she did.
Where did you go from there?
After that, the theater attendants was asking people to go to the exit, opening the door so the ambulance and the policeman can notify which theater it is. So me and another gentleman, we opened the exit door, and I was waiting out.
Okay. You were assisting in an effort for ambulance to get through the back door?
The exit door, yeah.
The exit door?
Mm-hmm.
And how long were you there in that particular area?
Oh, a good half an hour.
Okay. And did you see Mr. Reeves while you were there in that exit door?
Yes.
Okay. And please tell the court where and how you saw Mr. Reeves while you were there at that exit door.
I saw Mr. Reeve was handcuffed, and then there's a policeman around him, escort him to the police car.
Did you see Mr. Reeves offer any resistance whatsoever?
No.
And what did they do with Mr. Reeves once they took him out that back door? What did they do with Mr. Reeves when they took him out the door?
They put him in the back of the police car.
Okay. Did he offer any resistance there?
No.
Now, you were there at that back door for how long?
I would guess 30 minutes.
And would you tell me where you went from that point?
I went inside.
And why did you go inside?
I was looking for my husband.
Did you find him?
I saw him, yeah.
Where was he?
He was down on the other end.
Down on the other end?
Opposite end.
Can I ask her to step down? Sure. I hate to keep asking you to step down, but it's probably better than you just standing up here, right? Please show the court where your husband was and where you went to the theater. Somewhere in this area here? This platform here? Okay. And was he alone or was he with other people?
There's a lot of people around.
Those people that we're talking about that were around, were those patrons that had been there at the theater?
And also law enforcement.
And also law enforcement. Now, you're saying a group of people were there with now you and your husband. Is that correct?
This is still at the theater?
Right there in the congregation that we just talked about.
Yeah, there's a group of people.
You and your husband are there as well.
Yes.
And are people talking?
Yes.
Did the police officer that was there in that group tell you, Mrs. Turner and everyone, you cannot talk amongst each other?
No.
Did your husband talk to those people?
He talked to somebody. I don't know who it is.
Now, while you were there, were you given any type of form to fill out?
Yes.
And were other people in that group also given forms to fill out?
Yes.
And when you were given that form, did any police officer tell you you're not to discuss this case with anybody else?
No.
Did you hear an officer telling anyone in that group, don't discuss what you saw with anybody else? You filled out your form?
Yes.
Your husband filled out his form?
Yes.
And did you discuss with your husband this dark object that you remember that tall gentleman doing the throwing motion?
Yes, I did.
As you told the court today. You told him what you told the court today.
Yeah, after.
After your congregation and the signing of the statement.
Right.
And did you put that throwing motion also in the statement that you wrote there when you were in that congregation?
Yes.
And that was a form that was given to you by law enforcement to fill out, correct?
Correct.
And you gave that form back to law enforcement, did you not?
Yes.
So that they could use it for their investigation, correct?
Objection to reading, Judge.
Now, after your period of time there, in that area of the theater, were you also interviewed?
Yes, I was.
And would you please tell the court, when you left, did you leave that group after a while? How long were you with that group down here at this platform?
Maybe 10 minutes.
Okay. And after those 10 minutes, where did you go?
They asked us to go to across the theater across.
Okay. They asked you to go outside theater 10?
Yes.
Okay. And is there a concession area, tables and what have you, outside of theater 10?
No, they put us in another theater.
They put you in another theater. So you went from this theater to another theater?
Yes.
Never made it to a concession area?
No.
Okay. Now, when you went to that other theater, how many people were in that theater?
I would guess around 20 or less.
And people talking?
A little bit.
And when you went into that theater, or before you went in that theater, did any police officer say, Mrs. Turner, you're not to discuss your testimony or anything that you saw in the theater now in this new theater?
No.
While you were in the new theater, At any point in time, did any law enforcement tell you or ask you not to discuss what you saw with anybody in that room?
Objection, ask the answer. He just asked, before you went in there, did anybody tell you? Then he asked the same question again.
Thank you. While you were in that theater, did you overhear any police officer tell you or anybody else? Ladies and gentlemen, do not discuss what you saw in that theater tent amongst yourself here.
No.
And you were in that second theater for how long?
Maybe 20 minutes or more.
Is this where your interview with the detective took place?
We're waiting for the detective.
Where did your interview with the detective take place?
In the room, I guess I call it a mob room because they have mobs there and I have a table.
Okay. They took you to the mop room. Okay. Just you and the detective?
It's a cleaning room.
Okay. Just you and the detective?
Just me and him, yeah.
And how long or how short was your interview in that room?
I would say about 10 minutes maybe.
Do you know if that detective had the form you had filled out?
I'm sorry, say that again?
Do you know if that detective had the form that
Yeah.
you had filled out?
He has.
He had it right there in front of him.
Right.
And did that detective ask you about that object, that dark object, and the throwing motion?
He didn't ask me, but I told him.
Could that interview with that detective, could that have been as short as 5 minutes?
I think it's longer than 5 minutes.
Where did you go next?
After the interview, we went home. Yes.
No further question. I tender the witness.
Good morning, Ms. Turner.
Good morning.
You're probably expecting the typical headline.
Now, you didn't notice Mr. Olson until you saw him stand up, isn't that correct?
Correct.
In fact, when you first saw Mr. Olson stand up, you thought that he was friends with someone in the back row, didn't you?
Yes.
You saw Mr. Reeves before you saw Mr. Olson stand up, right?
Yes.
Did you see him get up out of his seat to go to somewhere down the stairs?
You mean Mr. Reed?
Mr. Reeves, I'm sorry, yes.
No, I wasn't there then.
Okay. Did you see when he returned to his seat?
Yes.
How would you describe his demeanor at the time he returned to his seat?
I thought he was kind of rude because he didn't say excuse me. So he just kind of walked in front of me trying to get by.
And when you saw him trying to get by, can you describe to the court how he was doing that?
Carefully.
Didn't step on you?
No, I put my feet back.
Okay. He didn't have any trouble getting past you, did he?
A little bit.
Because of the width of the row?
Correct.
Now let's talk a little bit about the lighting. Isn't it true that although it was dim, you could see the people next to you, right?
Yes.
You could see 5 seats away, couldn't you?
Yes.
And you could see 10 seats away, right?
Pretty much.
Okay. there was sufficient lighting that you could tell what activities people were doing at the time, right?
Yes.
You didn't have any problems getting up the stairs or down the stairs?
No.
There was lights among the walkway, right?
Right.
And then there were lights on the side of the theater as well, wasn't there?
I don't know the sides.
Okay.
I know there's
Overhead lights though, right?
Yeah.
And there was sufficient lighting to see what people around you were doing, correct? Now, with regard to the previews playing, do you have any recollection as to what previews were playing when you arrived at the theater?
No.
Do you have any recollection as to any of the previews you may have seen?
No.
And what about the sound of the previews?
It's loud.
It was loud, but you could still hear people talking over the previews, couldn't you?
Yes.
And in fact, you could hear people talking 5 or 10 seats away, right?
If I pay attention, I probably could.
And you didn't have any trouble hearing Mr. Olson saying he was texting his daughter, if you don't mind, right?
Right.
Now, when you saw Mr. Olson stand, we've already indicated that you thought that they were friends. At what point did you realize they did not know each other?
When I hear I'm texting my daughter.
And you had indicated that you had heard, I'm texting my daughter, and then you saw Mr. Olson with something that you can't tell the court.
Judge, I'm going to object. That is not her testimony at all. The throwing motion was before the texting of the daughter. She's trying to put a mischaracterization of her direct testimony. Right now.
I'll rephrase. When you saw Mr. Olson with something in his hands, you can't tell us what it was, correct?
Right.
You think it was something dark.
Correct.
And you thought it was a thermos.
I thought it was a thermos.
And isn't that a fact because you didn't recognize it to be a cup that you had bought at the concession stand, correct?
Correct.
But isn't it also a fact that what you indicated all along was that it was a mock throwing motion, right?
Quick throw.
Quick. You never saw anything leave Mr. Olson's hand, isn't that correct?
Correct.
And in fact, when that mock throwing motion occurred, you didn't see any reaction from Mr. Reeves, did you?
No.
You didn't see Mr. Reeves back up, correct?
Correct.
Didn't see Mr. Reeves put his hand to his face?
No.
And in fact, you didn't see Mr. Reeves try to dodge it at any point, correct? And you indicated this was very quick. It as if just to go like that, correct?
Right.
Now, isn't it true that most of the time your attention was toward Mr. Reeves in this odd left tilt motion that he was doing?
Yes.
You indicated that you saw the popcorn, right? And then you saw the popcorn land, correct?
Correct.
You're really not able to tell us how long between these events, isn't that true?
How long between what event?
Between the events of seeing Mr. Reeves come back from wherever he was, be rude as he walked past you, then you saw him sit down. So you can't give us a time frame of events from seeing him come in, sit down, hearing Mr. Olson say, I'm texting my daughter if you don't mind, seeing Mr. Olson make the mock throw, seeing the popcorn fly, and then hearing what you characterize as the ring of fire. Isn't that true?
Yeah, I can put a time on it.
Okay. Can't say if it was 1 second,
Just everything happened so quickly.
3 seconds, or 5 seconds, right? It was a point in time, a little snapshot or snippet, right? Because you were looking at, you indicated that you were looking back at the previews, you're looking over here, seeing him stand, you're then looking at Mr. Reeves. You can't give us a clear-cut time frame on any of that, correct?
Correct.
Did you notice whether or not Mr. Reeves was wearing glasses when he returned and rudely walked past you?
No.
And you never saw Chad Olson throw any type of punch at Mr. Reeves, did you?
No.
Never saw Mr. Reeves react as if he'd been hit by any type of punch? Now, when you came down the stairs and had your interaction with Mrs. Olson, how long after was it that the law enforcement officers arrived?
I would say a good 15, 20 minutes.
And can you describe the law enforcement officer that you first saw?
Well, I walked to the corner of the back of the theater.
Where the door was?
No, we're kind of in the middle. So I walked to the corner of the theater building, trying to see if I can see.
Oh, outside?
Outside.
Okay.
Because I was at the outside.
Okay.
Because I hear sirens. Then I see the police car just go to the front. Nobody. So I was back there waving.
Oh, waving?
Yeah, well,
Okay.
trying to get their attention. So the first time I saw it, then all of a sudden there's one police car coming. And I was telling her, it's a female law enforcement. I was telling her, that door is open. That's where it happens.
So when you finally get back in the theater and you're trying to find Mr. Turner, and you go to that aisle as if you would exit the theater, right? You're on, if we looked at that piece of photograph, it would be to the left of that, where the exit door would be? That's where you met up with him?
That's where I was staying.
Okay. And when these law enforcement officers came in, it's your testimony that they didn't tell you not to discuss it among yourselves?
No.
Okay. Were you standing right there when they were talking to this whole group of how many people did you say was standing there?
Well, quite a bit. I think 20 or so. Okay. A lot of law enforcement people in there as well.
So did you talk to every law enforcement officer that was in there?
Oh, no.
Now, you indicated that people were talking. You don't know what they were talking about, though, do you? They weren't talking about this case and what had happened, were they?
I don't know.
Can you tell any part of any conversation that you may have overheard that day?
No.
If you had heard anything about this case, did that affect your ability to make your written statement?
No.
In fact, you didn't see the same things that your husband, Mr. Turner, saw.
Correct.
Okay. And you wrote your own statement based upon what you saw and what you heard, correct? And when you were interviewed by yourself, correct?
Correct.
With a male detective?
Yes.
And you told him what you actually saw, not what you may have heard from anybody else, correct? Did you ever go out in the concession area and sit at a table?
No.
Did you ever see Curtis Reeves' wife, Vivian Reeves, after the shooting?
No.
Just a couple more questions, Mrs. Turner. After you indicated that you saw an off-duty officer come over and show the badge, you're not sure what happened at that point, but did you at any point look over, you were watching Mr. Reeves, correct? At that time?
After the shooting?
Yes.
Yes.
Did you notice that he had any injuries on his face?
No.
Okay, you indicated that he was sitting with his hands in his face and had his head down. You didn't see any blood on him, did you?
No.
You didn't see any indication that he had been struck with anything, did you?
No.
And in fact, can you recall at that point if you saw him wearing glasses?
I'm not sure.
Okay, so you wouldn't have seen his glasses turn like this or anything like that, him messing with his glasses?
No, I didn't see that.
Nothing further of this witness, Your Honor.
Good morning again, Ms. Turner.
Good morning.
Ms. Turner, I want to take you. I want to take you back to the sequence of events because obviously they're so important in this case. Okay. Now you indicated on direct and on cross-examination that as you were seated there initially, watching the preview, the first thing that caught your attention was a man standing up.
Judge, objection. Ask and answer, then leave.
Which the sequence of events is very important, and they attack that sequence.
Well, and he can't put the words in her mouth that we're objecting.
I was getting to that.
Thank you.
I will.
It has been asked and answered, but rephrased completely. I'm going to allow you to go over it a little bit more, but
What's the first thing they're watching the preview? The first thing that catches your attention other than the preview?
The man standing up.
Okay. Man standing up. What's he doing?
He's turning around.
Okay. Is he talking?
I think he is.
What's he saying?
I don't know.
Why couldn't you hear what he was saying?
Objection, speculation.
to the extension is all
Why couldn't you hear what he was saying?
I wasn't paying attention.
Were the previews loud?
Yes.
What do you see him doing next?
During the cup motion.
Cup motion. Now, at this point in time, are you just looking at him?
Yes.
You're not looking at Mr. Reeves. After that cup motion, where do your eyes go?
Back to the preview.
You're focused on the previews only?
Objection, leading.
You're focused on the previews?
Mm-hmm.
You're not looking at Mr. Reeves now?
No.
What next detracts your attention from the previews?
I heard I'm taxiing my daughter.
Now, what are you looking at?
I'm looking at to my left.
And to your left where?
At Mr. Olson.
Your Honor, this is going to be 206-0543 of Defense Exhibit Number 9. May I ask you to step down? Now, when you hear that from Mr. Olson, where's Mr. Olson standing? If you could turn a little bit to your left so the judge can see.
I'm going to object, ask and answer. And this was not anything that I had inquired on in cross-examination.
I'm going to
He's
tie it
just
up very quickly.
redoing it.
I'm going to tie it up very quickly. Please point where Mr. Olson was standing. Okay. Now, is your attention focused on him exclusively at that point?
Yes.
You're not looking at Mr. Reeves?
No.
What takes your attention now from Mr. Olson somewhere else?
The way Mr. Reeves is sitting.
Okay. So now, you look at Mr. Reeves?
Mm-hmm.
And this is where you said he was seated with sideways
Mm-hmm.
to his left?
Mm-hmm.
Are you looking at Mr. Olson anymore?
No.
Now you're focused strictly on Mr. Reeves?
Yes.
How long are you watching Mr. Reeves now?
Objection, Judge. This is all just rehashing what we've already done on the rec.
Judge, it is not because the segment, I can tell you, the segments of her focus were very focused on one particular area. And so she does it as a piecemeal. And so what the prosecution tried to do was to mix her viewing Mr. Olson and Mr. Reeves together. And it didn't happen that way. There were sequences of events that caused her to focus on one person. Then there was another sequence of events that caused her to focus on the other person. And to the exclusion of each other.
And Judge, she testified to this previously. He's just rehashing the entire rec.
If you remember her cross, that's exactly what she was trying to portray, was that she was focused both on Mr. Olson and Mr. Reeves simultaneously, and that is not her testimony. So now you're looking at Mr. Reeves, is that correct? Because he's sitting sideways, correct?
Correct.
Are you looking at Mr. Olson?
No.
How long are you looking at Mr. Reeves as he's sitting sideways like that?
3-4 seconds?
And you're not looking at Mr. Olson anymore, right?
Right.
Objection, ask and answer.
When's the next time that you first, after those 3 or 4 seconds, when's the next time that you glance over to Mr. Olson?
After the shot fired.
No further questions. Oh, Your Honor, we would introduce Defense Exhibit number 9, which has been stipulated to.
It'll be number 7 when it's submitted. Will this witness be released?
Subject to recall, but yes, today.
Subject to recall today?
No, subject to recall, but she can be released today. Sorry.
We'd ask you to remain under subpoena, but we'll contact her.
Ms. Turner, you're free to go today, but you may receive a phone call indicating that you're needed back again. Okay. So please, if you get that call, either return the call or take it. Hopefully you're good to go, at least for today.
Okay.
Thank you.
Your Honor, since we're going to have some computers and what have you that we need to hook up, if we can have a 10-minute, 15-minute break, I would appreciate it.
Okay.
The next one will be a very, very long witness, probably well into the early part or mid part of the afternoon.
All right. And who's the next witness?
My next defense would call Bruce Cummings.
All right. And you need about 10, 15 minutes to prepare?
Yes, Your Honor, just to set up our equipment.
All right. Take a 15-minute recess.
All rise.
After 1974, what happened?
I came back to the laboratory, which at the time was in the Department of Justice building downtown. And during my time there, it moved to the new J. Edgar Hoover building, which is now going to be demolished, and they're moving someplace else. And then we moved out to several suburban locations. Ultimately, near the end of my career, the last 7 or 8 years or so, it was in Quantico, Virginia.
Now, you went from that special agent to a supervisory role, is that correct?
Yes, but, you know, my supervisory role was to conduct, until the last 8 years when I ran the whole group, was to conduct cases, and I had technicians and all, and people were in training, you know, after I reached a certain point that I was supervising. When I took over the group, I still conducted casework about 60% of the time, and I was a person that kind of avoided management and tried to actually do the work. I had good people. They knew how to do it. I tried to get them money and resources so they could get their work done.
So that period of 1974 to 1995, you're saying that that last 8 years, you were managing the entire group?
Approximately 8 years, yes, the entire group.
Okay. Now, what was the role of that group?
To conduct virtually any forensic analysis of audio and video. That include whether something's altered or not. Compare voices, enhance audio and video. Conduct signal analysis, gunshot analysis, for instance. Anything pretty well involving audio or video was done.
Tell the court how you developed your expertise in this particular area.
Well, I think it's a combination of getting the training. The FBI lab was wonderful for that. Then the experience of just working on thousands of recordings. And then the formal education gives you the basic training and the theory to be able to do the work. And then you go to specialized courses that, can range from a day to 2 weeks that talk about particular aspects of your work. And then you have professional societies. So you have peer-reviewed papers, and you do research and do that. And they have conferences. Like, for instance, there's an audio conference for the Audio Engineering Society It comes up about every three years up near Washington, D.C. in June. So most people in the audio that do audio forensics will probably most likely be at that conference.
So that's where we had left off earlier is in addition to your formal education, the specialized forensic courses in video and audio analysis that you had taken. I'd like to discuss some of those with you if you can. I know there's a long list in your CV. Is that correct?
And that's a partial list, yes, but it's many of them.
There was a course titled Forensic Authentication of Digital and Audio presented by the National Center for Media Forensics, University of Colorado, Denver, Colorado. Explain that course, if you can, to the court.
The two professors presented the course. There weren't a lot of us. It's not like a large group of people, 6 or 8 people, if I remember right, and there may be more. And they discussed the newest techniques in the field. What's going on, what research they're doing, and the direction, so we could understand that and make sure we all do it.
So these were resources that you weren't dependent solely on what the FBI had available to them, but resources outside of the FBI in order to try to be the best that you could.
Yes, the digital field, like I think anybody involved with even consumer electronics, has gone from an analog thing where it was audio cassettes and then VHS for video, and then I think most people started seeing digital when they saw CDs, audio CDs, which were digital, and now most of your television programs are transmitted in digital, so the world is fast losing the analog in the audio, video, and imaging areas. We used to have film, we now have JPEG images.
So did the very nature of your position and your profession there with the FBI then required you to continue your educational process so that you could keep up with the new technology areas?
In my field, it's never ending. It's always changing, which I enjoy, but it's definitely something you have to stay up with through all those resources. People in the field, professional societies, doing your own research papers, and attending these specialized classes. You stay up with the field.
I want to just mention a few more that I'd like you to comment on. One is imaging and video processing using the MATLAB that was presented in Vienna, Virginia. Tell me about that.
Yes. MATLAB, and that's all capital letters, MATLAB, is the scientific program people use to look at audio and video and statistical data. And it's like, every student in college in engineering and physics, that's the program you're going to use, because it's tremendously varied what you can do with it. So this particular program was set up to look at these particular aspects that, my associates and I have an interest in to be able to do. So we continually attend such meetings to try to make sure we understand how best to use that software and obviously other software in the field.
There's another course titled Imaging, Processing, and Analysis, and that was presented by the International Society for Optical Engineering, also in Virginia. Tell the court a little bit about that.
Again, I think the description kind of tells what it is. So when you're looking at various optical problems and all with, when you take a video or something, there's a camera. So you have to worry about the optics and all that. So again, continuing education in my field.
You took a couple of courses in your CV that appears to be related to the Sony Video Institute, once called Mastering Digital Video Technology. Tell us about that particular program.
Yeah, Sony dominates in the professional video world and has for a long time. People forget when we had beta and VHS, I'm probably aging myself here, but at one time that was a big thing. Well, beta went away as far as consumers are gone, but actually Sony, which owns the beta rights, that's what the professionals you've been watching on TV at the football games and all, they're using. It's beta. So they're the professional experts in professional video. So the course is very much the theoretical side of the video format itself. They mostly we're concerned about more of the professional formats, but consumer formats kind of follow behind that. So that's it. So, yeah, it was an excellent course out there in California.
Two more now. I promise to leave these alone. One is called Video Analyst System Training, and that was in Huntsville, Alabama.
Yes, the program we've been using for a long time to analyze video from a filtering perspective, especially in, let's call it more the early days, 10, 15 years ago, you had to use these specialized programs. A lot of the more mainstream now are able to do a lot of those functions that were only available back then on these programs. So we still use programs such as that, but again, there's more mainstream stuff that's out there that often can handle these things. So this was a course that really walked you through what you can do with video. How do you enhance it? How do you speed it up? How do you slow it down? It went through all of those kind of characteristics that obviously a lot of the video recordings we've made in this case are, have those features.
Now, the last one I promised you is called Video Capture, Enhancement, and Analysis. That was presented by the Institute of Forensic Imaging. I guess that was done in conjunction with the University of Indiana and Purdue University. Tell us about that course.
Yeah, they had some senior researchers spend, if I remember right, 2 or 3 days with us, talking about a lot of the theoretical aspects of imaging, and it certainly affects video and still images, and went through a lot of those characteristics that we care about in the lab. And you have to be cognizant of to be able to do the kind of work my associates and I are involved with.
Now, as part of your profession, did you become a member of professional societies?
Yes, sir.
And if you could tell the court about the professional societies that you became a member of.
Yes, I'm a member of the Acoustical Society of America and a member of their subcommittee on forensic acoustics. The Acoustical Society is more interested in the audio aspects of things, not really the video. And they're probably the senior research profession for audio, the theoretical aspects of it. Okay. I'm a member of the Audio Engineering Society and a member of their technical committee on forensic science. And I was very fortunate that in 2015 I got their highest award for conducting research and all in my career in the audio field. It's the first time, I was very flattered. It's the first time a forensic person had ever won the award. It's usually given to researchers or people have Bose headphones. Dr. Bose was a great guy, and he was one of the recipients, I believe, of it. They're the kind of people that receive that. And I publish in that journal they have for the audio side. I'm a member of the International Association for Identification. I'm both a distinguished and a life active member. Life just means I've been a member of it for a long time. And I've been on various boards involved with voice identification and other things, including video. I was involved in writing some of the standards questions that were used for their certification process.
Tell the court a little bit about that and those standards and how you participated in writing, I would imagine, a very important list of questions.
Right. I think they picked 3 or 4 of the senior people, involved in the International Association for Identification, and asked us to write questions at certain levels and everything else. So, you're asking people in this field what they should know about things. How do you handle, well, we'll talk about it here, enlarging, video images if you have it. How do you get information off recorders properly so you get the best product? So the questions are aimed at the people having a basic knowledge of this so they can actually do the work well, and the IAI can certify them.
So there is a certification process. These questions that you posed or assisted with are questions that at some point in time would determine whether someone was certified or not.
Right, and my associate, Doug Lacey, L-A-C-E-Y, is certified. I'm in a position that, since I provided the questions, and that we believe they're still using them, I can't really take the certification test. But it really is made for a more basic level. It's not made really for senior people particularly. It's made to get police departments and all get involved so they have basic knowledge how to do things, especially at crime scenes.
Well, since you've mentioned Doug Lacey, let's bring Mr. Lacey up because he's going to be assisting me with the presentation. Mr. Lacey, can you please come forward? You can sit right here. He's not going to be talking now. Is this Mr. Lacey here?
Yes, Douglas S. Lacey.
And how did you meet Mr. Lacey?
When I retired in 1995 from the FBI, in 1996 they brought me right back as a contractor. And I stayed there till the end of 2003 as a contractor to train people in some of the more complicated areas. Authenticity, gunshot analysis, and stuff like that. Mr. Lacey was one of the three people that I spent most of my time training, even though I trained a lot of people in the staff, but he was one of the three main people. So I started my company right after I retired, and I went through and realized at some point I needed help. So my associate at that time, Steve Killian, who used to run the entire engineering section of the FBI, so 300 and some people, he was working with me, but he really wanted to spend more time with his grandchildren. And he asked that, see if he could find somebody else to come in. So Doug and I, we talked to Doug, I talked to Doug, and so did my associate, and made an offer that, there's good and bad to come out in the private sector from the government. So we're very clear that it may not be what he wants, but here's what we can offer. And I think it took him, Doug might remember, about like 6 months before or so, and he finally decided he'd like to come out and work with us. And so then, and in between, he worked with us part-time. The government allowed him to work on non-criminal cases with us as long as the government wasn't involved in the civil case, any government. So there would be no conflict with the FBI. And he decided to come, and he's been with me since then. And in 2014, I ceded the company to him, which meant the poor guy has to do all the invoices and everything else. He does the administrative stuff now. I get paid hourly to do forensic work, and that's what I like to do, and I'm full-time working at it. So he does, and he'll be the future of the company. He's my kid's age. So it's that's how it worked out. He's very strong background, electrical engineering degree, emphasis in digital audio. He's starting up on his master's degree, I think, here in the fall. He's taken a lot of courses like I have and been a co-author with lots of articles that I and other people are involved with.
Okay. And he will be assisting us today in this presentation.
Yes, he is ultimately, qualified to do that.
And did he assist you also in the analysis of the video surveillance of the cop theater in this case?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay. Getting back to your CV, I don't want to leave it just yet.
You want me to finish up the professional side?
Please.
Okay. I'm a member of the National Technical Investigators Association, which is people that are mostly in law enforcement right now doing technical kind of things, audio, video, and other, computer stuff, not only just audio, video. I became a member when I was in the FBI, and they've allowed me to remain as a member, even though I'm not in the FBI anymore. It's very nice of them. So I'm still a member of that. I'm a member of the Society of Former Special Agents of the FBI. I think that just answers the question. It gives me good contacts with other agents. I'm a member of the Society of Motion Picture and Television Engineers. This is a society that all those people you see on TV, the video you see, these are the tech people behind the cameras and in the recording industry putting all that together, and also for movies. So they're the premier group that does that. But it's the professional side, not quality consumer stuff we see in a case like this. They're the professional side. And I was a member of it used to be called the International Society for Optical Engineering, but everybody called it SPIE, all capital letters, SPIE. I dropped my membership in 2010 because they had originally had a forensic group involved with it, and it was a great group, but they decided not to go in that direction. They, again, more the professional end of the work. Yeah.
I know you've talked a little bit about your professional experience as a analyst in video and digital image, but I'd like to try to give the court some substance to your professional work experience, if we can.
Okay.
Take us from the very beginning.
Experience or what I do?
What you do.
Oh, what I did at the FBI and what I do now are pretty much the same. Okay. We analyze audio, and in this case video, and still images like in cameras or something, to determine, for instance, have they been altered? Complicated exams are not easy exams. So we parse apart everything. The digital file is made up of really kind of two parts, if you want to be simplistic. One is the actual data. Video, it's the actual what you see on the screen. The rest of it is administrative data. It's called metadata, M-E-T-A-D-A-T-A. And that data can be very instrumental in telling you what's going on. For instance, in this case, when you see an image on the screen, in the metadata next to the data for each section of each picture of the video tells you what the time is. Out in milliseconds. So exactly what the time is, we know what that is. So that's, in this case, was something very important. We enhance things. Probably can do more enhance.
I realize that he wants to.
All right, folks. Mary Katie is coming up next here for you on the Fox 10 News Now stream. She'll be back in just a little bit. She'll be with you for 2 hours here. And remember, when it's streaming live, anything can happen.
All right, everybody. Hello and welcome to the Fox News Now stream. I'm your host, Mary Kay Gaffney. Happy Tuesday, everybody. It's 7:06, I want to be exact, here in Phoenix, Arizona. Streaming live. I know a lot of you, though, are watching from all over the U.S. We appreciate you joining us tonight. We've had a lot of live events today, you guys. We had the Milo News Conference. If you missed it, head to the video section on our YouTube page, head to Fox 10 Phoenix, search for that on YouTube, head to our video section, you can see that Milo news conference in full, as well as the Sean Spicer White House press briefing. So we had that, lot of live stuff earlier this morning, and of course I'm keeping an eye on all the feeds in case we get anything live coming into the newsroom this evening. You never know what could happen. Police chase, anything could happen here on the stream tonight. So appreciate you joining me. I'm going to pull up a video for you guys that I wanted to take you to. Give me one moment here. Let me pull this up. And actually I wanted to show you this as well. I always like to keep you guys updated on the First Family's social media posts, and I noticed that Ivanka posted this on Instagram just a few moments ago, so I wanted to take you to this picture that she just posted. She said, a very meaningful way, oh, here's the next thing, a very meaningful way to commemorate hashtag African American History Month, visiting, the NMAAHC this morning, hashtag Smithsonian, hashtag A People's Journey. So that Instagram post coming in from Ivanka Trump, she posted that about an hour ago, and then she posted this last night saying, have a wonderful week, hashtag Latergram from the Oval Office. Pretty cute, that's her son there. So I'm always keeping you guys updated on what the First Family is posting, and since I showed you Ivanka's, I'd love to show you President Trump's as well. So let's take you to this. Pull this up really quickly here, in case you don't follow them on Instagram. There you go. I keep forgetting he goes by Real Donald Trump on all of his handles, which is kind of funny because that's what you would use if someone stole your original handle, and he just uses the Real Donald Trump version, which is fine. This was his latest post. He posted this yesterday. He said, congratulations to our new National Security Advisor, H.R. McMaster. Pretty cool stuff. And his post before that is that video that we've played for you guys where he makes the announcement of his new National Security Advisor. This was at his Mar-a-Lago estate earlier this week. Let's play it for you guys in case you missed it.
Mr. President, thank you very much. I'd just like to say what a privilege it is to be able to continue serving our nation. I'm grateful to you for that opportunity, and I look forward to joining the national security team and doing everything I can to advance and protect the interests of the American people. Thank you very much, sir.
You're going to do a great job. General?
Mr. President, thank you for the opportunity to continue to serve. I'm very honored by it, very privileged by it. And I'm very honored and privileged to serve alongside H.R. McMaster, I've known for years as well. He's a great statesman and a great soldier. Thank you, sir.
And so are you. Thank you
Thanks,
very
sir.
much. What a team.
Sir.
This is a great team. We're very, very honored. Our country is lucky to have two people like this. And frankly, after having met so many of the people in the military, we're lucky to have all of them. So thank you all very much. I'll see you back in Washington. We're leaving now. Thank you.
Mr. President, thank you very much. I'd just like to say...
So that was the Instagram video. We did stream the whole thing live on Monday, but I just wanted to show that to you guys, keeping you updated on the First Family's social media posts here. And I'm always checking his Twitter as well. Let me just pull that up. Actually, let's pull this up over here. You gotta check like every 5 minutes because the guy is always tweeting. And if you miss it, it's like you miss a whole news story. I mean, this one came in about 3 hours ago. Let's pull this tweet up. The so-called angry crowds in home districts of some Republicans are usually, in numerous cases, planned out by liberal activists. Sad. he always seems to end his statements with sad or disaster. At least he stays consistent with some of his, the things that he says. I think it's funny how he always says sad or complete disaster. I don't know, but that was a tweet that he just sent out a couple hours ago, so I wanted to bring you to that. And we could hear later on this week what his new executive order for immigration could look like, because he has the choice to either rework that immigration order or take it to court. So we'll see what happens. Maybe we'll hear as early as tomorrow on that new immigration order. So we'll have to see, you guys. Taking you to another video here. Let me pull this up. So I want to take you to this story here. Appreciate your patience while I find this story. Here we go. Let me get this up and ready for you guys. Okay, so if you're a Star Wars fan, I think you're going to like this video. Let me take you there and let me know what you think in the chat.
Help me, William Shatner? You're my only hope? The Star Trek actor recently came through with a Star Wars gift for a father in need. A tweet that launched a social media grocery spree. Canadian Reed Botwright reached out on Facebook for help. His 6-year-old son Everett is on the autism spectrum, and one of his quirks revolves around food. It's not uncommon for children with autism to be selective about what they eat, and Everett has gravitated to the Star Wars branded Kraft dinner. Unfortunately, there was no more left in town. Shatner's tweet helped the story reach a lot of people that Botwright couldn't, and people began tracking down dinner for Everett. People like Sandra Christensen, who found 80 boxes and tweeted out her help. And while the product is no longer being made, Kraft was able to track down 144 boxes sitting in an American warehouse they've since given to the family. Reed tweeted in response to the generosity, "Thanks everyone for your support. We have enough for a lifetime supply of Everett's KD. The force is strong, but it's nothing compared to the power of social media and people's generosity coming together."
Well, that story is posted on our Facebook page. Just search for Fox 10 Phoenix if you want to rewatch that. Appreciate you guys watching live with me here on the Fox News Now stream tonight. I'm your host, Mary Kay Gaffney, and I want to take you to this story here. Let me pull this up for you guys. Keeping you updated in the news this evening. Let me pull this up. In case you missed it, let me get this up and ready. Okay, and then let me pull this up really quickly for you guys. If you missed the Scott Pruitt event from earlier today, he is the administrator of the Environmental Protection Agency, and they held an event earlier today. So in case you guys missed this, I want to take you to this and keep you guys updated.
Good afternoon, EPA colleagues. I am honored to have the opportunity today to present to you our new administrator, Scott Pruitt. Give him another round. As you know, Administrator Pruitt comes to us from the state of Oklahoma, where most recently he has been the Attorney General. Prior to his service as Attorney General, Administrator Pruitt was in the State Senate of Oklahoma for 8 years. He originally hailed from the state of Kentucky. He earned his bachelor's degree from Georgetown College in Kentucky and then moved to Oklahoma, where he graduated from the University of Oklahoma at Tulsa Law School. Before entering public service, he practiced law for a private firm in Tulsa, Oklahoma. Administrator Pruitt and his wife of 27 years, Marilyn, are the devoted parents of 2 children, McKenna and son Katie. Gotta love those names. Administrator Pruitt, in addition to his years of experience in the public sector, is also a successful entrepreneur. As a co-owner and managing general partner of Oklahoma City's AAA minor league baseball affiliate, the Oklahoma City Redhawks, he has helped the team become one of the minor league leaders in attendance. So, as you can see, our new administrator has not only a record of public service, but also business experience that will serve him well as he undertakes his new responsibilities at our agency. Of course, I will leave it to Administrator Pruitt to share his vision and principles for his leadership at EPA, but I would like to highlight just a few examples from his biography. Some examples of how he has worked with others during his service in the public sector that I think will be of particular interest to you. As Attorney General for Oklahoma, Mr. Pruitt worked with his Democratic counterpart in Arkansas to regarding water quality in the Illinois River, which crosses the border between the 2 states. Together, they developed a statement of joint principles for a scientific study using EPA-approved methods, and both states agreed to be bound by the outcome. In another example from his time as Oklahoma Attorney General, Mr. Pruitt led an historic water rights settlement between the state of Oklahoma, Oklahoma City, and the Choctaw and Chickasaw tribal nations, which will preserve the ecosystems of scenic lakes and rivers on native lands. Now, as we all know, water rights cases can be lengthy, costly, and divisive. But the process developed under Administrator Pruitt's leadership has been praised widely for harnessing the principles of cooperation, hard work, and perseverance to enable parties with conflicting interests to forge common solutions. We commend you, Administrator Pruitt, for your demonstrated commitment to working with a variety of stakeholders in these very challenging situations. And we look forward to your bringing this experience and commitment to the many challenging issues that face this agency as we strive to protect the public health and environment of the people of the United States. I am confident that you will find that the dedicated public servants of EPA share your commitment to working hard and in close cooperation with our dedicated state partners to carry out our shared mission. We all understand that that is the only way we can fulfill the many responsibilities that Congress has given us. Following the law and using the best science to protect the health of our families and communities now and in the years to come. Administrator Pruitt, we are eager to hear your vision for leading EPA to achieve that mission and then to get down to work and talk with you about the many varied aspects of our important and complex work. But first, I just have a few small gifts to welcome you to the EPA.
Yeah.
First, I would like to present you. You won't need to look too closely to see it. But
Unfortunately, my eyes are not the best, so.
This is a lapel pin for EPA, which you can proudly wear
Well, thank you.
on your lapel as you represent the agency.
Thank you very much.
And then secondly, when you go
All
out
right.
into
Yeah,
the field, you'll need this hat. It will not only mark you as the representative and administrator of EPA, but it's really good at protecting you from the sun as well.
Thank you, thank you.
I suspect you know that from your baseball years.
Thank you very much.
So thank you very much for joining us. We are so pleased to have you.
Thanks, Catherine. Thank you so much. That's okay. I'll keep it up there. Well, thank you, Catherine. It's been a joy to meet Catherine today and spend some time with her, and I do thank you for the hat. I'm excited about being in a city that actually has a Major League Baseball team because that's going to be exciting to be able to exit, in the evening and enjoy some good baseball, and I'll make sure that I wear this hat as we attend those games. And the parent club of my AAA team was the Texas Rangers. And so they're in the American League. we're going to be okay to cheer for the Nationals here in the National League. So excited about that. It's been an honor and a joy to be with you this morning. I've got a chance to meet some of you, and it's an honor. And as I spent time with you this morning, it was something that was abundantly clear to me that you love what you do. There's an old saying that if you love what you do, you never work a day in your life. And I want to say thank you to Catherine. I want to say thank you to her for her leadership in the last month or so. It took us a little while to get here, so I was thankful for her leadership during that time frame. But I want to say thank you to each of the career individuals that have been serving this agency for quite some time. Most of the people I met this morning, I think the least amount of years that I heard was 19 years. That's quite something. That says a lot about the mission of the agency and the people that are here. And I want to commend you for your service to this country and service to this agency, and thank you for that. You know, I know it's very difficult to capture in one speech the vision and direction of an agency. And I also recognize that you don't know me very well. In fact, you don't know me hardly at all, other than maybe what you've read in the newspaper and seen on the news. And I might suggest to you that, just like Paul Harvey used to say, I look forward to sharing the rest of the story with you as we spend time together. But this is a beginning. It's a beginning for us to spend time and discuss certain principles by which I think this agency should conduct itself. And I look forward to leading this agency with these following principles in mind. There was a book several years ago that I read called Founding Brothers. I don't know if you've had the pleasure of reading that book. It's actually a book by Joseph Ellis, an historian from the University of Vermont. And it's a book about a series of historical encounters with the founding generation. And there's one particular chapter called The Dinner, an historical vignette that took place between Thomas Jefferson and James Madison and Alexander Hamilton. And the dinner took place as a result of something that was going on in Congress in 1790. It was a very difficult and challenging issue called the Assumption Bill. As you know, as the colonies came out of the Revolutionary War, the eventual states, there was tremendous debt that the states had incurred, and they could not pay the debt. And Alexander Hamilton had a wonderful idea, he thought. He thought this newfound federal government should assume that debt, consolidate all the debt, and seek to pay it off in behalf of the states. Well, that caused certain individuals like Thomas Jefferson and James Madison to be concerned about the role of this federal government and the newfound responsibilities that it might have. And so there was intractability around some very important issues: debt, the role between the federal government and the states. It sounds a little bit like today. And they did something, though, that doesn't happen very much today. They actually got together. They actually spent time together. You know, in this environment that we live in this country today, it is a very, forgive the reference, but it's a very toxic environment. We have jerseys that we put on, both politically and otherwise. And that's something that I think is damaging to the overall objective of finding results and answers to some very challenging issues that we face as a country. But as they got together for dinner and they dealt with this very difficult challenge of assuming debt and this idea that Alexander Hamilton had, they were able to work out a solution. And if you don't know, James Madison and Thomas Jefferson said, we'll let the bill go forward in Congress, but in exchange, we want something. We want the capital of the United States government to be moved from New York City to the shores of the Potomac, near the homeland of Virginia. And we have the U.S. Capitol in Washington, D.C. today, largely because of a dinner that took place between those three gentlemen. Now, I share that with you for these reasons, as far as principles that are important as we do our work together and as we journey together. One, they led. They actually found solutions. They worked to be problem solvers. They didn't shirk their responsibility. They took that very difficult challenge that they faced in 1790 and said, we will do our job and find an answer to this challenge. And as we do our work here, we deal with very important, monumental issues with respect to our future environment and our natural resources. And we must have the same kind of attitude of finding answers, being problem solvers, and making decisions and leading to make those decisions. Secondly, and I think this is in short supply in this country today, they acted with civility. And civility is something that I believe in very much. You know, we ought to be able to get together and wrestle through some very difficult issues and do so in a civil manner. We ought to be able to be thoughtful and exchange ideas and engage in debate and make sure that we do find answers to these problems, but do so with civility. And I think that was exemplified in the story that I shared with you from Founding Brothers. But thirdly, and this is something that I mentioned to Catherine this morning, and as I met with some of you that have been here for some time, I mentioned to you as well. I seek to be a good listener. Those of you that have been here for quite some time, whether it's in the air area or water or whatever area that you may be in, I look forward to spending time with you. Not just to, get to address certain issues, but really spend time and dig down deep with respect to how we're going to do business in the future and get to know you personally and how I can be a resource to you as you do your work. And I think that the story of listening, you can't lead unless you listen. I seek to listen, learn, and lead with you to address these issues that we face as a nation. Now, there's a second book that I've read, and I've read more than two, but these two books are two of my favorites. The second book that I would highlight for you that kind of bookends our discussion this morning is a book that came out a couple of years ago called Inventing Freedom. It's a wonderful book about the uniqueness of the American experiment, about the uniqueness of how we do business as a country. And so these general principles of civility, finding answers, making sure that we listen to one another as we solve problems, I think those are general principles that we should keep in mind, but I'd like to share two or three others with you that I think are equally important, that kind of flow from this book, Inventing Freedom, about the importance and the uniqueness of the American experiment. One is that process matters. This is not going to sound earth-shattering to you, but I think it's very important to say. Regulations ought to make things regular. Regulators exist to give certainty to those that they regulate. Those that we regulate ought to know what's expected of them so that they can plan and allocate resources to comply. That's really the job of a regulator. And the process that we engage in adopting regulations is very, very important because it sends a message. It sends a message that we take seriously our role of taking comment and offering response and then making informed decisions on how it's going to impact those in the marketplace to achieve the ends that we have in statute. So process matters, and we should respect that and focus upon that and do avoid abuses that occur sometimes. Guidance through rulemaking, or using the guidance process to do rulemaking, or engaging in litigation, regulation through litigation, consent decrees that actually bypass the Administrative Procedures Act. We need to be open and transparent and objective in how we do rulemaking and make sure that we follow the letter of the law as we do so, because that will send, I think, a great message to those that are regulated, but more importantly, they will know what's expected of them and they can act accordingly. Which leads me to the second point, rule of law. As we do rulemaking, as we engage in process, it needs to be tethered to the statute. The only authority that any agency has in the executive branch is the authority given to it by Congress. Sometimes those authorities are broadly stated, giving much discretion to an agency to engage in the authority given to it, granted. But other times Congress has been very prescriptive. It's been very specific on what we can and cannot do as an agency. We need to respect that. We need to follow that, because when we do that, guess what happens? We avoid litigation, we avoid the uncertainty of litigation, and we reach better ends and outcomes at the end of the day. And the third thing with respect to this process and rule of law is that federalism matters. Federalism matters. And as you know, because you've dealt with these issues for a number of years, Congress has been very prescriptive in providing, in many instances, a very robust role, an important role of the states. In fact, as I met with many of you this morning, as I met with Catherine, we talked about each of our regional offices and how important they are at partnering with the respective departments of environmental quality at the state level with respect to enforcement and other related issues. And I seek to ensure that we engender the trust of those at the state level, that those at the state level see us as partners in this very important mission we have as an agency and not adversaries. So federalism is something that's important, process is something that's important, and obviously rule of law is important as well as we do our business. John Muir one time said, everyone needs beauty as well as bread, places to pray in and play in. I really believe that we can be better as a country. I believe that we as an agency and we as a nation can be both pro-energy and jobs and pro-environment, that we don't have to choose between the two. I think our nation has done better than any nation in the world at making sure that we do the job of protecting our natural resources and protecting our environment while also respecting the economic growth and jobs our nation seeks to have. And I hope that as we journey together, that we will establish places to pray in and places to play in for our citizens and do the very important work as an agency. Thank you very much for coming today. I look forward to serving you in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
That concludes our event this morning. Thank you very much for attending.
Thank you, Don. Thank you so much. A scarf? Okay. Would you mind putting this on me?
All right, everybody. Well, that was the new EPA Administrator Scott Pruitt. That event was from earlier today. Appreciate you watching with me live here on the Fox News Now stream. I'm your host, Mary Kay Gaffney, taking you into the next few hours here on the show this evening. It's about 7:30 here in Phoenix, Arizona. I appreciate you watching with me. I know a lot of our viewers on here aren't watching locally here in Phoenix. You guys watch from all over the U.S., so thanks for joining me tonight. I want to pull up this event. Let me get this up and going for you guys. All right, NASA is live right now. Let's see what they're talking about. You gotta love NASA, you guys. I mean, look at this. What are they doing? They're eating candy up in space right now. Gotta love it. NASA streams live often, and we love to take their videos because they're always giving us videos of their latest launches as well as press conferences on what's going on up there in space. Would you guys go to space if you had the opportunity? Let me know in the chat. Or tweet at me, Mary Kate Fox 10. Personally, I just don't know. Flying can be scary enough, so going up to space is a whole other level of flying that I just don't want to be a part of. And it's not even flying. You're literally launching into space. No cell phone service for a very long time. But hey, it looks like they're having a good time. This is live right now, coming from NASA. So that's what they're streaming live right now in NASA, but I do want to take you to this event as well. I thought this was pretty interesting. The space station crew has a discussion with Fox News about life in space. So let's take you to this event and see what they had to say.
Station, this is Houston. Are you ready for the event?
We're ready for the event.
Fox News Edge, this is Mission Control Houston. Please call station for a voice check.
station. This is Allison Conklin with Fox News Edge. Can you hear me?
Hey, Allison, we have you loud and clear.
Awesome. Hi, guys. How are you?
We're doing great. Thanks. We had a great week and looking forward to the weekend.
Do you actually have weekends? Like, do you take time off when you're up there?
Yeah, we get a little time on the weekends to have free time. Usually on Saturday mornings, we'll do kind of house cleaning up here. And then after that, Saturday afternoon is free and Sunday is generally free as well.
So what's a typical day like for you? Do you wake up? Do you do exercises? Do you have meals at certain times of the day?
Actually, we all kind of have different schedules because we have only limited number of exercise hardware, and we spend each of us about 2.5 hours exercising a day. And so the schedulers have this big challenge of juggling all the things that we have to get done in addition to exercise with the availability of the hardware and making sure that the space is free and available for us to work. But a typical day can involve maybe a big scientific day where we're doing lots of different scientific experiments. It might be a repair day where we're fixing hardware. In general, we don't typically work together on things because we're each individually working on different experiments or different projects. So the fun part of the day is actually when we get together for the meals and get a chance to spend a little time together and talk about the funny thing that happened to us.
That's awesome. So how many people are up there with you guys right now?
So we have a crew of 6, which is the normal crew complement up here. There's 2 groups of 3 because of the Russian vehicles that we fly up and down on only hold 3 people. So I came up with 2 Russians, and Peggy came up with a Russian and a French astronaut.
Do you guys talk about politics up there?
Luckily, no.
Yeah, luckily, no. That's a great answer.
I wish I was up there with you then. So as I understand it, Peggy, you're going to be breaking a record soon. Talk a little bit about that and just your career.
Well, I think the important thing about breaking records is not the fact that I'm the one that's breaking the record. It's the fact that we are still breaking records. Every day in spaceflight, we're breaking a record of a human presence in space. We're over 17 years now. Each day, we're breaking records. And as long as we continue to break records, I think that's really important. So it's great to break a record, but it's even better that the record is broken again, that we are continuing to progress and push the frontier.
And Shane, as I understand it, you're wrapping up your time out there. How long is a typical trip? Yours is about 5 months, as I understand it. And how long are other people up there for?
So in general, we're up here about 6 months, and mine will be, I think, 5 months and 3 weeks, the way it ends up. And but in general, we're up here for 6 months at a time. I've been up here, I think, 4 months tomorrow, and Peggy will have been up here about 3 months tomorrow, and I got a couple more to go.
So there's kind of a lot of traffic going back and forth. I mean, 3 months, she came up 3 months ago. I mean, how do you get back and forth? I know NASA's program is sharing resources with Russia, right?
Yes, so right now we're currently using the Russian spacecraft to launch to the space station and return us safely home. However, all of our cargo vehicles we have 2 different cargo suppliers that are commercial in the United States, SpaceX and Orbital ATK. And then we also have Japanese carriers that bring up cargo, and European carriers that brought up cargo, and Russian Progress vehicles that bring up cargo. And in another year and a half or so, we're hoping that we're going to have commercial crew capability provided by commercial vendors in the United States, so that we'll be able to bring up crew on board U.S. vehicles as well. So that'll actually be a step up. And one of the EVAs we're planning later, hopefully this month or next, will be to move one of the pressurized mating adapters. It's a docking port that'll be used for those commercial partners in the future. So we're definitely looking forward to the time when crew members will be launching from U.S. soil as well.
And I don't know if you guys follow what's happening here or what's happening in your industry, but tomorrow SpaceX is going to be launching a rocket into space, and they're talking about what's going to happen with that. And I don't know if you follow what SpaceX is doing and Elon Musk, and a lot of hype down here about the mission to Mars and what year that's going to happen and things like that. I mean, this is this kind of thing that it's huge right now. We're talking about it all the time.
Well, that's encouraging. That's great news to hear. Of course, we are following SpaceX very closely because that vehicle is launching tomorrow, and it shows up here on Monday. And Thomas Pesquet, the French astronaut, is going to use the Canadian robotic arm, and he's going to grab it and then attach it to the space station. So it's going to have a lot of experiments for us, a lot of clothing and food and other supplies as well. So we're really looking forward to getting SpaceX 10 on board.
Awesome. Well, keep up the good work up there. I have never done an interview with people on the International Space Station, and it's really quite an honor to be able to talk to you. It's very cool, and we miss you guys down here, and get back safely.
Thanks a lot, Allison.
Thank you, guys. Thank you so much for making this happen. We really appreciate it. This has been great.
We really enjoyed it. Have a great weekend.
I give you guys a 10.
Station, this is Houston ACR. Thank you. That concludes the event.
I love how they end the event just spinning around like that. They're just showing off because they know they're cool, they're brave enough to go up in space, and we're here on planet Earth. Good for them. All right, you guys, that was an interview with NASA and Fox News. So I wanted to bring you to that event. Pulling up the next news event for you guys here. Appreciate you watching with me live on the Fox News Now stream. I am your host, Mary Kay Gaffney, and I want to show you this event in case you missed it. Let me pull this up. Right here. Here we go. President Trump's weekly address. If you guys haven't heard it, we're going to take you there right now. Let's see what he has to say to the United States for this week.
My fellow Americans, we have taken major steps during the first few weeks of my administration to remove wasteful regulations and get our people back to work. I've been saying I was going to do that for a long time. This week I signed 2 pieces of legislation to remove burdens on our economy, continue to keep my promises to the American people, and so much more. I signed House Joint Resolution 38, which eliminates an anti-coal regulation put forward by unelected bureaucrats. Our coal miners have been treated horribly, and we are going to turn that around, and we're going to turn it around quickly. We are going to fight for lower energy prices for all Americans as part of the deal. That's why I also signed a resolution to eliminate a costly regulation Dodd-Frank imposed on American energy companies. By stopping this regulation, we were able to save American companies and workers millions and millions of dollars in job-killing compliance costs. But to truly succeed as a country, we must realize the full potential of women in our economy. That is why I was thrilled to host the White House's Women's Business Leaders Roundtable. Very exciting, great women. As president, I am committed to ensuring that women entrepreneurs have equal access to the capital, markets, and networks of support that they need, and I mean really need, and it's going to happen. This is a priority for my administration. I campaigned on helping women in the workforce, and we are going to deliver on that promise, believe me. In fact, as part of my first official meeting with Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, this week we announced the creation of the joint United States-Canada Council for Advancement of Women Entrepreneurs and Business Leaders. Actually, very exciting. The United States also reaffirmed our unbreakable bond this week with our cherished ally, Israel. It was an honor to welcome my friend, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, to the White House. I affirmed to the Prime Minister America's commitment to working with Israel and our allies and partners toward greater security and stability. The threat of terrorism, and believe me, it is a threat, must be confronted and defeated, and we will defeat it. We share with Israel a deep conviction that we must protect all innocent human life. So as you head into President's Day weekend, the American people should know that we are working tirelessly on your behalf. We are not here for the benefit of bureaucrats, consultants, or pundits. We are here to work for you, and only for you, the American people. Thank you, God bless you, and God bless America.
All right, you guys. So that was the weekly address from the President of the United States, Donald Trump, taking you to the next event here that I want to pull up for you guys. Earlier, he held a congressional listening session, and if you missed it, he held it in his boardroom here. Let's take you to this event.
A lot of good discussions this morning. I'm negotiating a lot of contracts that are saving billions and billions of dollars for the American people and for all of us, and I'm very proud of it. You know, the A-35 fighter jet, the Air Force One program, which was totally out of control, and now it's back very much in control, and many other things. In addition, I had a very good phone call this morning about a major plant that's moving back into the United States. We'll be talking about it soon. And what I do have is a little free time at about 12 o'clock. So I don't think the press will want to show up, but I think I'll have a press conference probably at